Welcome, everyone, to the Fantasy Life NFL Draft Show. We are beyond excited to have you here. Feels like it's been forever since we've all been together, but you made it. Congratulations. And we are so excited that you are picking us to hang out with tonight. I'm your host, Kendall Valenzuela. I have to introduce you, though, to the rest of the crew. We're going to be with you all night long through the first round of the NFL Draft. So let's welcome in Matthew Freedman. We've got Ian Hartitz and the one and only Dwain McFarland with us tonight. Guys, a good-looking crew. Look at us. We're here. We've made it.
Yeah, we have made it, Kendall. I mean, look at Ian. Ian's yoked. Look at him. He's been working out. He's putting out so much content. He still has time to work out. I don't know how he's doing this. Freedman puts out a new mock draft every freaking 15 minutes. This man is an absolute machine.
Freedman, how are you doing tonight? Because you've put out a lot of mock drafts. If anyone's in our Discord, which everyone should go and join our Discords, go check out our best bets. You've got a little under an hour to get all of those in. You seem stressed. I'm not gonna lie. Are you okay? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I was I wouldn't even say low key, but scrambling through my different past mock drafts and like different spreadsheets, trying to put something together in case it did come out that there was some sort of trade for number 3, number 6, whatever it was. So I would submit a new mock for various contests. But anyway, I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're good. Now I just have to hope that I don't lose a ton of money on Michael Penix being drafted in the first round. But I'm sure that we will have hours to see me sweat as that does or does not occur.
But that's going to be so fun for all of us, right, Dwain, Ian? I mean, to just know that in the back of our minds, if Michael Penix gets drafted, that Freedman's going to maybe walk off the set. It's perfect.
That's honestly what I'm here for, Kendall. Like, okay, I have maybe, around $100 myself on various draft props. I'm hoping those go right. But truly, like tonight, I'm just looking forward to living vicariously through Freedman's, sweats for better and for worse. So hope it works out for you, Freedman. But I'm just saying, man, if it doesn't, probably going to be a fun time for the rest of us.
Yeah, I want to see you win, Freeman, just for the record. I want to see you win. I don't want you to walk off the set either way, but I prefer you winning money.
Thank you. It's a good thing I don't have children, because if I lose, I'm going to have to explain to my kid why I can't pay for her piano lessons anymore. So hopefully it all goes well. And if it doesn't, it's not that big of a deal.
Ian, really quickly, because I know everyone who follows you also follows Lily. And so who did Lily pick tonight for Drake May to be drafted to? I just need the people to know on Twitter.
Gave Lily 4 teams: Vikings, Patriots, Giants, and then the Commanders. And she ended up going with the Vikings. Literally, Kendall, 30 seconds later, Tom Pelissero tells us that it's probably going to be the Patriots. So Lefty Lily strikes again. We'll see. It's not over till it's over. But yes, Lily, the wiener dog, on record with the Vikings.
Well, we are so excited, like I said, to have everyone watching with us. We're going all the way through the first round. I want to start, guys, with around the rumor mill. There's been a lot of rumors, not even this last 3 months, but these last 24 hours. So I kind of want to know where you guys are at with some of these rumors. And I think, Dwain, I want to start with you on this one. And it's the Rams trading up to 10. And then Ian Freedman, if you have other comments, let us know. But Diana Rossini's reporting that, hey, the Rams might want to trade up to number 10. They haven't drafted in the first round since 2016. So I'm curious what you think they're going to do with that, if they're potentially trading someone out of their offense or defense, and what that might look like.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Freedman is going to know this answer better than me, but I love fantasy points. So when I see that, I'm like, well, that's the range that Brock Bowers could come off the board. They don't have an elite tight end. Rome Odunze could still be on the board around that range. Obviously, I don't know if that's good news for Cooper Kupp, right? Is that really great news for Puka Nacua? We would have someone else that we would have to spread the ball around to. But anytime you have a mind like Sean McVay that can scheme up the things that he does, and if you've got Matthew Stafford healthy and you've got 3 weapons like that can just attack the defense. And we've seen the Rams with that kind of offense in the past. Back in the day, when you had Robert Woods still in his prime, you also had Brandon Cooks doing his thing, and then you had Cooper Kupp playing out of the slot. So we've seen what that offense can look like. It was really good last year as well, but one more piece, why not? I think that could be really tough to stop, especially and if you look at the division that they're playing in, you got to score points and you play against some good defenses.
Freeman, what do you think? Do you have anything on that tonight, or is it just, are we just going by vibes?
Yeah, the idea of the Rams trading down, a couple of things. Dwain mentioned that might not be good for Cooper Kupp. It especially might not be good for Cooper Kupp because there are rumors that he could be included in that trade. with them being able to move up from, let's say, 19 to number 8. At least that would reunite him with Zach Robinson, who would be the offensive coordinator for him with the Falcons. But the idea is that if this move does occur, it is very likely for Brock Bowers. And you have seen his over-under take significant money on the under here of 12.5. Whereas, earlier today, that was, pretty close to even. And so, yeah, I think the idea is that if the Rams are able to pull this off, it is for Bowers. And the market is acting as if this is going to happen.
Ian, I saw you throw your hands up. Like, don't like?
Yeah.
Not
This
good?
is the rating 8th ranked scoring offense. I don't know who watched the Rams last year and just said, oh my, if they only just had one more wide receiver. Aaron freaking Donald just retired, the best defensive player ever, potentially. Like, that's a legit argument. And this team right now is a full $10 million less devoted to their defense than any other team in the NFL right now. The fact that they're thinking about giving up resources to now get into the top 10 to add, a nice piece. I like Brock Bowers. I like Rome Odunze. And if you give up Cooper Kupp, fine. I guess that's a net positive. But my goodness, again, wasn't watching them lose to the Lions thinking, oh man, if we just had, Brock Bowers out here, hey, if you want to outscore everyone, I'll get my popcorn ready for red zone, but come on, guys, fix that defense.
I'm with you. And I'm glad, Freedman, that you brought up Cooper Kupp. I think that's something to watch out for. We've seen the rumors. We're talking rumor mills right now. So maybe Cooper Kupp's included in that trade. Like you said, Ian, if they've already gotten rid of Aaron Donald and then they get rid of Cooper Kupp, we're gonna have to talk to Rams fans. We're gonna have to give them 2 to 5 business days to be okay again. And then we'll talk to them after that. The other rumor that I want to talk about, and I want to say, if you guys have comments, questions, go ahead and use that YouTube chat. We are going to be monitoring that all night long. And thank you for everyone that is commenting questions, anything that you have in there. But the 49ers open to trading either Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel to trade up. This was, again, per Diana Rossini. Dwain, I'll start with you on this one again of what this could look like. I think from all the rumors, though, that it has been more Brandon Ayuk. He's still waiting on the contract that he wants. They've had their general manager, John Lynch, come out and say, yeah, we're getting it done. We want him to be, the cliche, we want him to be a 49er forever. But realistically, it's the what have you done for me lately league. And if they're going to trade someone that has a lot of value, it could be Brandon Ayuk tonight.
Yeah, this one's really interesting, Kendall, because I feel like if I'm the 49ers and there's one player on my offense that I just have to keep, it's Ayuk. Like, he's the guy that can beat you deep. He can beat you intermediate. He can beat you underneath. Yes, Deebo's very special at what he does. And the other interesting part about this is if Deebo is part of the trade, he could be significantly less valuable in another offense that doesn't know how to use him. Now, I'm not saying Deebo can't be more than this around the line of scrimmage player. We saw him in college be a guy that can operate. He can operate in that underneath and intermediate range, and he's done it for times whenever Ayuk's been hurt, and really Deebo's just been the main guy out there. But around the 49ers, I feel like Brandon Ayuk is the most complete receiver that you have. He's still very young. You've got a young quarterback that can really anticipate and hit all those layers of the field. So I feel like he's the guy I would want to keep, and Deebo would be the player I would be most willing to move on from. Having said that, my guess is other teams that are looking to make a move like this, and if they know that it's going to be a sign and trade kind of thing for them, they're probably most interested in giving up more to go get Ayuk. So I think there's probably a lot at play. Ultimately, from a fantasy perspective, the landing spot for whoever leaves would be very interesting. I think the needle that you have to thread with Deebo is more narrow. I think Ayuk could pretty much go anywhere, and a lot of teams he would immediately be the wide receiver 1. So this could be a bump for him. But whoever remains with the 49ers, that's one less piece to feed. So that's actually going to be a net positive for Kittle and Samuel if it's those two, or Kittle and Ayuk. And obviously CMC is still going to do his thing. So from a fantasy perspective, it could end up being something where all of these pieces move up in value. Again, Deebo being the tricky one if he moves.
Freeman, do you have any thoughts on this, on where the market could move, or just your favorite landing spots if you've seen those out there yet?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything on potential landing spots for, whether it would be Deebo or Ayuk. And I do want to echo what Dwain just said there. I think it would actually be a net positive for everybody if it is Ayuk who is traded, because regardless of where he goes, I think he is still Brandon Ayuk, would still have, comparable production to what he's had with the 49ers. And the problem with the 49ers offense has been that there are just, to use the cliche, too many mouths to feed with McCaffrey, Kittle, obviously, and then the 2 wide receivers. And anytime one of those guys was injured, that would be when the other 3 guys would all turn into uber alphas. And now, like, we could have that same offense with a like elite play caller now, with all of those guys getting like the full usage that fantasy investors would want. So yeah, just echoing what Dwain said there. I never like really want guys to be traded. Like, I always think it's like kind of a little sad, whatever, but like it could be a great thing for Ayuk. Like, he gets to be the pure number 1. He gets paid, and the 49ers get to give the ball a little bit more to all these fantastic playmakers.
Ayuk to Buffalo, Freeman. What would that
Yes.
Ooh, ooh.
Yes, I love that.
Could be good. Could be good. Ian, do you have any other landing spots? Because we're going to talk landing spots all night, right? We're going to say dream fantasy landing spot. Like, where could the best players go that would help us for fantasy football purposes? So if someone came to you right now and said, Brandon Ayuk, you get to have whatever you want, where would you want him going if they do end up trading him?
It's the big 4. It's so rare that we have, again, 4 teams that not only have a legit franchise quarterback, but also a dire need for a number 1 wide receiver. And yeah, they might end up going to the draft, but if not, the Cardinals, the Chargers, the Bills, as we just mentioned, and also the Kansas City Chiefs, which, you know, could need it even more than ever, depending on how the Rashee Rice investigation plays out. So I'm agreeing with these guys about Ayuk. Again, really fitting seamlessly into any offense. He is that good and just that complete of a wide receiver. But hey, guys, what happened to the narrative that Brock Purdy can't do anything unless Deebo Samuel's on the field? Because we could not stop hearing about that the entirety of, you know, the playoffs, and all of a sudden they want to get rid of the guy. So look, I kid. It was a dumb, small sample size, but let's not completely count out Deebo. I mean, the best player in the league, yards after the catch, the things he does as a basically RB2, very important piece of that 49ers offense. And yes, it'd be nice to shrink the volume pie, but hey, this has been one of the most lethal offenses pretty much Deebo's entire career there. At a minimum, you know, I think we would have to give Brock Purdy a bit of a downgrade.
I don't know, Friedman, you want another Brock Purdy MVP ticket? I say yes. Why not? Let's just go again. Run it back.
I like the idea of it. It's not going to be as juicy as it was a year ago, when basically no one thought that Brock Purdy had a chance to win MVP. But yeah, you know, he could do it this year, and I think the odds would still be decent enough.
I don't know. That was thrilling last year. That's just good. That's what the Michael Penix bet is to us tonight. It's just waiting to see if that actually happens. Friedman, I want to go through. It's not on the rundown, but I do want to talk about one more rumor. And I'm just curious, with all your mock drafts that you've done, I do want to ask you about quarterbacks, because there's just been a lot of different reports. Like, you have a bet, and I don't know if it's the same or if you hedge. I don't know, but you had under 4.5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. And I'm just curious how you're feeling about that one right now. If you think that might change, because there have been, you know, big talks about Michael Penix Jr., JJ McCarthy, obviously, Bo Nix potentially to the Broncos. I mean, where are you at right now with all those quarterbacks?
Yeah, I hate myself. I mean, I hate myself anyway, so that's not uncommon. But really, with this quarterback situation, the under 4 quarterbacks, like I am strongly convinced that is quote unquote the right side, and I also think I will probably end up losing this bet. The market has just continued to go against the position of the under here. So let's say a couple of weeks ago, you could have bet under 4.5 quarterbacks in round 1 at plus 200. Now that number's like plus 400, plus 500, right? Like, the market is just really enthusiastic about this quarterback class. And like, I get it. There are some really good players here, and there are a lot of quarterback needy teams. And the fit of Michael Penix to the Raiders is just something that mock drafters can't like help but indulge. But I just look at Penix, I look at Nix, I look at the history of drafts previously. There are almost always quarterbacks who fall out of round 1 that almost everyone thinks should go in round 1 or will go in round 1. And Nix and Penix still feel like those guys. So I don't feel like good about the position I have, but I feel like it is the right side. And, you know, I will probably lose.
Don't say that. We're believers. You just got to manifest it, Friedman. Come on. We can't start off this way.
Here's one thing I want to say. One thing I want to say really quick about this. Okay. My bet basically hinges on the idea that the Raiders and the Broncos won't do the stupid thing. How stupid is that? Like that is just like faulty logic on my part right there.
Oh man, it's gonna
He's
be
already
so
saying
fun.
the process is right too. I mean,
I
Freedman,
know.
just get ready to let your
Just-
wife know as she's packing her
yes.
final things and leaving, man.
We're going to
No,
Cancun.
Freedman's
That's
telling you that
good.
when the market keeps moving the opposite way that you bet, that's bad. He's telling you his process was wrong.
Oh man. Well, we're gonna figure it out together, and that's why it's gonna be so fun. Dwain, I want to come to you now because we're gonna talk a little about the Supermodel. And if no one knows what that is yet, first of all, you need to get on it. fantasylife.com. Dwain McFarland puts out the rookie Supermodel, and that is live 100% free at fantasylife.com. But I kind of want to start before we get into the tight ends, the wide receivers, the running backs. I kind of want you to just break down what the Supermodel is, so that when people open up all those articles, that they're not overwhelmed, and kind of what they're looking at in your process for it.
Well, first of all, we've got a suite of tools, Kendall. So if you don't want to read the article and you just want to go back and look at how players have done in the model all the way back to 2018, you can do that. But yeah, like the overview, and you'll hear us talking about the Supermodel throughout the draft show. It's really just a nice way to encapsulate a lot of things about a player into one metric, right? And that's the score that you get overall in the model. But here's like the high level of it. We've gone back and we've actually analyzed hundreds of different variables and data inputs to see which things correlate the most strongly with future success in the NFL. When we say future success for wide receivers, it's getting targeted, it's getting receptions, it's scoring fantasy points. That's really what we all want, right? And so we also take it a step further than that, though, because it's one thing to say, oh, these things really correlate to future success, but we've also tested all of those variables against one another, Kendall. So we have an idea of which things are really overlapping, which things we don't want to be double counting. The way I think about it, like not to use an overused analogy of cooking or baking, but like if you go to bake a cake, you know, if I go to do that, I'm terrible at it, so it's not going to be good anyway. But if I were to bake a cake and I were to sit down and say, okay, I know I need something sweet, but does that mean I need to use all three kinds of sugar and use too much of it? I need brown sugar, white sugar. I need, cinnamon. No, if you use too much of those ingredients, like your cake's not going to rise. It's not going to do all the things you want. It's going to be too sweet. It's going to taste like crap, right? So we have to know that there are signals in the model that are really just overlapping, and we don't want to be double counting all those things. So we've gone through a lot of trouble to test all those sort of things and to really try to find the different ingredients that come together, Kendall, to really make the model work. In fact, there are things we passed up on that correlated more strongly to future, NFL success, to pick something that was slightly less correlated to future success because it was different than the other things we were using in the model. And like, the main ingredients, Kendall, just to keep it super simple, and you guys can see the Marvin Harrison graphic that's up next to me. So when we're talking wide receivers, the first thing you see after like their score in the Supermodel and where they're going in mock drafts, you see pedigree, right? Well, pedigree is where'd they go to school? Well, if you went to Ohio State, you went to LSU, it really does matter. These schools are very good at putting out high-level players. They know how to recruit them. They know what they're looking for. So that goes into the model. The next thing you're looking at is production. But what we do there, Kendall, is we want to adjust production because not all college programs are the same. The disparity in quarterback play from program to program is huge. So if you play with a really bad quarterback, the expected production you should have had, we normalize for that. If you played with other studs, you're Marvin Harrison, your first year, you're playing with first-round NFL draft picks, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. You're also playing with the great Garrett Wilson going in first round of fantasy drafts already this offseason. So looking at that, knowing that he didn't really do something until year two, the model takes all of that into account. So it takes all these variables. We try to normalize for where they played. And that's when you see something like receiving yards per team pass attempt. It's normalizing for team context. And then the final thing is, what did you do when you had your opportunities? Maybe you didn't get all the opportunities, but when you got them, did you do good things for your offense? And for wide receiver, the thing that you can see there with what you could see with Marvin Harrison Jr. is you're just seeing the targeted quarterback rating when they targeted that wide receiver. And what's nice about that, while it overlaps some with the yards per team pass attempt, it's got some different elements in it, right? And it doesn't correlate. Like if I were to use yards per route run, there's a ton of overlap, but that's a different metric because it's accounting for what all's in a quarterback passer rating: touchdowns, right? Interceptions, incompletions, yards per reception, all those sort of things go into that. So yeah, it's a nice balanced blend. And like, here's the main thing, Kendall, that people need to know. One, you can go find it all free over on fantasylife.com. You can find the models or you can find the write-ups. I've broken all these players down into tiers. But the beauty of it is The litmus test is, can you do better than NFL draft capital? Meaning what? NFL teams, because once they spend a first round pick on these guys, they're very invested in them. Ian just did a great article this week on why draft capital matters, how much it matters. So rule of thumb, if you could only look at one thing, it'd be where they went in the draft. But if you want to have an edge over your league mates and have a little bit extra on top of that, that's where the supermodel comes in. It's outperformed NFL draft capital across all of the positions. And we use NFL draft capital as an input. So we're making it even that much stronger. So it's a great resource for your rookie drafts. It's a great resource as you watch the draft unfold tonight where these players go. The higher they score in the supermodel, really what that means, the more likely they can go to any offense and thrive. As you get to the middle scores, they may need to really fit in the right kind of, they may need the right kind of landing spot to unlock their talent. They may need more time, really, Kendall, to grow. And then the guys that end up scoring out really low, like the chances are less. And if people want to see like the hit rates on these guys, we'll talk about them as we go. Yep. But it's all in the articles over on fantasylife.com. You can see how often these guys that score in these ranges actually produce top 24 and top 12 fantasy finishes in their first 2 seasons, which, let's be honest, that's what we care about the most.
Exactly. Fantasylife.com. We're talking about the supermodels from Dwain McFarland. Someone in the chat, Dwain, I just have to bring this up because I saw Ian laughing with the cake baking stuff. Someone said Dwain bakes cakes with his mind. I like that. I think it's true.
My wife will tell you I sure don't actually bake one. Like, it would be terrible. I'm a terrible
I've never
cook.
baked a cake, but I'd love to learn one.
Well, let's. If that feels like a show right there, Ian. Ooh. You and I, we're gonna bake a cake live. Very terrible.
There we go. That's like can't miss TV for sure.
With Freedman coaching us.
Oh God, Freedman will get so pissed at you guys. Like eventually he'll just walk off. He'll be like, "No, we're not doing this. We're done." All right, Dwain. So rookie supermodel again, fantasylife.com. That's where everyone can go find it 100% free. So I want to ask, like, what were some of your biggest takeaways, or I could say who, like, which players did you absolutely love when you were going through this process?
Well, it's a loaded class, Kendall. We've got the #1 prospect all the way back to 2018 when the model starts. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. He graded at 100th percentile in the model. Okay, we've got Rome Odunze. He is in the top 6. Malik Nabers is in the top 3. Brock Bowers is #2 all time at his position. So really excited to hear where these players land tonight. But for the most part, it doesn't bother me too much where they land. These guys, nobody's foolproof, but the model is really designed to hone in on players that have the traits that typically make you successful. There'll always be outliers. There are going to be guys that don't work out. Some guys the model doesn't love that will end up working out. But for the most part, like, it's really honed in on the things that make guys successful at the next level. And we've got some super, super talented players. And then in the tier below that, Kendall, we have some guys that are kind of borderline, but I could see in the right spot, we're going to get a lot more excited about them.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. What was your, okay, I just have to ask one more question about this, about the supermodel, just to see your favorite player, not at the top though. I want like a sleeper player, Dwain, not your tier 1s, your tier 2s, but like someone that really stood out to you, and maybe those tier 3, tier 4s, where I know that in those moments, landing spot does matter a little bit more for those kind of guys, but anyone that stuck out to you there?
Well, I think the running back draft class is underrated. People are really low on it. They're super high on the wide receivers, but I think that in day 2 and day 3, there are a lot of names at running back, Kendall, in the right landing spots. These guys could really be valuable in fantasy, and they're going to change the landscape for their team. We have a lot of running backs that are not very efficient, that are sitting atop their pecking order. I was on a call today with Freedman. I've chatted with Ian about some of these guys, how high they're ranking right now in our first run of the projections over at Fantasy Life. And I have a feeling some of those guys are going to get knocked off of their pedestal when some of these day 2 running backs land. And if I was to give you one player, it would be Jonathan Brooks. I know a lot of people say there's not a superstar at running back at the top of the list. We don't have a Bijan. We don't have a Jahmyr Gibbs. We don't have, a Jonathan Taylor. And that's true. But he grades out just in the tier below. Jonathan Brooks grades out in a tier, Kendall, where 75% of the players that have graded his range in the model have gone on to have a top 24 finish in their first 2 years. Now, he's coming off of an ACL, so it could be, we might want to say more like 3 years. But that's a very, very strong profile. And had he not had that ACL surgery in November, he would have graded out even higher because his projected draft capital might have been round 1 based on the rumors we heard this week from Adam Schefter.
All right. Well, all of that information again, fantasylife.com to go and see the rookie supermodels. If you need any information on any of this incoming rookie class, that's where you need to go. And again, 100% free. So, Dwain, we absolutely love it. Freedman, we're going to go to you next. And I wish people could see our rundown because it's titled Freedman's Depressing Unders. And I just feel like we really need to change this narrative, Freedman, because we can't keep going we can't keep doing this. On SiriusXM, you were very happy. We have Taylor Swift playing in the background. I don't know if that's what we need tonight. I don't know if our producer, Matt Swing, if Corey can get on it, but I feel like if Taylor Swift's playing, it's all going to be okay. But I do want to go through your first bet of the night. I'm not going to say it's a depressing under though. It's a fantastic bet.
Okay. So, what is it? Is it the ACC?
Yes.
Is it the
ACC
bet?
round 1 players.
Yeah. And sorry, apologies. I have like 100 tabs open right now, so it's hard for me to find the
My
show
bad. I'll
outlines.
set you up better. Set you up better.
So under 4.5 players taken from the ACC in round 1. And I will say the books historically have been pretty bad at setting lines for the NFL draft. And a lot of it is because they have, multiple things they have to think about. For instance, like with the ACC, you have to get the right players. You have to set good lines for the players. And then you have to know like what conferences they're in and have all of this going at the same time. There are so many correlations that it's easy for books to make mistakes. And I think that this ACC line of 4.5 is such a mistake. Now, I've written about it. I've bet it. People in the Discord have bet it. So this line isn't as widely available as it once was, but it is still available at some books. And it's juiced to like -500, -700. I know people don't like laying bets that are that big, but I think this should be priced at like -2,000. There are 4 guys from the ACC who have a pretty good chance. Drake May, obviously going in round 1. Jared Verse, great edge rusher from the ACC. He's going in round 1. Graham Barton, really versatile offensive lineman from Duke. He's going in round 1. But then the next guy, Nate Wiggins, cornerback from Clemson, he's probably going in round 1, but I think there's like a 10 to 20% chance he falls out of round 1. And then you look at who would be the 5th guy who would make this bet not cash. And you kind of have to go far down the board. Maybe Braden Fisk, the defensive tackle from Florida State, maybe Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida State. But both of those guys, I would say like each one has like a 3 to 5% chance of getting in round 1. So, I know no one likes laying big juice, but this one has value. It's like -500 to -700. I think it should be -2,000.
Wow. All right. And just to remind everyone watching as well, fantasylife.com is where you can go. If you aren't in our Discord, I highly encourage everyone to go join our Fantasy Life Discord, but we have our bet tracker at fantasylife.com. So you're going to see a drop down at the top. You're going to see free picks. You can pick NFL bets, and every one of our analysts has put something in. I think Freedman, we're up to like 65 plus for tonight. I know that's there's probably a lot more coming, but I saw 65, I think early this morning. So that's where everyone can go to check out all of Freedman's bets and some of our other analysts as well. Let's go to your second bet for tonight, Freedman. And I promised I would set you up better. So round 1, wide receivers, you like the under 6.5 here.
Yeah. So I think it's closer to like 80, 85 bets that I have logged in there. And I know there's some from other contributors. So 6.5 wide receivers under in round 1. This is a bet that you would maybe think is a little bit out there given how strong this class is at wide receiver, but there's great depth in this class at the position and not as great of depth at other positions. And so I think that means that we will see some guys who maybe in an ordinary year would definitely go in round 1, end up slipping a little bit because teams would rather address the positions of scarcity in round 1 and then still be able to get a good wide receiver in round 2 instead of taking your wide receiver in round 1. And then it's hard to find a potential starter at that other position. So I think we see some guys fall out. I would say that if you look across the market, this is anywhere from -300 to -500. I hate talking about these bets that have the heavy juice, but in literally only 1 or 2 mocks by sharp mockers that I've seen over the past 24 hours, have we gone over this number of 6.5. Like, I think this number should be more like -800 to -1,000. So still some value on this number. And again, it has nothing to do with the quality of the receivers in this class. It just has to do with like the particular like scarcity demands within this class.
And then your final bet of the night, not just of the night. I mean, if you've got 85 plus, everyone, again, fantasylife.com is where you can go check those out, because we're not going to talk about all 85 tonight. But the one that we're going to wait on all day today is Penix over 32.5. That'll be good. That'll be good. It's going to hit.
Yeah. So when I talked about this first, the odds were, like +190, +200. And I even said then, use your discretion in terms of when you bet this. Like, I felt that there was value at that number, but I said it would not be a surprise if that number got even longer, because we could see the hype for Penix continue to build as we got closer to the draft. And that has definitely happened. Now you can bet on Penix over 32.5 at +300, +400, +500. People are just very enthusiastic. The market is very enthusiastic about the idea of Penix being a first rounder. I am willing to fade that idea. So, betting the over on Penix, and we will just see what happens.
But you won't walk out on us if he goes. He's gonna stick around. It'll almost be like our CEO Elliott last year, drinking mayo in his coffee. But it's just gonna be Freedman having to sit here through Michael Penix being drafted. I know he said he wasn't gonna come back on. Isn't that lame? I know he's watching right now, so we can just pretend. All right, Freedman, all your bets at fantasylife.com. Same with all our other analysts, though. You guys can go and check those out 100% free. We're going to go over to Ian now. Again, we're not going to stop plugging the website, because Ian has written a ton of content coming into this night. So if you want to see scouting reports, everything like that, make sure you head over there. But Ian, I want to talk to you about what you put out just a couple days ago, the pre-draft fantasy questions. And I think my first question for you is just pretty basic. It's just like, what are some of the biggest fantasy questions that could be answered tonight that you could see happening?
Yeah, we talked earlier about some of the potential wide receiver movement. And again, just the reality that the Cardinals, Chargers, Chiefs, and obviously, everything we got going on there, like the Bills, they need to add a wide receiver. And that person is accordingly going to be a big deal in fantasy land in a hurry. But who will it be? So running back, though, there's a ton of backfields where we could see, again, a committee piece added, an early down complement. And, Buffalo and Tampa Bay, Miami perhaps adds something where, okay, maybe they're not going to be a huge fantasy entity in and of themselves, but they will take away from the existing committees that we know and love. The big question at running back comes down to just what are the Cowboys willing to do to get Jonathan Brooks? I saw someone on Twitter call it one of the worst kept secrets of a team wanting a running back since the Steelers were infatuated with Najee Harris. So I pray for the Cowboys fans on the stream right now that we do not see Jerry go all in the form of taking a running back in round one. But I really do wonder if they're going to be willing to wait all the way until 56. The Eagles are hanging out right in front of them. And yeah, they're good with Saquon. They got Kenny Gainwell. I don't think they're going to go ahead and pull another Dallas Goedert move and take the guy the Cowboys are trying to go for. But really, in terms of like what player is going to have the biggest leap up to fantasy ranks, I think it's whatever running back lands on the Dallas Cowboys.
All right. And you're not saying that because the three of you are all Dallas Cowboys fans. So we should have just a moment where we just watch the draft and see your life crumble. That's not it.
That would be fun. I mean, I don't know if we can top Mozzie Smith going in round one last year. And even in hindsight, it feels even worse. But no, 69% available carries, 70% available targets. Tony Pollard's gone. Like the RB room right now, unironically, is Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman, and 5'2" Deuce Vaughn. So you cannot tell me they're going into week one with that sort of group. Ezekiel Elliott was in the building, a couple of days ago. There's been rumors that he could be reuniting. So that'd be interesting. And again, I think by the end of Friday, particularly, as Dwain mentioned, I have an article on Draft Capital up on the website. Regardless of experience, so year 1 or year 12, 70% or more of top 12 QBs and tight ends and top 24 RBs and wide receivers were selected on day 1 and day 2. So yeah, we got our Puka Nacuas, we got our James Robinsons every now and then. But when people say who's going to be this year's Puka, it really is more like who's going to be this decade's Puka. And again, I think especially with these backfields, what happens today and tomorrow specifically, those could be the guys making the biggest impact in Fantasyland.
Again, we're talking with Ian about his fantasy football questions for all 32 teams ahead of the draft tonight. So that's at fantasylife.com when you guys want to go check that out. 100% free, as always. Ian, the last question I want to ask you, because there's been I mean, there's been so much JJ McCarthy talk. It's come full circle for where 3 months ago it was nothing. Then we had Harbaugh come out and say he is the best quarterback in this draft, and obviously there's a reason for that. But it's his draft stock has just come up and come up and come up over the last few months. So I'm really curious here where you think he's going to land and what kind of fantasy implications he has depending on what team he does get up to.
Based on what we know right now, it seems like it's going to be Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and then Drake May going 1 through 3. So which one of these three needy teams wants JJ McCarthy the most? Because at that point, we have the Vikings, we have the Raiders, and we have the Broncos with big time question marks under center. So there's been some talk about guys like the Rams, maybe even hilariously the Cowboys, more on that in a little bit, perhaps looking at one of these guys in the day 2 pool of things. But I think right now, in terms of where can we see McCarthy go for his own fantasy sake, it's got to be the Vikings. And honestly, that's the biggest bummer with guys like Jaden Daniels and Drake May, because getting to go into an offense with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson after he fully recovers from that knee injury, it's one of the better landing spots that you're going to see a rookie quarterback get dropped into regardless of the year. So, hey, it's really starting to set up nice for McCarthy. And, having Sam Darnold there is certainly not a long-term solution, but maybe it's a sort of, 2-month plan where, okay, it's not going to be a very high bar for McCarthy to clear once he actually gets a chance to get out there and get on the field. So I'm not expecting a ton of fantasy fireworks from McCarthy in year 1, even if he does end up on the Vikings. To me, he really does profile as a bit of like a Gen Z Alex Smith type, where very good game manager. I don't doubt his ability to win football games. Lord knows he's broken my Buckeye heart, enough Thanksgiving weekends over the years. But just, again, only saw about 4 fantasy points per game from rushing production from him. He can move. He's got the arm, but still such a young guy. I think we'll see him, operating more of a run-first kind of ball control style offense. Great real-life pickup. Fantasy,
Can I ask you then if you think that maybe he does go to the Vikings because they do only have Sam Darnold, which in what world is that going to be okay? Where does that move Justin Jefferson in your rankings? I think right now I saw recently he's wide receiver 4 for you. Does that move him, or is Justin Jefferson kind of one of those players that is a little bit quarterback proof, even with a rookie like JJ McCarthy?
Yeah, it's tough to move him too much further down. If you want to swap him with Amon-Ra St. Brown, the new NFL's highest paid wide receiver, kudos to the sun god there. I think that's reasonable. But once you start getting the wide receiver 6, wide receiver 7, we're with other guys like AJ Browns of the world, where, okay, we have kind of some target competition in the offense, maybe not the most volume to begin with. So I know Dwain had a good video, a couple months back, just grinding, 24/7, 365 here, living the fantasy life. And the major takeaway of it was the fact that, yeah, we can see really, drastic quarterback changes tank the value of the associated fantasy receivers. So again, I don't think anyone's going to be arguing for Jefferson being the undisputed wide receiver 1 like he was last year and like he would have been this year with Kirk Cousins under center. But wide receiver 5, wide receiver 6, I have a tough time believing that he's going to go too much further under that. I mean, Dwain, you showed me your projections the other day, man. If we are slotting in McCarthy in there and everything that goes along with a rookie quarterback, still have a hard time imagining Jefferson, falling out of the top 10 or anything like that.
Yeah, I agree. He's just not a top 3 pick, but the market's starting to settle in around this. Like he has drifted downwards. Whether it's JJ McCarthy or Sam Darnold, I honestly don't think there's much of a difference based on history. I think you're probably looking at a quarterback throwing for 215 to 235 yards per game. And if you look at that bucket, dropping down from Kirk Cousins, who's been around 275 per game, Ian, that's a pretty big drop off. And based on all the research I did, and it went into our projection model, which the projections aren't out yet. We're working through those, but I've got him at 2.7 points per game less than last year. That's still 17 points per game. So to Ian's point, he's still a first round wide receiver. He's just not in the conversation with Christian McCaffrey. I don't think you should take him over CeeDee Lamb. You certainly shouldn't take him over Tyreek Hill. And I think Jamar Chase should go ahead of him. And I think you could argue the last name Ian just mentioned, Amon-Ra St. Brown. And that's where I have him ranked right now. He's number 8 in the new projections that we will be releasing here in the coming week. So I think that's the sweet spot for him. So he's still going to be a first round pick, but just doesn't have that cachet to be the top guy off the board.
All right, there we go. Well, maybe JJ McCarthy to the Vikings. Maybe we just see a lot of unhinged things happening tonight. But speaking of potential unhinged things that could happen for the NFL draft, we got asked to do a little segment, guys. So we're going to start here. Ian, I want to start with you. And the question is, most unhinged thing a team could do tonight. So I'm curious what crazy thing you think could potentially happen and like what the repercussions would be with that.
teased it a little bit ago, but it is the Dallas Cowboys going all in by drafting a quarterback who's not even going to be on the field. I mean, this would just be the cherry on top of an offseason that has left every single Cowboys fan so underwhelmed. I mean, just getting your teeth kicked in against the Packers again at home, going into free agency, not really doing anything. I mean, they were the last team to make a single move. It was ended up being like a long snapper re-signing was the only thing that was going on for days at a time. And then to get into the draft and not even use a round 1 or round 2 pick on a guy that's going to readily contribute wouldn't make any sense. But you know what has made sense out of this Cowboys offseason so far? So at the end of the day, Dak Prescott apparently is not going to get his contract extension in this offseason. So we're looking at a potential top 5, if you really want to be a hater, top 10 quarterback, really maybe hitting the open market. I mean, there are active reports right now about whether or not teams like the Broncos could actually bypass a quarterback mostly this year in an effort to then get in the race on Dak Prescott. So seeing Michael Penix Jr. or Bo Nix going to the Cowboys would be so just horrible that I think it'd be funny. So that's what I'm rooting for, Kendall.
That's what I'm telling our producer, Matt Swing. We just need, I think when their draft pick is up, we just need to sit in silence for all 3 of you and just see what they end up doing, because it could end up just being some great live television, live YouTube, whatever you want to call it. So I'm here for that. That would be very unhinged. Dwayne, I'm curious what your potential unhinged moment for tonight could be.
Well, it was unhinged last year on the Cowboys when they took Mozzie Smith. And we were all just like, this is gross. And then they turn around and took Luke Schoonmaker in round 2. Nothing like drafting old players that never even got to play for their programs. That is a path to success. Jerry Jones, you are the man. So, you know, I was thinking about this one. I think the most unhinged thing really would be like if the Bills just decide to pass on wide receiver, which they totally could. But like Freedman said, this is a deep class, but I don't think they can wait until round 2, right? Because they pick at the end of round 2. They've got pick 60. Now they could do some maneuvering. Maybe they decide to move up in round 2. But I think they've got to take a wide receiver. You've got Stephon Diggs, who was obviously disgruntled. I think that the Bills tried to do what they could to keep him there. It just wasn't something that they could come to terms on. So they moved him on to Houston. So he's now with CJ Stroud. Imagine that passing offense now. But looking at the Bills, like they've got to do something, you know, at receiver, Kendall. So if they were to not do it, I think that would be pretty surprising to me. If I were the Bills, I don't know if they have the ammunition to do it. I'd be interested in hearing Freedman's thoughts, just like looking at the Bills picks. I don't know that they really have assets on their team that they could also add into a trade. But if they could find any way, even if it's trading a pick from a first rounder from next year and this year's first, to get into the top, to have a shot at a Rome Odunze, a Malik Nabers, even a Marvin Harrison Jr. And I think where it would come into play is if one of those guys, if the draft got real crazy up top and suddenly you had an Odunze or a Nabers slip into that 10, 11, 12 range, then they might have enough to make the move up to get to the middle of the first round, give up this year's first, next year's first, and then pull off a trade to actually go get a legit wide receiver 1. Now, we like the guys after that, and they're worth taking stabs on, but I think there are 3 guys that could step into your offense day 1 and be your wide receiver 1 with Odunze, Nabers, and Harrison Jr.
Freedman, do you think there's potential there?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a like Julio Jones-esque type of trade. Not quite that big of a haul, but like they would have to give a lot to move into the top 10 to get one of those guys. And I'm skeptical that it happens. I think there's a decent chance that, you know, they stay where they are or move up just a little bit and take someone like, Brian Thomas Jr. I think he's probably kind of like the middle ground of you're not trading down. You're still getting someone who has a potential of being a number 1 wide receiver in the league, but you're not getting one of those top 3. Thinking about what these 2 guys said for their unhinged moments, I think maybe one thing that could make Dwayne more unhinged is if the Bills did take a wide receiver in round 1, but it was a guy that the Supermodel just absolutely hated, and a massive reach. I feel like that would be an unhinged moment. And then what Ian said, man, the idea of me losing my Michael Penix bet and all of my quarterback bets on the Cowboys taking Penix, I would not walk off, but man, I would want to. That would be a really unhinged moment for all of us if that happened.
Penix could be like 30 by the time he hit the field.
Stop. We're not starting off like this.
He really could be. All right. So my unhinged, potential experience of the first round would be if we had a situation where Tom Pelissero tweets out, hey, it's sort of done. The Patriots are staying at 3. They're taking Drake May. And then after that, they still end up trading their pick. They trade down to number 6. The Giants trade way more than they should to trade up for number 3. They take Drake May. Maybe he works out, maybe he doesn't, but they leverage their future to move up 3 spots to take Drake May. Meanwhile, the Patriots give up destiny. They give up control of their quarterback situation by trading down to 6. And then like the Vikings trade up to pick 5 and take JJ McCarthy. And then all of a sudden the Patriots are there at pick 6 with 4 quarterbacks off the board. And then they trade down a little bit more and then they take Penix and I'm screwed. That would be incredibly unhinged in every way that would have unfolded.
I'm noticing a theme, and they all revolve around somehow Michael Penix going in round 1 being the what equals Freedman unhinged.
Yes.
That's all it is. That's literally all it is. I will say that I'm sorry, Freedman, but my unhinged is the Broncos not drafting a quarterback. So I almost wanted to change it because I want your bet to hit, but I'm curious what you guys think with the Zach Wilson signing and they say, okay, we're going to give up a 7th round pick to get Zach Wilson. I'm curious. And Ian, I think you and I had a conversation about this. Does that change their draft strategy tonight? Or is that the Broncos getting a little bit of insurance and saying, we don't think we can go up and get JJ McCarthy anymore, but we could still draft a Bo Nix and be okay with it? Or are they really going to roll out Zach Wilson in 2024? What is this world?
I really hope not, Kendall. Again, like this is what Sean Payton came out of his cushy, job at Fox for, like 1 year with Russell Wilson, who he apparently hated. And then Zach Wilson. I mean, if you had to think of a quarterback who almost goes against everything you would think Sean Payton would like, I think you might come up with Zach Wilson. So, hey, we'll always have that, primetime performance against the Chiefs. He actually played great. You can argue for at least 60 minutes. He was looking like a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes. For 60 minutes, it happened. It was crazy. But guys, we also have 3 years of starts that tell us he's one of the single worst quarterbacks in the entire NFL. So it would pretty much nuke the entire scoring offense, the upside of the Broncos in fantasy land. But is it better than Jarrett Stidham or Ben DiNucci? Maybe. That's the quarterback room in Denver right now. So that's why I don't think it can actually be a sign that they're not going to go, and try to get a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix because, okay, you added Zach Wilson. You went from the single worst quarterback room in the league. Yeah, I think still the worst quarterback room in the league. So, Freedman, do you feel any differently here? Like, I will say, Wilson, he's been in the league for a while. He's still just 24. Maybe this is their backup plan. I don't know, man. It's making my head hurt.
I mean, if there's one guy who is hubristic enough to think that he can get away with having a quarterback room of Zach Wilson and whoever else, it's probably Sean Payton. I don't know if he actually can get away with it, but I think it's more of an insurance thing in case they can't get a quarterback. And I think it will be hard for them to get a quarterback in round 1 without massively reaching. They don't have a pick in round 2. Maybe they can trade, a pick next year and get into round 2 and take Bo Nix then. But yeah, it's not a good situation for them just in terms of needing a quarterback and not really having the ammunition or the flexibility to get one in a way that just doesn't sacrifice a ton of value.
Broncos country, you deserve better. Listen to me right now. You deserve better. And we're rooting for you. We're rooting for you. We're trying here. We're trying to manifest something better. Guys, I want to talk before we go into best fantasy landing spots. We have a little bit of breaking news that just came across per Ian Rapoport. The Eagles and star wide receiver A.J. Brown agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million, highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029. Total guarantee of $84 million is also the highest. So they just got done now with A.J. Brown. We all reacted to the news of Smith also getting that extension. So Dwain, I'm going to go to you on this one of what this does for this Eagles team and just kind of your quick takeaways on this.
My quick takeaways are that CeeDee Lamb's going to cost $1 billion.
That's
and
true.
The Cowboys are just sitting around waiting like they always do, and they let the market dictate too much instead of getting out in front of it. I get it, like players can get hurt, and there's benefits to waiting, but like this is a game the Cowboys have played like with multiple positions now. Like it looks like they're gonna think about doing it with Micah Parsons as well. So, hey, hat tip to some of these teams getting these things done earlier. Obviously, A.J. Brown, he's the vet, but they didn't have to get this extension done right now, and they went ahead and did it. So, Cowboys, get ready. CeeDee Lamb, he's going to want to be the top paid guy. Like, when the Jamar Chase thing comes down, like I would definitely want to beat Jamar Chase to the punch. Like if I'm the Cowboys,
Yeah.
I would want to get Lamb done before Chase gets done.
But are they going to, Dwayne? Probably not.
I don't know,
Probably
Kendall.
not.
Like I don't know. Like I'm trying to stay positive here.
I know. I'm sorry, Freedman. I'm just curious with this move and just the Eagle. I want to talk with you about the Eagles in general, and then we'll go into best fantasy landing spots for these incoming rookies. But it kind of feels like one of those make or break years for this, not necessarily this team, but you've got a new offensive coordinator, you got a new defensive coordinator. So you're looking at Nick Sirianni and saying you're probably coming into this season with a little bit of a hot seat. They went and made moves in free agency. So what do you think? I mean, what do you think about this team going into the season before the draft starts?
By the way, the Sun God had like one day is the highest paid wide receiver in the league. A short
Ian.
reign for him. The Eagles, it's a tough situation because you have your offensive coordinator who's coming in new. It's his third team in 3 years. For this team in general, it is, I believe, their fifth offensive or their fifth play caller in the past 5 years. Shane Steichen really kind of losing control of the organizational grip that he had, just in terms of play calling duties kind of being stripped away and kind of, I wouldn't say like being told who he needs to hire, but it is not a great situation for Steichen. That said, this is still a really good offense. It has a ton of great players. They're returning all of their starters minus Jason Kelce, but they have his heir right there on the offensive line, Cam Jurgen, who just scoots over. Like this is still a top 10 offense. I think with the receivers they have in AJ Brown and Devontae Smith, there's always going to be too much volatility. Like you never know which one of those guys is going to go off in any given week. But I think you kind of know by the end of the season, both of those guys will be really good producers. And the Saquon Barkley edition, like it feels wrong in that we don't normally think of the Eagles as a team that pays up at the running back position, but he could be pretty exciting within that offense. And then of course, Jalen Hurts and his ability to score a ton of touchdowns on the ground. Yeah, a lot of fantasy goodness, a top 10 offense, but there is some fragility there with Shane Steichen. And once again, a new play caller in that system.
Yeah, I completely agree. So we were just breaking down AJ Brown, now the highest paid wide receiver. Amon-Ra, it was fun while it lasted. But let's go through some rapid fire best fantasy landing spots before this draft starts in just a few minutes. So Ian, I'll start with you. Let's go with Drake May, best fantasy landing spot.
Definitely not the Patriots, unless you're getting excited about KJ Osborne, Kendrick Bourne, and Demario Douglas as your starting 3 wide receivers. So this is going to be a war in a gap between him and Daniels and Caleb if the chalk hits. Again, we would have ideally liked to see him go to the Minnesota Vikings. Instead, probable run-first offense with, again, arguably the single worst group of, playmakers in the league. So good luck with that, Drake. Hopefully they're wrong and Lily's pick is right. Go Vikings.
There we go. I'm going to go with, I've got Jaden Daniels. The best landing spot for him was to stay at ASU because I'm an ASU fan and that really freaking sucks, you guys. So let's get him back over there. Other than that, I think the best landing spot might be where he ends up tonight. And I think that could be the Washington Commanders. First of all, this is again, just for Terry McLaurin because that man needs a quarterback really bad. I'm starting to feel bad for him, but I really do think that Cliff Kingsbury as their offensive coordinator, I don't think that's absolutely incredible, but I think they could fit together. And the way that we saw him work with those outside vertical threats, which Terry McLaurin is, I think they can utilize Jahan Dotson with him. So I think the Commanders are the best place for Jaden Daniels to go, and ASU. But our time has passed there, so we can't do that. What are we thinking for JJ McCarthy, Freedman?
I mean, there's the obvious, the Vikings, which is, a place where he probably ends up. I think that would be a great situation for him. I think the Commanders also would have been interesting. And I mean, here's one that absolutely would not have happened, will not happen. But like the 49ers also would have been interesting. Like, I think JJ McCarthy is kind of like a super version of Brock Purdy. And if Purdy's having this kind of success, like, I wonder, like, what could JJ McCarthy have done in a system like that? But he's going to a system that is pretty similar with the Vikings, or we're assuming he's going to the Vikings. And I think that is the best landing spot any of these quarterbacks could have had.
All right. Well, there we go. Let's go with Marvin Harrison Jr. And that's to you, Ian.
I think it's the Cardinals. I mean, this really is the perfect match, and it better be, because right now over Underdog Fantasy, already the overall wide receiver 9. So you're getting no rookie discount on this guy. But if he ends up going to a team that, with all due respect to Greg Dortch, and I mean that, doesn't have a ready-made wide receiver 1, you have a legit franchise quarterback in Kyler Murray. We've seen DeAndre Hopkins have massive fantasy years as Kyler's number 1 wide receiver, and it's just in a faster pace, more pass-happy offense than what we might see in Buffalo or with the Chargers or even with the Chiefs. Perfect marriage. If Marv's going to live up in that top 10 fantasy standing in year 1, he has the best chance of doing so with the Cardinals.
All right, let's go. We're going best fantasy landing spots, and we're going to go to you, Dwain, with Malik Nabers.
Anywhere he lands. You can say the same thing for Marvin Harrison. Like these guys can do everything. Like, and we'll get more into them once they're picked, but like they really can go anywhere. Obviously, the next 2 teams after the Cardinals pick have a need at wide receiver. The Chargers need it. Going to be a run-heavy offense, but you get Justin Herbert. So long-term, that's going to look really good. Could be a little rough in year 1. You know, the Giants, they don't have their quarterback yet, but they also don't have any wide receivers. So he would instantly be the wide receiver 1 on a lot of teams, but hands down on those teams, he would walk right into the receiver room first day, and it would be, this is the Malik Nabers show.
That's what I was going to ask you though with the Giants, just to push on that one a little bit. Like if he does go to the Giants, and no offense, Ian, you've got Drew Lock, and then hopefully Danny Dimes. Like, is that still a good situation?
Look, it's not great, but you're just going to have to wait until they can address the quarterback situation. I think the Chargers are preferable because they have Justin Herbert, and you know how hard it is to hit on a quarterback. We were talking about it, tonight. Friedman's talking about how teams get forced into having to thinking about reaching. The Broncos could be forced to reach if they take a quarterback at their spot, and that's not always the recipe for how you want to handle the quarterback position. Even though we know it's the most important spot in the league, you still want to get a good player. I understand the dynamics at play. It makes it tough on teams. So, yeah, it could be tricky, Kendall. I mean, you just talked about Terry McLaurin. Like, he's never got to really – Sam Howell actually surprised us last year as far as yards, but he still hasn't got to play with a great quarterback. It took forever for Allen Robinson to get to play with a good quarterback. I mean, basically, Allen Robinson was done before he got to play with a good quarterback. So you don't want that sort of thing to happen to Malik Nabers, and it's a real possibility.
Yeah. All right. I just wanted to ask on that one. Let's go to, I've got Rome Odunze here. My whole family went to UW, so we're super fans over here. I think for fantasy purposes, it's not going to happen, but if he landed with the Cardinals, we know that they're probably taking Marvin Harrison Jr., but I think linking him up with Kyler Murray could be incredibly fun. And then, like you said, Dwain, all night, that like all of us have said for the past hour, the Chargers need some wide receivers, and that's no offense to Quentin Johnston and anyone else on their depth chart, but we need to help Justin Herbert out here. And we know that they're going to run the ball a lot this season, but I think Rome Odunze going to Los Angeles Chargers would also just be fun. But he seems like someone, and Dwain, I'm going to also throw this back to you because I've listening to all the podcasts, listening and watching and reading all of your wide receiver rookie supermodels. It seems like A-B situation between him and Nabers for a lot of people. It seems like there's not that big of a tier break between those two.
Yeah, I mean, Odunze comes out in the 86th percentile in the Supermodel. He's still in the top 6, all time. So people hear me say, it's really Harrison and then Nabers, and they get really mad. And I'm like, yeah, guys, but when I say the next tier down, like the hit rates are still incredible on Odunze's tier. It's slightly below those other 2 guys, but he's still a really good player, Kendall.
Yeah. All right, let's go Brock Bowers for Matthew Freedman, the tight end.
I really like the idea of Brock Bowers going to the Bengals. And it's not as if they need another weapon there. They have a lot of weapons, but they've been looking for a tight end forever. And I just love the idea of Joe Burrow finally having a really good pass catching tight end. Bowers not having to be like the focal point of that offense the way that he was at Georgia. And obviously, like for fantasy, you want your tight end to be heavily involved in the offense, maybe the number 1 guy. And maybe eventually Bowers does get to that point. But just for like a football perspective, I love the idea of Bowers being able to grow within an offense that is already awesome. And maybe eventually he becomes the alpha in that system.
And last but not least on our best fantasy landing spots, Dwain, we're going to you with Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, Ian already said it. It's the Cowboys. If you can get to the Cowboys, and this is like, this is the worst kept secret in the world. Like the Cowboys are going to probably, if they wait past the first round, which I really don't want them to take Jonathan Brooks in round 1. I think there's other things they can do there. But if they wait to round 2, I think they could freak themselves out, Friedman, to where they feel like they need to trade up to go get Jonathan Brooks, because more and more mock drafts, probably since the Supermodel came out, to be honest, you're seeing you're seeing Jonathan Brooks go higher and higher in a lot of these in round 2.
All right. So we are going in. Guys, we went right to 5 o'clock. It's almost like this is what we're supposed to be doing. So we've
Freeman
got.
didn't even like my joke. He
No.
just left it. He
He
totally
did leave
just
it.
left us
You want to
hanging.
say it again?
No, we're good. I don't want to say it again.
Freeman wasn't even, he's got 87 tabs open. He doesn't even know what we're doing. All right. Well, we've got the draft starting shortly. We know that they're going to take all 100 minutes between each of these picks. So we're going to keep going, answering questions in the chat on YouTube. So if you're watching us live, first of all, thank you so much for doing that. Make sure you guys all go to fantasylife.com, go subscribe to our newsletter, 100% free. Go subscribe to our Betting Life newsletter as well, fantasylife.com. And everything that we just talked about is all right there. All of our bets, all of our breakdowns, the rookie supermodel, everything you need to know about these rookies coming into the 2024 season. You can go over there and check it out. I want to ask, there's some questions that we kind of skipped over, and I'm curious because I think Freedman or Ian maybe joked about, who is the next Puka Nacua. And I'm curious if you guys, in doing all of your research and doing all of your bets or anything, and Ian or Dwain, I'll start with either of you guys, but is there someone that has stuck out as the next Puka Nacua? Someone asked that in the chat. So I really am curious if someone has stood out to you guys that could be that next one.
I'll jump in first. Very interested in hearing, Ian's thoughts too. But like, just because, we've both been studying all these prospects, but like doing the model, I definitely looked at Puka Nacua to see like, hey, is there anything like about him that I could go back and replicate and say, if I had seen these traits about Puka Nacua, I would be able to capture more guys like him. And you can't. Yeah, he was good on a yards per route run basis. He was good on a targets per route run basis. But if you take the thresholds that he hit in those categories and you just go back and apply them and say, oh, that's the new thing I want to use. No offense, like you don't get the good cake, Kendall. You get a bunch of crap. You get a bunch of stuff that doesn't work. We've had so many players with his profile that have missed. So Puka Nacua, I wish I could say that there's this way to go find a player like him. Like he's a guy that his own college coaches wouldn't even give him, a full role in college, and he played a long time in college. So I don't know. I think it's just one of those things. Sometimes we have to be okay with outliers. He's obviously a great player, and there's always going to be outliers to these things. Remember, we're setting up the model and the way we do our analysis to say typically guys that have these traits end up hitting, but there will always be players that don't fit into that box because there are things we can't know, we can't control, Kendall. Like, why did he not have enough playing time? Was it maybe more related to injuries that we didn't know about through his career? I've seen some people float those ideas out there. So anyone that says they really thought Puka Nacua was going to be an absolute breakout last year and that it was rooted in some sort of analysis that, oh, every receiver I've seen do these things Puka did end up being great. No offense, they're lying. I do think there are people that hit on Puka and they had the right call on him. So I'm not putting those people down at all. Like, shout out to Debro. Like, he loved Puka Nacua last year, and I wish I would have listened to Debro more and I would have drafted more Puka Nacua because I would have won more fantasy leagues. So I'm not saying that that's him. But anyone claiming that, hey, I saw these 3 things about Puka Nacua, and every time I've seen those things, this fantasy player has been great. Like, that sort of analysis is not really out there.
Ian, do you feel the same way? I couldn't remember if you had a potential Puka Nacua guy or not.
Well, first of all, I love, Dwain, how people who really cling on to like, oh, you just had to be paying attention to the training camp news and then you would have like known about Puka.
Yeah, that
Nacua.
always leads us in the right direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, Elijah Moore and Justin Ross. Hope you guys drafted them, every single chance you got as well with the hype that we were seeing every single day. So I don't think there's, again, like that same sort of guy who was very efficient, but at, a smaller school and also couldn't really get on the field as much as we wanted. In terms of who could be a day 3 wide receiver that all of a sudden does have a chance to start right away and then actually make something happen in fantasy land, I do think it will be Alabama wide receiver Jermaine Burton. Now, he's probably going day 3 because of some potential off the field concerns. Dane Brugler talked about how certain teams think he's a bit of a knucklehead since he's played on like 6 different schools in the last 4 years, dating back to his time in high school. Also had an incident after the, Bama Tennessee upset, involving a fan. So yeah, not exactly a, clean resume there. But if you look at what he's done on the field at both Georgia and Alabama, I mean, you see the supermodel and the draft capital, projected draft capital is what is holding him back a little bit. So again, I do think some of the character concerns are going to be the reasons why he falls, which are not consistent with Puka. But hey, if you are looking for that day 3 wide receiver who probably should have been talent-wise a day 2 or even day 1 pick, I think Jermaine Burton's that guy.
That was the better answer. If you're just looking for a name that's a sleeper, Ian nailed it. Like, of all the people in the supermodel on the wide receiver side, that was the guy that got identified as being the one that's being drafted too low. The other one was Jacob Cowing. Now, he is a small school guy, But he played a 5th year. He played from the slot, but he's a guy that showed in his time early in his career, Kendall, he could attack vertical as well as underneath from the slot, which is something you really want to see. Now, the problem for a guy like that, he's got to land in the right scheme. You know, he's going to be a day 3 pick as well. But if he lands somewhere that's pass heavy, runs 3 wide receivers a lot, they don't have a strong slot wide receiver already on the team, I would say that Cowing would be the name that you really want to watch out for.
Freedman, you got a name for us?
Yeah, I have a couple of different ways of approaching like the Puka Nacua question. So one would be thinking about like he was a guy who led his team in receiving, but still didn't have a ton of volume just because of the way that they used a rotation, but he was really efficient. And that feels like Ladd McConkey. Now, obviously, like McConkey's not going to offer like the value just in terms of like he's going on day 3. Like McConkey has a chance to go on day 1. But in terms of like the type of production profile, I feel like McConkey is a little bit similar to Puka Nacua. And then if you're thinking about someone who's going to go later in the draft and has like kind of the, I don't know, like quote unquote, like intangibles of Nacua, I feel like that might be Luke McCaffrey. Like what distinguishes Nacua is that like he's a really like awesome route runner. Like he's a technician. And I feel like McCaffrey could maybe develop into that. And he hasn't been playing the position all that long. And I think he's going to get drafted on day 3 because he has shown pretty intriguing ability in just a short period of time, a small sample at the position. I could kind of see him having, I don't want to say like a Nacua type of impact, but like being someone who kind of comes out of nowhere and ends up being a good contributor on a team.
All right. Well, the Bears are going to be on the clock here shortly because why? It's not going to start right at 5 o'clock Pacific time because that would be too easy for us. So we're watching the clock here,
Kendall.
guys.
Come
Eastern,
on.
sorry, I didn't want to do the quick math. It was like 7, 5, 6, 7, 8 Eastern, whatever it is. So we're still waiting for them to be on the clock. Friedman, I kind of wanted to just ask you one final question here with your mock drafts. And the biggest difference or change that you made throughout those, because you did what, 8, 9 versions of those before today. So I just want to know, I saw you flipping quarterbacks back and forth with Drake May, Jaden Daniels. And then I also saw, towards the end for fantasy purposes, flipping who the Bills took, changing a little bit who the Kansas City Chiefs are taking as well. So what was the biggest difference you saw from your first mock draft until now?
I think maybe the biggest difference was JC Latham, who was an awesome right tackle at Alabama, entered college as a 5-star recruit, is still just 21 years old, but wasn't like thought of as the top offensive tackle prospect in this class. Thought of, maybe as like the number 5 or maybe like in a group with like 2 through 5. But he has really skyrocketed up the board just in terms of like evaluations and then expectation for where he's going to be drafted. And I think part of it was that people thought he might be a right tackle only kind of player, or maybe he would be someone that you could move into guard. But I think he also does have some left tackle capabilities, but I think it's really just the playing style. Like he is big, powerful. He's a mauler, and there's a pretty decent chance that the Chargers take him at number 5. And if they trade down, they still might take him at, number 11. But I would not have expected him to be someone who had a realistic chance of going in the top 10 when we were starting this process in February.
And I feel like there were a lot of tweets recently too, saying a lot of teams are getting on the phone to call for offensive tackle help. So maybe that's something that we're going to see tonight. We've got, if anyone's watching, we've got Eminem out on the draft floor. We've got Jared Goff. I mean, we're starting here. We're getting closer to starting this draft. But Dwain, I want to go to Ian. I want to go to you first because we probably know that Caleb Williams is a lock to be picked first overall. So I'm just curious, before we get into his dynamics and what he's going to bring to that team, let's just start with talking about the Bears in general and just how they look right now before they have the quote unquote franchise quarterback. They did a lot this offseason, and I think they're setting whoever ends up as their quarterback up for a ton of success.
Yeah, like just think of everything they did wrong with Justin Fields, and they've really fixed it all, So it sucks that they had to go through that experience, pretty much waste 2 years of the dude's career, just not even having a capable assortment of NFL receivers to even find out if he can be that passer. But lo and behold, we got DJ Moore coming off, a career best 1,300 plus yard season. Keenan Allen looked fantastic during the first, 13, 14 games of last year before hurt that heel, and also Justin Herbert just kind of let him go. So ultimately, Cole Kmet, Joe Everett, we got a couple tight ends to get the rock to as well. DeAndre Swift out of the backfield, I don't want to confuse this with, the freaking 99 Rams or anything like that, but I do think at the end of the day, this Bears offense, we will not be looking at them after this season as a root of the problem for Caleb Williams if things do not go great. So could we maybe guys see the first 4,000 yard passer in Bears history, which is absolutely insane that is still a real stat in the year 2024. We will see about that. But again, I don't think we're going to be able to blame the receivers and the pass catchers in general, which is a huge step forward and something we see a lot of quarterbacks, Bryce Young, for example, be forced to go through early on. So really, I think one of the biggest team advantages in the modern NFL is just trying to make the most out of having hopefully great quarterback play on a rookie deal. And right now the Bears are in position to do just that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Dwain, I'm curious too, because you guys are all working on your projections right now. So those are going to be live here pretty quickly, fantasylife.com. And it's the same question with the Bears as we wait for Roger Goodell to announce that the draft has started. But with the Bears, and you look at their depth chart, they got DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen. You're assuming that they are going to go out and get Caleb Williams. Just what have you seen from your projections so far, and how excited should we be for this Bears team, or should we pull it back a little bit? It's been off and on these last few months.
Well, fantasy drafters are pretty excited. I would, like a month ago, 6 weeks ago, when I updated ranks, I talked about the fact that I was already ready to take Caleb Williams over Justin Herbert. I just felt the environment was going to be better. I think Caleb Williams gives you a little bit more rushing upside, but now he's the QB 12. So he's basically in the top 12 conversation right now if you're looking at best ball draft. So the market has pushed him a little bit higher. I think I had him around 13 or 14 at the time. So still fine, taking him there, Kendall. All the things Ian said are exactly right. You walk into a situation where you've got a lot of talent around you. This is a quarterback, that has been hyped up for multiple years now. We'll see how it ends up working out, but this is a very high-end prospect. And in the projection model, one of the things that it looks at, it goes back and looks at the rookie wide receivers that had at least 500 dropbacks, which are typically your high first round draft picks. And then that gets baked into the model. And then we've got to look at it a little bit to say, hey, what does the team look like? So he projects a little bit lower than where he's going right now, but I don't have a problem taking him in that 12, 13, 14 range. Here's the challenge though. Right now, Tua goes in that range as well. You've got Kirk Cousins in a pretty loaded offense. Maybe you're a little bit worried about the Achilles. So I can see maybe you want to take Caleb Williams over him, but he's really kind of in a group of guys where I want to have exposure to all of them. It's not a situation where I would just suddenly be like, oh, I'm taking Caleb Williams every time he's there. I do like the allure of the offense that he's going to get to play on, like Ian mentioned, and the fact that I wouldn't be surprised if he gave you 350, 400 rushing yards. I know you looked at it, Ian. He's not like this elite dual threat kind of guy, but historically rookies typically can give us a little bit more. And I would say Caleb's more on the plus side than a minus guy. He's not going to come out here and do what Jaden Daniels can potentially do or what we've seen from an Anthony Richardson when he was healthy, but he could still be a plus on the ground. So I think that puts him in the range, Kendall, where going anywhere from 12 to 15 in your fantasy draft is pretty reasonable.
All right. And Freedman, I have to bring up the tweet where I think you said there were no good odds on Caleb Williams going 1 overall, right? It's been the worst kept secret. What was it? How many zeros did it end up being? 6 zeros? There's
6.
No
it was
reason.
literally minus $1 million today at Caesars, betting $1 million to win 100. You could probably do worse things with your money. But absolutely outrageous. I will say though, the first bet that I made of draft season was Caleb Williams minus 900. That was in February, minus 900. And, even then I was thinking, okay, this feels sort of steep. It's not 100%, but man, by the time we get to the draft, this number is going to be way bigger. So yeah, feel decent about that bet. We can chalk that up in the win column, but thinking about the Bears and Caleb Williams and the potential that he has within this offense, it's pretty exciting. I have mapped out, just kind of generally what I think these offenses will look like. I have the Bears right now as the number 16 offense. And I think there's a little bit of room for upside even within that ranking. Obviously, rookie quarterback, a new play caller and offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron, but it's not the typical number one pick coming into a really bad team. As you guys have all mentioned here, a really great supporting cast. And yeah, you would like to see a better number 3 wide receiver than Tyler Scott, but with Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett, maybe they play more 2 tight end sets. And so I think this is really a kind of intriguing offense. I would expect there to be, a transitional period as Williams adjusts to the NFL and as the team adjusts to having a new offensive coordinator and play caller. But I think by the end of the season, this is going to be an offense that has a lot of upside. So pretty excited about what we see in the short term this year. And I mean, the long term could be that this is like a top 5 offense in 2 to 3 years.
Kendall, it's your favorite. It's Shane Waldron.
Oh God, what's he doing? What on
He's
our
offensive
screens?
coordinator for the Bears.
I know. Is he on our screen? Ah, there he is. I'm a little delayed.
I'm just saying. Freedman was saying, "Hey, you got the new coordinator, you got the new, the new quarterback." Like Shane Waldron's like the wild card. I think to Freedman's, I'm not worried about like the number of weapons they have. I think between Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, you've got Gerald Everett and Kmet, and then DeAndre Swift out of the backfield. You've got plenty of weapons to attack. The question is really about Shane Waldron, and really the limiting factor that he's been like historically, like on the Seahawks. Like the positive is he turned Geno Smith around. You could give him some credit for that. Nobody thought Geno would do what he did that season, and he did it. So I think that's a plus for Shane Waldron, and he'll be working with Caleb Williams. I think the minus is just a very, very slow pace offense. I'm talking will drain the absolute life out of your veins kind of slow offense. So hopefully he does not bring that with him to town, but I'm a little bit worried about it because defensive coordinators that turn into head coaches, they like that. They like to slow things down. They just want to try to win these games by small margins. It's like, hey, if the ball bounces our way, we could win 9 or 10 games. Well, yeah, but if the ball doesn't bounce your way, you could only win 6. Like let's put together a team that actually can go out and win like 11 games, even if the ball doesn't always bounce your way. And I think to Freedman's point, there is upside with the offense. My biggest concern is historically rookie quarterbacks plus Shane Waldron, together. And potentially, a team that if they just get off to a slow start, it can be a recipe for low play volume. So we'll see what happens with it. But if they can get past that, I think there is quite a bit of upside with the offense.
I was trying to be nicer about Shane Waldron, Dwayne. I was trying to.
You didn't give me the memo. I thought you wanted to bash him.
I completely forgot about him. No, I completely forgot about him. I will say too, with Geno, like Dave Canales, I give a lot of credit to him too for like the way that he was able to shape Geno a little bit more. And I'm just
you won't even give Shane Waldron credit.
No, I won't. I'm going to say it's Dave. I'm going to say it's Dave, and then he went to the Bucs, did the same thing, and now we're going to see him do the same thing with the Carolina Panthers. So that's just that's my easy way of not mentioning Waldron and being kind of pissed about it. But I will say, guys, the pick is finally in. I think we all agreed too. We're getting scoops tonight, right? We're all good with announcing before. Okay. Yeah. So I want everyone on the stream to know if you're with us, you're probably, not like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they're tipping all these picks. But we will say when we see that the pick is in and is done, we are going to announce it. And I have it 46 seconds ago. The Bears have selected quarterback Caleb Williams with the number 1 overall pick. So that's what we've got today. Our first pick is in. I tried to milk the clock out as much as we could by not talking too much about the Bears and what this means for them. But we've got our producer Matt Swing freaking out in the background. So Ian, I'm going to throw to you on most of these quarterbacks to start with, because you did a ton of research on all of these guys coming in. So I know we talked about the Bears, this offense, what this could mean, but just a little bit of a breakdown for anyone that's just joining us on the stream, what Caleb Williams to the Bears means for this team and the fantasy outlook as well.
Yeah, the Bears just got, honestly, what could be their best quarterback since Sid Luckman. Now, again, that bar is not very high. We've already talked about the 4,000-yard mark, but my goodness, 93 total touchdowns over these past 2 years, only trails Bo Nix. The guy won a Heisman Trophy for a reason. So, yes, I know a few people have been, quick to point out that 2023 Notre Dame game where things didn't go great, but, Patrick Mahomes lost to Iowa State 66-10. Josh Allen at Wyoming scored 3 total points against Iowa, and shout out to the ringer, Steven Ruiz, for doing a great job of going through all these, yes, bad performances from otherwise great quarterbacks, and really zeroing in on the fact that the thing they all had in common was that they were on a team that was really just being beaten down by a far superior other team. And accordingly, the quarterback had to put that Superman cape on and try to do everything in their power to make it different. And that's what I do think we see with Caleb Williams. I mean, we've seen this USC defense give up at least 28 points 18 times over these past 2 seasons. Michigan's defense, JJ McCarthy, once. So really hasn't been a great offensive environment. They lost Jordan Addison and never quite had a number 1 wide receiver this year. And through it all, we still saw Caleb being the most electrifying quarterback in college football, particularly once the play broke down. So there are some questions with, how well is he going to be able to take what the defense is giving him and just make those quick first reads, get the ball to his open player and things of that nature. But the way the NFL is moving, again, with quarterbacks needing to be able to exist outside the structure of the play, Caleb does that than pretty much any quarterback we've seen in recent memory. My comp for him, as much as I would love to go with the Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers like everyone else does, I don't quite see that. But I'm thinking, guys, prime Russell Wilson with a little bit more arm talent might be a future Hall of Fame QB. Congrats, Bears fans.
Ooh, I like it. I like this call out too from you in one of your articles at fantasylife.com. 4 rookie quarterbacks have posted top 12 fantasy finishes over the last decade. And you listed Justin Herbert, CJ Stroud, Dak Prescott, Kyler Murray. And you said, hey, he's got qualities that 4 of those guys had coming into their rookie seasons. And that was a starting job to open the season and the rushing upside. So Dwain, I'm curious with you. Again, the worst kept secret in the NFL, Caleb Williams going to the Bears, but what upside do you see with him in fantasy football?
Yeah, I think it comes back to some of the things we just mentioned earlier. He's got the weapons around him, so that's going to give him ceiling in the passing game. He legit has a shot to throw for over 4,000 yards as a rookie. I think like his ceiling, he could get to like the 4,200, 4,250. Like that wouldn't surprise me. We've got him projected right now for like 3,800. It's a little more conservative, but it's going back and looking at the history of rookie quarterbacks. But obviously the landing spot's really good here. And then if you look at him, from his rushing ability, again, he's not Jaden Daniels level, but Ian did a really good scouting report on him. He talked about, hey, the rushing yards, once you take out the sacks, which, is kind of so like annoying that you have to do that for college stats. But 303, because all we care is like the actual yards that score fantasy points, but 74 attempts for 356 yards in his final season at USC. And 11 touchdowns. And then the year before that, 94 attempts for 624. Obviously, those things, he's going to come down a little bit, in the NFL. But it won't surprise me in a 17-game season if this guy runs for 350 to 450. And that's enough to make a difference for you in fantasy, especially if he ends up scoring 4 or 5 rushing touchdowns on top of that. So I think there is a world that we could live in and look up and say, wow, Caleb Williams, quarterback 8. Like that's the kind of thing that could happen, and he at least has a chance to be like the CJ Stroud. We've got the examples of Trevor Lawrence didn't really do that great, his first year in the league, Kendall. But when you look at Caleb Williams, he's really walking into a room where even last year with CJ Stroud, like we liked Nico Collins here, but we didn't think Nico Collins was on DJ Moore's level, right? Tank Dell, we knew was a playmaker, but we didn't know if he could get on the field more than 50%, of passing plays. We wouldn't have called him better than Keenan Allen. So when you look at all those things and you stack it up, if Caleb Williams is anywhere close to being as good as, CJ Stroud was last year, like he's got the weapons here. So I could easily see him being a top 6 quarterback. I think drafting him in that 12 to 15 range, I'm fine doing that from a fantasy perspective.
Freedman, Caleb Williams minus 800, never in doubt. Congratulations. 1 for 1, baby. Let's go.
1 for 1. It's all downhill from here. I liked Ian's comp of kind of younger Russell Wilson, and mine is kind of similar in that, I'd say like a taller Kyler Murray. I think he has that ability, that dual threat ability that both Kyler and Wilson had entering the league. And we've talked about the upside that he has with that supporting cast. So I'm pretty optimistic about what we're going to see out of Caleb Williams. I do think that the comps to Patrick Mahomes, like stylistically, in terms of like the way that he plays, like I can see it, but he doesn't have like that same level of wizardry that Mahomes has. And so like I would just caution that, like, even though we think that Caleb Williams has a lot of upside, even though like him being the number one pick was never in doubt at any point. Like he should not be compared to Patrick Mahomes. Basically no one should be compared to Patrick Mahomes. Like Caleb Williams has upside, but that upside means like he could have multiple seasons as a top 5 quarterback in the league. Like we shouldn't be thinking of him as a guy that like compares very strongly to maybe the best quarterback of all time. So like I want to like talk out of both sides of my mouth by being like, yes, Caleb Williams, this is great. Bears fans should be ecstatic. The future looks great. And then on the other side, be like, let's just not get overly enthusiastic in what we're projecting or expecting for Caleb Williams.
Any Bears futures in your future? Come on. That was a good one.
Any Bears futures in my
your
future?
Come on.
I don't think so.
I got you to laugh.
Not right now. That division that they are in is really tough.
Yeah, understandable. I will say I have not seen, this next pick come out. So if you guys see it before me, you let me know. But we do have the Washington Commanders on the board here with just a couple minutes left. They're not. I don't know what draft. Like Kendall. I can't. What?
It's in.
It's in?
The pick is, it's Jaden.
Tell me. It is Jaden.
It's Jaden Daniels, yeah.
There we go.
The Heisman winner.
The Heisman winner, ASU alum. And I'll just throw that out there. All right. Well, I don't have any scoops yet. I'm trying to get my Twitter game on. I'm trying to know before everyone else is in. All right. So we've got Jaden Daniels going to the Commanders. Ian, again, I want to go to you with these quarterbacks and what you see. This is a fun one though, because Jaden Daniels, it was between him and Drake May. So now we've got officially the Washington Commanders taking Jaden Daniels with the number 2 overall pick. What do you see in him? What is he going to bring? Please give us hope for Terry McLaurin to finally have a good quarterback and just be happy because he deserves it.
I really hope so. I mean, I forget which one of you guys comped it to Allen Robinson, but that really is how it's been. So DJ Moore and Terry McLaurin neck and neck for a while. Hopefully both these guys just got the best quarterback of their career. So with Jaden Daniels, I just think what's interesting about him is when you have someone as electric as he is as a rusher, and my God, dude was clocking, 21 miles per hour plus on some of those long runs against Florida per real analytics. He is the real deal Holyfield on the ground, and that's going to translate immediately to some high-end fantasy production. We're talking about 14.5 fantasy points per game during his final season from just rushing production. Not quite Lamar Jackson level, but Jalen Hurts was at 17.8. Anthony Richardson was at 10. Kyler was at 12. So, we love what Kyler and Richardson bring to the table as a rusher. Jaden Daniels can potentially be even more than that. So in terms of fantasy quarterbacks, like if you wanted to actually rank Daniels ahead of Caleb, I think you could lean into that rushing aspect. I just wonder if he can kind of put together all the tools and become just an overall complete quarterback, because it's so weird. For as great as he is at rushing the football, he's not all that creative, once the actual pressure gets to him and the play breaks down. That's why I just have never really seen the Lamar Jackson comp working out at all. 48%, just 48% of his pressure dropbacks actually ended up in a pass attempt last season. That was the 4th lowest mark in college football among 147 quarterbacks. So I think he goes through his progressions just fine. The problem is once he kind of decides he's going to run, you see him drop his eyes and go ahead and do that. So as much as the S2 test was the talk of 2023, my God, CJ Stroud found a way to bankrupt that company, huh? The hot stat this year has been pressure to sack ratio, and that is where Daniels has really struggled. When defenses have been able to pressure him, they resulted in sacks more than any of these other big 6 quarterbacks. So again, really high upside here as a rusher in fantasy, which is great. Taysom freaking Hill has been a fantasy QB1 for a while. It's not that complicated. If you're going to run the ball a lot as a quarterback, you're going to produce fantasy points. In terms of how high he's going to, rise as a real life quarterback, we'll see. Personally, I did have Drake May ranked higher, and honestly, in 3 to 4 years, because we got to remember, hey, Kendall, talk about that Arizona State. He beat Justin Herbert when he was at Oregon. Like, this is an older prospect, and I'm less, confident in Daniels being able to fix these problems than I am with some of these 21-year-old signal callers such as Drake May and JJ McCarthy.
Dwayne, what do you think about Jaden Daniels and just him going to probably the best case scenario for himself and for fantasy purposes as well?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't as strong as what just happened with the Bears, but Ian mentioned it. It's really all about the run game. I'm updating the projection, sheet right now as I'm sitting here. Jaden Daniels is going to have one of the highest projected scramble rates in the model. He's going to have one of the highest design rushing attempts, in the model. It won't be quite like on the Lamar level, but it'll probably be in that Josh Allen range. Ian did a really good job on his write-up talking about some of the concerns. He is a little bit of a thinner framed guy. He's not a small guy, but he's also going to have to learn how to avoid contact because he's not built to take a bunch of big hits. He's really similar to RG3, right? He's got that straight line speed. He could definitely take off, hit you with some big plays. Ian just talked about, a lot of the recorded times from real analytics. And I think those are the things like you're going to lean into for Jaden Daniels. I know, Freedman, you were on him really early talking about a guy that you just wanted to be ahead of the market on when you released your first rankings back in January or early February. I can't remember how far back that was now for us. You went a week before me. And, I looked at your stuff and I was like, Freedman's right. Like, we need to really be on Jaden Daniels given this rushing profile. And Ian said it, like Taysom Hill, for crying out loud, as a QB1 anytime he starts at quarterback. Jaden Daniels is probably going to be a QB1 this season in fantasy as long as he gets on the field early. Now, the weapons, again, not as strong as what we saw, for the Bears with Caleb Williams, but you do get Terry McLaurin. Jahan Dotson, he's been a disappointment. He scored some touchdowns in his first year, kind of came on at the end of that year, but really overall that season was not great for him from a target earning perspective. And then last year it was really another dud, but now Curtis Samuel's gone out of the offense. Logan Thomas, not a really big target earner, but a guy that sometimes the quarterbacks in Washington have trusted. He's gone as well. So maybe he picks up a little bit. That's not going to suddenly turn him into like this high-end target earner. But if he can be a playmaker that they can scheme things up for, and then Terry McLaurin's your wide receiver one, and maybe, right, the Commanders do something in the draft in round 2. Right, at the wide receiver position. So like Freedman said, there's some depth there. So I think there's some opportunity, but the biggest thing is Jaden Daniels, right? And his ability as a rusher is going to give him a legit shot to be a top 10 quarterback this year. And in fact, if you just put me on the spot and you want me to talk about a rookie draft, Kendall, I'm taking Caleb Williams. I'm looking long-term. Okay. But if you're telling me that I just have to take one of these two quarterbacks for this year and I have to choose, Girl Scout sauntering to the door, Ian, you got to put the mortgage on it. And it's just for fantasy points per game, minimum 8 games played. I think I'm taking Jaden Daniels just because of the rushing upside, but I want to hear Freedman's take.
100% agree. Let's
come back to this Jaden Daniels conversation because Freedman, I'm really curious what you think that's going to look like. But I want to ask you, Freedman, right now because we've got a pick is in, and we've got the Patriots staying. Adam Schefter tweeted right before this saying there's 0% chance that they're going to trade this pick. They get their quarterback of the future in Drake May. So Freedman, I want to go to you on this one first and just get your overall thoughts because we know that you have done a ton of mock drafts. You were able to evaluate these guys a lot this offseason. So what do you think about the Patriots staying put and taking Drake May here?
So I have no idea if Drake May is going to end up as a good quarterback or not. It's impossible, I think, to evaluate these guys in general. And then of course they get put into a new set of circumstances when they enter the league. And the Patriots aren't surrounding him with a ton of talent right now. And I mapped out all of the offenses, this past couple of weeks, projecting which quarterbacks might go there, whether it was Drake May or Jaden Daniels or maybe even JJ McCarthy. We knew it was going to be a rookie. And you look at the surrounding talent. Who is the number 1 wide receiver for the Patriots? Maybe
they don't even have a one.
They don't have one.
They don't have one. Like their number 1 wide receiver is like a number 4 wide receiver on a lot of other functional offenses. Maybe Hunter Henry is your best pass catcher. Maybe Ramondre Stevenson is your best pass catcher. Like this is not a good situation for a rookie quarterback to be in. And on top of that, you have Alex Van Pelt. And I'm not saying he is a bad coordinator, but he is a fairly unproven coordinator in that he's never called plays. This is an incredibly subpar situation. Now, the thing is, what I will say is that Drake May, he has that sort of Josh Allen type of, I don't know if I'd say even mindset, but play style where maybe he can be on a bad offense for a couple of years and still be a decent fantasy player because he just takes off and runs like the way Allen did in his first couple of seasons in the league. So maybe despite bad circumstances, we see Drake May actually do things for us as fantasy investors, and maybe he actually does develop into a functional long-term NFL quarterback. It's just hard to see how the environment is going to help him. If he has success, I think a lot of it will be because he overcame the obstacles in his way.
Ian, I'm because reading your breakdowns of Drake May, right? There's been a lot of talk of maybe he should sit free here. Maybe he's someone that has all the raw traits, the raw talent, but should learn a little bit. So I'm curious with you because you said you're confident in his ability as a long-term NFL starter. So does this landing spot change anything for you? And especially we've had a few dynasty questions, like where do you rank, not necessarily Caleb Williams, but when we're talking about Jaden Daniels and then Drake May, like where are you at with both of those guys?
Dynasty, it's so tough. It's not even close in terms of 2024. I mean, again, if it's not Demario Douglas, it's KJ Osborne, Kendrick Bourne. They added Austin Hooper this offseason, guys. Is that moving the needle for you? So what I think is important to remember with May, though, like, okay, we do have problems with the footwork and, you know, there has been some questionable on-target accuracy in the intermediate areas of the field. So warranted questions, but remember, he's been in North Carolina 3 years. What would we think of Jaden Daniels if he never got to go to LSU, or Bo Nix if he never left Auburn? Like, that's what we're dealing with Drake May. So in terms of looking at what I believe are some correctable problems, I do think over the next 3 or 4 years, we will see May emerge as the better NFL quarterback than Jaden Daniels. That said, in terms of the fantasy upside, I just think Daniels having that rushing trump card is still too high. But don't completely sleep on May in that factor of the game. He actually averaged more fantasy points per game from rushing production than Caleb Williams did over the past 2 seasons. So Justin Herbert has been a common comp for Drake May, and you can kind of see the similarities, especially when they do uncork one deep. But honestly, I think it's the reckless decision-making that we see May have, hurdling defenders when he shouldn't be, throwing a left-handed touchdown pass out here. I think it's more like if Justin Herbert, you know, was shotgunning a 2-liter of Mountain Dew before every game. So it's certainly going to take, you know, the right coaching staff to hopefully rein in that, you know, gunslinger mentality, get more consistency out of May. Don't think it's going to be here in 2024, but by 25, 26, I think the Patriots should have themselves a quality franchise quarterback.
Dwayne, you like it? Patriots, Jared Mayo, the new era.
Look, it's what the guys have already said. Like, he's surrounded with nothing. I really want to see them use a pick on a skill position player in the second round. Like, I think they really need to do that. So, or if maybe they can get in on making some sort of a trade, you know, to give away capital next year to get someone like a Brandon Ayuk. I don't know that the 49ers would be willing to look at something for next year, but they need to do everything they can to give this guy a chance. We don't even know if Mac Jones is bad or good. You know, Ian talked about Drake May getting to play with a crappy cast, you know, in college. Mac Jones has played with a crappy supporting cast his whole career, and he's still been an accurate quarterback. He hasn't thrown a lot of touchdowns. And when the defense knows they don't have to respect the skill sets on the field, what can they do? They can sit on routes. If you look at this team, like Juju Smith-Schuster, Kendall, what is he? He's like is he a tight end at this point? At one point, Juju was a ascending young player. No longer. I mean, he's basically like an old tight end trying to play slot. Demario Douglas is the best player they have. Yeah, he's an underneath slot guy. Kendrick Bourne coming off of an ACL tear 8 games in last year. He's a good player after the catch. He's not stretching you out vertically, and he's still having to hill. KJ Osborne has had many games without Justin Jefferson, never could even earn a target. Like, this guy can be schemed up. He can maybe give you some big plays. He does add an element of speed to the offense, so I like that. But depending on KJ Osborne to be anything more than like a number 3 or 4 role player, where you're just trying to use other players to manipulate a defense to be like, oh, he's your second read in this. If you get this look, hit him and let him run and do that. He did that in Minnesota. When those kind of looks came up, KJ Osborne paid it off for Kirk Cousins and was able to come up with big plays. But he's not a guy that can just go out there and win on his own. You're going to have to scheme everything up for him. And that's my problem. Every player on this team needs to be schemed up, and none of them can stretch the field vertically on a consistent basis. So what are defenses going to do? They're going to sit on all this stuff. And that's going to lead to pickoffs. That's going to lead to problems. So that's an issue.
I will say, and let's come back to this because I'm curious how we can fix the New England Patriots for 2024. But we've got our first non-quarterback off the board. We've got the Cardinals with the pick is in. You see Ian doing a little dance because we've got Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Cardinals at number 4. We had some rumors that maybe Monty Austinfort was going to be okay trading that pick and going and getting someone else. But Ian, it's Marvin Harrison Jr.'s world and taking over the family business, and here we are.
highest drafted Ohio State wide receiver ever. That's what you get when you end up letting off a back-to-back consensus first team All-American. So look, we've talked about the guy really for months. This is one of the more obvious picks of the draft. I'm sure Freedman wasn't sweating it too much, but yeah, honestly, the biggest shock to me is how he doesn't have a sponsorship deal with Maserati yet. He's signing up with New Balance. I haven't played football in a while. I'm not so sure I can speak down New Balance versus Nike these days, getting a bit longer in the tooth here. But honestly, that's the only flaw I can think of with this guy. I mean, as Dwain mentioned, 100% supermodel score, best we've seen since 2018. It's just a matter of how high is too high for 2024. I mean, if you want to rank him as a top 5 dynasty wide receiver right now, I don't think you're crazy, but top 10 for this season specifically, that's where it gets tough. We did see Jamar Chase drop off a wide receiver 5 finish, but he is the only top 10 selected wide receiver since 2010 to actually finish in the top 10. So AJ Green, Julio Jones, Jalen Waddle, they were all top 16. I don't think Marvin will fall too far, but again, sky high expectations for 2024. He's in the best spot possible to meet it. So good for Marv, good for junior and senior out there, and good for Kyler Murray. I know he's probably the happiest out of anyone right now.
That's what I was going to ask you guys. I mean, Freedman, what do we think? This team, Kyler Murray, we said last year, okay, maybe draft him just in case he's good to go for the fantasy playoffs. It didn't, you weren't spending a lot, but it didn't end up being great for him last season. But now you've got Kyler Murray with James Conner. You've got Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch. You're looking at Trey McBride, who's really, really someone that we've talked a lot about in these tight end rankings. So this team is looking kind of nice, dare I say.
Is it?
It is, right? No? I'm excited for it.
I mean, I'm excited that Kyler Murray has a really good number 1 wide receiver, or someone who could ascend to be a really good number 1 wide receiver, someone with upside. Because before it was like Michael Wilson, who's like, maybe he's a nice number 2. You have Greg Dortch, who's like a good slot receiver, but like you don't want Dortch being the guy that you funnel your entire offense through. You have Trey McBride, who's a really intriguing ascending tight end, but you don't want to funnel your entire offense through the tight end. So yeah, before they got Marvin Harrison, who could become an awesome receiver, it looked like there were a lot of holes, or like a roster that was average. And now with Harrison, they could have a roster that is really good if everyone steps into that role, but it requires Harrison to be a real number 1 right away. It requires Michael Wilson to play as a really strong number 2, right? And then you also have to assume that the offensive line holds up and that Drew Petzing progresses as an offensive coordinator. Like I would say this is an average offense with some upside, but there is the possibility that Harrison isn't an awesome receiver right away. And that just kind of stagnates the offense. So there's intriguing possibilities here, but I don't know how much I'm going to be investing in any of the players in this offense from a fantasy perspective.
Dwain, I guess when we're looking at it from a fantasy perspective, I can't remember where you brought this up before, but it's going to be hard for Marvin Harrison Jr. to outperform his draft cost with where he's going right now, I guess is something that we could say, because he's, people are loving him in the best ball streets, as Peter Overzet likes to say.
Yeah, for sure. Look, if you're drafting Marvin Harrison where you're drafting him now, you're taking him at the beginning of the 2nd round in fantasy drafts. So if you guys haven't been in a draft, you're going to be floored by how high some of these rookies are going. Now, he graded out in the 100th percentile in the Supermodel, which is number 1 all time above Jamar Chase. So this is a guy that broke out early in college. His sophomore year, he had a huge year. He had a great year in his final year. He played alongside other really good teammates. He had Jackson Smith and Jigma there with him much of the time when he was a really young player. Obviously, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson were there, but he can do everything, Kendall. He can beat man coverage, 39% target rate. When his quarterback lines up and sees that this man has man coverage, it's automatic. It's coming to him 39% of the time. That's best of all the players in this class. He can also beat zone coverage, and he can attack all areas of the field. He's shown that he can work the deep range. He's not the best deep threat in the class, but he can win deep. He has sneaky deep speed. He's got the size and the frame to win contested catches. Some of the plays turn into more contested type targets than what you would want. But when you look at what he does in the intermediate area of the field, he's the best in this class. And that's where quarterbacks in the NFL make their money. That's where the chunk plays come from that are not high risk, having to throw the ball 20 plus yards down the field, throwing at all these 2 high safety looks, or even if they're playing a single high safety, the deep safety is playing 20 yards off the line of scrimmage sometimes. So Harrison's really good at setting up his breaks against zone, working to the middle of the field. Any analytics chart that you look at will show you the highest EPA plays are to the middle of the field on the hashes, 10 to 15 yards down the field. And I think Marvin Harrison is by far the best player in the class in that range. I think there are other guys that could come along and challenge him there in the future, but he's ready. He can do all this, and he can do it lining up outside against the top coverage guys. So to Freedman's point, like, he's got such high accolades. Like, I feel like there's a good chance Marvin Harrison Jr. disappoints in year one, but it won't be because he's bad. It'll just be because, like, what people have put on him is they expect him to be Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase in their rookie year. Okay. And I think Marvin Harrison could do that. He grades out really well in the model, but you need things to break your way. You need to stay healthy. You know, there's a lot of things that could happen. You need your quarterback to stay healthy. So I think he is priced really high right now. If you're in a dynasty or a rookie draft, I think he's hands down, you know, the number 1 pick. If you're in a super flex, I think you're going Caleb Williams there, but otherwise it is Marvin Harrison Jr. So I think he's a very complete player. Obviously the supermodel loves him, you know, and it's based on the things that really drive success at the next level. So I think Marvin Harrison Jr., obviously a great pick for the Cardinals. Just the expectations are sky
We've
high
got another
right now
pick is in. I'm going to I wanted to throw to Freedman so bad, but we had news that the Chargers were going to keep this pick, number 5 overall. There was a lot of talk of what they were going to do with it. Maybe a wide receiver. Maybe they were going to go with, Latham. They don't do either of those. I'm sorry, Freedman. They go with offensive tackle Joe Alt. Do you still want? I still kind of want to throw to you though, because
it's fine. It's fine. If it had been Latham, that would have made my night from a betting perspective. Like I could have lost every other bet after that, and it still would have been fine. Instead, I'm here talking with you 3. No, but it's the situation that is really intriguing. The Bengals a few years ago, where they had Jamar Chase and Penei Sewell on the board, and they could choose what are they going to do. The Chargers were in a similar situation here. They could go with a tackle, or they could go with one of the 2 really great wide receivers left on the board, and they went with a tackle. Like, this is the indication about what they want to do as a team and how they want to build themselves. They are going to be a very run-heavy team. That should not surprise anybody based on what Jim Harbaugh did at Michigan and based on what Greg Roman has done in his time with the NFL. At the 49ers, a run-heavy offense with Jim Harbaugh. With the Bills, a run-heavy offense. With Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, a run-heavy offense. Now, you have to ask yourself, how does Justin Herbert fit into this run-heavy scheme? But they're going to run the ball, I think, as much as they can. And I think from the fantasy perspective, that means Justin Herbert is going to be maybe like a super version of a game manager, which is kind of hard to think about because it doesn't feel like that's who he is, but that is probably how he will be used. And so it's going to have pretty big ramifications, not just for Herbert, but for everyone in that passing game. And you have to ask, like, right now, who is their number 1 wide receiver? Is that someone you actually want to be drafting? Maybe they add a receiver at some point in this draft, but from the passing game perspective, it is going to be a pretty hands-off type of scenario, I think, for this upcoming season and maybe beyond, even though Justin Herbert, from a real-life perspective, is comfortably a top 10 quarterback.
I've got a report from Adam Schefter that I'll just read off to you guys. Said, in recent weeks, both the Patriots and the Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. Per his league sources, the answer was very quickly a flat no. They love Herbert. There it is. I'm sure we all know that teams are going to always reach out and see if there's any possibility of maybe trading a quarterback. But Ian, for Justin Herbert and this offense, so we know they go and take Joe Alt. We're like, okay, that's not as sexy for us to talk about about live on the air right now. But you're looking at a depth chart with Gus Edwards, Joshua Palmer, Quentin Johnston. No offense to either of those two wide receivers. And then you've got Will Dissly at tight end. So, I mean, realistically here, when we talk about the next few picks and what this Chargers team is going to do with a new look, you've got Harbaugh in there. I agree with Freedman. I don't think they're going to break the rush attempts record or whatever everyone else has been saying that they're going to try and do. But I'm curious what you think the rest of their the rest of their weekend's going to look like to evolve this team.
I mean, they still have pick 37, 69, 105, and 110. So the last two are starting to, get into round 4, but that's still 5 total picks, including this one, inside the top 110 for what is reportedly, and what we've all been hearing the experts say, is one of the deepest wide receiver classes, in years, if not ever. So I don't think this is that ridiculous of a selection at all. I think everyone trying to come at Harbaugh over wanting to, build an offensive line, run the football. I don't know, guys. He's kind of won every single stop of his coaching career doing that. So maybe he's on to something there. So I know we all want to hear coaches just say, oh, we're going to throw the ball no matter what every play. And yes, that will be cooler in fantasy land. But just for the Chargers, real life future, I think they will be just fine. So hopefully for, my Justin Herbert dynasty shares, we do see them use that pick 37, pick 69 to add some wide receivers. But my God, guys, like now that we are here, the Cardinals got their guy and everything. We mentioned before, if there was a team to maybe get one of those 49ers receivers, can't be that far going from San Fran to LA. I haven't checked the moving prices recently, but that would be incredible. So honestly, for Malik Nabers, it would have been awesome to see him or Odunze here in terms of being Justin Herbert's number 1 receiver. But we were talking a few days ago, and the target projection for whoever ends up being the number 1, probably not going to be that much, further over 100. So Nabers, if we do see him end up going to, again, one of these next few teams, maybe not getting quite as good as quarterback play as he might have gotten in LA, but the target volume should be moving up in a major way.
All right, Dwain, I want to come back to you on these conversations from that last pick, but I want to say that we've got another pick is in, and we've got the Giants not selecting a quarterback like some had said they would. They are going out and they are getting LSU wide receiver Malik Nabers with the 6th overall pick. A huge weapon for Daniel Jones, maybe for Drew Lock. Since Ian is here, I have to mention him, but yeah. What do you think about this instead of maybe a little quarterback competition? They're rolling with Malik Nabers here.
I think you're taking the best player on the board. And I get the Joe Alt pick, but I mean, if I have Justin Herbert in my offense, I'm taking Malik Nabers, like me personally. What Malik Nabers is going to bring, like from a value standpoint, the yards, the explosive plays, the touchdowns, like that just helps your offense so much, especially if you want to come out and run the ball. He's a guy you could move into the slot. He would have been perfect for the Chargers. He could have been attacking that middle area of the field like Anquan Bolden used to do. So I'm disappointed that he didn't go to the Chargers, but not to say Joe Alt's a bad player. Like he's great. And to Freedman's point, what did we expect? This is the MO of Jim Harbaugh. He's going to come out, take the offensive lineman. He's been very clear about his intentions with all of the personnel moves. But moving on to the Giants, I mean, they're getting a great player. I think if you want to argue about who has potentially the highest upside of all the wide receivers in the class, which I think, can be a little bit silly at times. But when you look at Malik Nabers, he's a more explosive playmaker than Marvin Harrison. So if he can ever get to a level, Kendall, where he can truly have some more of the route, he's a good route runner, but if he can have more of that route nuance that we see from Marvin Harrison Jr. in the intermediate ranges of the field, like I think Malik Nabers could even have a higher ceiling because he's so good after the catch. And that's something that Marv, even though he's good at it, like that's not necessarily his strong suit. So I think that this is a great pick for the Giants. For fantasy purposes, Ian mentioned it. You look at a guy landing with the Giants, it's another depth chart that has nothing. We've got Wan'Dale Robinson, really the number 1 target earner. I guess you could say Darren Waller. We don't know what's going to happen. He's talked about retiring. He's going through a lot of personal stuff. But regardless, I think Malik Nabers ends up as the number 1 wide receiver on this team. He's a guy that can win at all levels of the field. He did play inside more in college, Kendall, but he also played outside. So some people get worried about the slot thing, but that's just because they wanted to get him into space and use those traits that he has, get him lined up and in space against linebackers and safeties, and let him use that second gear to really pull away to the next level against defenses. But he beat man coverage, zone coverage, and still attacked all the different areas. Wasn't quite as strong as Marvin Harrison in some of those areas, but again, a guy that made more big plays throughout his college career than what we saw from Marv.
Freedman, you had Malik Nabers going to the Giants in your last mock draft. So shout out to you, first of all, on that one. I have a report here from Diana Rossini tweeting The Giants believe they can still build around Daniel Jones. They have confidence in him. It was Drake May or bust. So what's your reaction here with Malik Nabers going to the Giants? And are you, I guess you can't be surprised by this. I mean, you predicted it. So what the heck?
Yeah, it was a fairly chalky pick. By the way, 5 of 6 on the mock right now. Latham, that one's gonna hurt. But yeah, it's a draft pick that makes all the sense in the world. As Dwain said, although he played a lot in the slot in college, that doesn't mean he's a slot only player. He's got inside outside versatility, the way that Justin Jefferson did when he was entering the league. He's got really good athleticism. And, as Marvin Harrison does with the Cardinals, we now have Malik Nabers giving the Giants an immediate number 1 wide receiver, which they sorely needed. And so there's the question about how good that offense can be. I'm still kind of skeptical about the overall upside, but as a talent on his own, I think that Nabers is very close to Marvin Harrison, but unfortunately he lands on a Giants offense that I right now think is still like a bottom 5 unit in the league.
Ian, I mean, you go from what was it that was tweeted out earlier? It was 2014 OBJ from LSU. Now 10 years later, Malik Nabers writing on the wall.
Hey, it's great to see, and it's just another example. Like, remember a month ago? Oh my gosh, character concerns could be pushing Nabers down the board.
That.
No, you watch the film and you see exactly what these guys are echoing. A different receiver than Marvin Harrison Jr., but still very much a legit wide receiver 1. It was instantly going to be just that in the Giants offense. So really thinks it gives them, some new just dynamic ability after the catch. Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt. These guys are fine, but they're complementary options. Nabers is the guy that I think is going to have that gravity effect on opposing secondaries, because my God, if you do not put a safety over top this guy, it's gonna get problematic in a hurry. So really hope that, the Daniel Jones experience isn't going to be going on too much longer, not just because I don't think he's a very good quarterback, but he's also someone who throws downfield less than almost any other quarterback out there. So honestly, guys, like, as much as I will continue to do my Drew Lock backpack dance and I root for him ride or die and everything, like, we want Drew Lock in over Daniel Jones for the fantasy value of everyone involved. He's not going to run as much, and he's far less, far more fearless throwing downfield. So for now, it's fine. But in terms of Malik Nabers, these potential landing spots, I would have taken the Cardinals. I would have taken the Chargers. Yeah. I'm not even taking the Falcons or Jets or some of these teams that could have been coming in afterwards. So maybe good news for Rome Odunze accordingly.
All right. So it looks like, Freedman, you have a hypothetical you want to go through, maybe?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask, like, would we have preferred to see Rome Odunze in this offense? I feel like he maybe fits a little better. Maybe it's not even really worth asking the question because Odunze isn't in this offense, but I don't know. Like, I expected that it would be Nabers. I mocked it that way, but just in terms of kind of like as a football fan, what I would have wanted to see and what I thought maybe made sense, I feel like Odunze maybe worked just a little bit better within this offense.
I think the only way,
go ahead, Dwayne.
Like, you could say it from a standpoint of this team has a ton of slot wide receivers, and you're going to want to use Malik Nabers in the slot some. Like, I think there's a potential argument that if you're just, hey, ready-made outside wide receiver 1, you could maybe lean Odunze, but man, Nabers graded out as the 3rd best guy ever in the Supermodel. I mean, and Odunze's not far behind. So I still think this is the right pick. I think this is the guy that broke out at an earlier age. He has the better pedigree from the better college. He was a higher high school recruit. Like, I think all the way down the line, he beats Rome Odunze every step of the way in the data points that we know that matters. So I think both guys will be good, but I think it's fine taking Nabers. And I like Brian Daboll as far as being a guy that is creative. He's a guy we saw really unlock Josh Allen. He's a guy that, really used Stephon Diggs to the best of his abilities. He's a guy that has shown like he knows how to put his players in the right situation. The biggest concern really, regardless of who landed here, really is, what Ian was talking about. And it's the quarterback and the limitations that you have from that. As far as like, can we even get to 4,000 yards passing with Daniel Jones? Probably not. Like, I think you're hoping for 3,500. That feels kind of like the ceiling with Daniel Jones. And I think that's just a problem for any receiver that resides in the offense.
Ian?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a pure, like, if you're calling Jalen Hyatt and Wan'Dale Robinson like your starters, okay, maybe Rome Odunze is a bit more of a pure X than what we're getting out of Malik Nabers. But I think regardless of where they line up, we're talking about 2 locked and loaded wide receiver ones. So assuming the Giants, I mean, yeah, I think we know for a fact now they did, have a higher grading preferred Nabers. I don't think worrying about, the team fit with a couple complementary guys was worth taking the lesser players. So overall, good pick in my mind. Nabers was, my 1B in this class. And I think he's, certainly deserving of being a top 4 dynasty pick in a hurry immediately.
All right, so there was a pick that we kind of just kept talking about because we love fantasy football. So, of course, we're going to keep talking about Malik Nabers. But I will say that Latham was drafted. So I don't know, Freedman, I don't know if that's anything that you want to talk about here with the Tennessee Titans. I know that there's more protection there for Will Levis in that situation. I really want to come back to, unless there's another pick coming up where it's fantasy relevant, I really do want to break down this Titans team because they were very active in the offseason with getting Tony Pollard in there and just adding some weapons. But what does JC Latham bring, or do you have any thoughts on him?
Yeah, I mean, Latham, I'll just sort of lament, man, if I could have just gotten those 2 guys flipped, right positions, wrong guys with the Chargers and the Titans picks. But yeah, Latham, I mean, just a mauler, a dude who can slot in at right tackle right away, but does have left tackle potential, young 5-star recruit, played multiple seasons in the SEC at Alabama, like pretty much everything that you would want out of an offensive tackle. Not like a super athletic guy that you sometimes see like Fashanu or something like that, but more of like your sort of like smaller like version of Orlando Brown or something like that. Like the dude could just be outright dominant, especially as a run blocker, but can hold his own as a pass blocker. So he's going to a team that definitely needed an offensive tackle, needs a lot of discipline along the offensive line. And, now they've gotten an infusion of talent. And with Bill Callahan coming in as the offensive line coach, one of the best offensive line coaches that we've seen in the league for the past 15 years, that could be a line that gets, I wouldn't say like good, but like gets like from terrible to league average pretty quickly. And Latham could be one of the main guys that drives that, especially if you place him alongside the guy that they drafted last year in Peter Skoronski at left guard. So I think this is it's a pick that makes a lot of sense. And I think we're going to see like a much more muscular version of the Titans than we saw last year.
Because, Ian, they were PFF's reigning 32nd ranked offensive line last season, right? If that's a stat that I remember you typing out in a lot of articles.
Dead last, Kendall.
Yeah,
they were
tough.
30th in rushing yards before contact per carry and 30th in pressure rate allowed. So really, and again, we talked about this in free agency, but like I thought the fall off of Derrick Henry was a bit overrated. It was more so this Titans offensive line becoming a shell of what they used to be. So, hey, again, kind of like the Bears situation where, you look at what they're doing for a young quarterback, not going to compare Will Levis to Caleb Williams, but all of a sudden, DeAndre Hopkins, Calvin Ridley, 2 explosive pass catching running backs in Tajay Spears and Tony Pollard. Didn't get Brock Bowers, but I think adding another tackle to the equation was the necessary move. And accordingly, it's setting up the Titans to find out once and for all if Levis is going to be the guy in 2025 and beyond. So Freeman, that is, we didn't get quite a chance to talk about it in the pre-show, but if you do go around the league beyond the Raiders and the Broncos obvious spots, I did wonder if the Titans could be a team like a low-key dark horse contender to add another quarterback, or if they'd be content to really ride forward with Will Levis. And turns out it's the latter, at least so far.
Yeah, I think they are going to give Levis as much opportunity as he can have to end up being the guy in this spot. I mean,
Freeman, I'm so sorry.
What happened here?
Do it.
Falcons are taking Michael Penix Jr.
Wow.
What?
Why? What do you pay Kirk Cousins for?
Holy crap.
That
Falcons. All right,
that
pick is in.
feels like fake news.
That's weird. No, it's a fit. Well,
oh my God.
do you have
it's
official?
everywhere.
Let's hold for 1 second. That seems, I believe you, Ian.
Shout out Jordan Schultz.
Was
We'll
it Jordan? He's pretty good then. Pretty good. He's usually on it.
Ari's tailing on it.
Oh, then it's
Oh, my
official.
goodness.
Wow. So, all right. I was going to ask you guys, holy crap. I was going to ask you guys what the Falcons are going to do here because reports came out from Diana Rossini that they're open to trading. I mean, Ian, I don't even know. What's your Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons?
No. We're going to Freedman here, Kendall. Look
All
at
right,
that man.
Freedman. I'm so sorry. I forgot. It's so early. I forgot about your bet.
I just don't even know what to say. Like, I thought that this might come down to like the final 5 picks of the night. Like, instead, I'm just going to be a dead husk of a human being for like the next 4 hours. This is unbelievable. Nobody thought in a best case scenario that Penix would go in the top 10, in the top 8. This is unfathomable. Like, let's set aside the fact that you just spent a lot of money to bring in Kirk Cousins. Like, let's set that aside. We are talking about as great as Penix was with the production in college. A guy who is 24 years old, has had 4 different season-ending injuries, and was surrounded by NFL caliber talent. So you have to ask yourself, like, how good of a player is he? Is he someone who is really benefiting from all of the talent around him? And I will say, it's not like I'm a film guru by any means, but, you know, like, I watch a little bit of stuff. And then, of course, like, I read from the people who actually do know what they're doing when they're watching films. Like, Penix, even with all the production, it felt like a lot of that was scheme dependent, where, like, even though he's throwing the ball and completing passes, they aren't like precision passes. They're not passes that are setting his guys up for a lot of yak after the catch. Like, I just have a world of questions like about the process for how you got here, and then also the prospect. So, like, Michael Penix, like, nothing against him as like someone who could have success in the league, but he feels like he's more in that, like, as a prospect, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr kind of range versus someone who actually belongs in the top 10. Like, this is a Christian Ponder type of reach, and Christian Ponder didn't go in the top 10. Like, this is unbelievable.
Ian, Dwain, I was looking if there was a trade. I didn't know if maybe Kirk was, there was a trade involved in that, and there's not. It's just straight up that the Falcons have taken Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick. So
this is Ian's scenario of the Cowboys. It's just the Falcons did it.
It really is. Like, I pulled up Kirk Cousins' contract right now. Like, they're not getting out of this before 2026. So you just drafted a quarterback that's going to be 24 years old in a couple of weeks, who will not be seeing the field until he's 26. What they drafted Brandon Whedon at 28. Like, we're not that far removed from that at this point. So absolutely wild. I mean, again, I did not think this was necessarily a situation where they needed Rome Odunze, having Kyle Pitts, Drake London. They added Darnell Mooney. You got Bijan. Like, the pieces were there for Kirk. I think everyone was happy with this situation, but apparently not the Falcons. So shocker, just, you know, incredibly shocking. I'm with Freedman, where I thought this was more of a round 2 quarterback. Not that there's not, you know, some stuff to like about Penix. I mean, the downfield deep ball. If you guys just watch the Texas game and that's it, like, it's similar to CJ Stroud against Georgia, where, like, I think that singular game from Penix might have been better than any other quarterback in the class can attest to having in just 60 minutes of football. But obviously, we have 6 years of Penix to evaluate. And the guy, as much as he did, you know, happened to run that high 4.5 40, 8 total rushing yards in 15 games last year. He is very stationary in the pocket. As much as he doesn't let pressure turn to sacks, he does let it fluster him and throw off the back foot. Major questions if he can throw across the intermediate areas of the field. That's why I've always thought that Tua comp was just lazy, and only because they're left-handed. Hey, I thought Penix was one of these guys similar to Bo Nix. We're like, okay, they're pro-ready. They could be ready for a team like the Raiders and the Broncos. Perhaps they can be a league average starter sooner rather than later. Drafting a developmental 24-year-old quarterback, I don't get it.
Is there? I'm just asking this to the group. I mean, you're in on Kirk for what, $100 million guaranteed. So you're not. I mean, Dwain, are you? I don't know. Are you trading? I don't know. I guess I don't know this situation. What are they doing with Michael Penix Jr. and then $100 million guaranteed to Kirk?
Yeah, I mean, look, even if you like Penix, like, I feel like you've got to make a trade down, and then you just take him later. Like, that's the thing that's making me scratch my head. I will say that there are people in the industry like Matt Waldman, who has done really great work around quarterbacks and has been right around a lot of quarterbacks whenever other, film gurus, quote unquote, have been wrong. And he loves Penix. Like, he has him as his number 2 quarterback in the class behind Caleb Williams. He understands that age is a concern, but he actually had the opposite idea around him. He talked about him being a guy that does have the pinpoint accuracy. He does have the NFL level accuracy. So, there are some people out there that obviously know what they're doing, watching the stuff that they think, Penix can be great. But I still have a problem with the pick, because ultimately I think you trade down to make this happen.
Yes.
I don't understand why you stay at the pick unless you somehow got wind that you thought that this is who the Broncos are going for, right? Or the Vikings. Like, I just, that would be the only thing. But even then, like, how do you really trust?
Then just move on, right?
rumor
Then
like
just
that?
then
Yeah.
just don't go for then just move on and go for your next guy, right?
Yeah, or you're on the phone with those teams seeing if they
Yes.
want to trade up, like, and how much they're willing to offer you if they really love Penix that much. So, I don't know. It's a weird pick. I'll just say on the prospect side, there are people in the industry that really do a good job on quarterbacks that actually really like Penix as the number 2 quarterback. So I don't want to be too early, but the problem is, like Ian said, you look at this money for Kirk Cousins, like another 4 years. What they signed him to 4 at 180, and would you say, Ian, 2
100.
years before they can really get out? Like, so. Yeah, this is a head scratcher all the way around.
Is it 2 years?
And it's a trigger point for Freedman. So
and Freedman is walking out. We've still got like 3 hours left.
Friedman thought this was going to be a sweat. He didn't even have to sweat it. It's over. Freedman.
I didn't even throw to Freedman because it was so early that I forgot about the bet because I thought it wasn't going to happen till the end.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say. I'm just
got a pick.
I'm going through the spreadsheet, grading all of the bets that I've already lost, and it's pain. It is pain. I have never had a losing season betting the draft, but this year I might. It's great to be a first timer on this.
It's a comeback
We're
time.
still gonna
You're gonna make a comeback.
We're gonna it'll be okay. Let's there's so many things to talk about with this Michael Penix Jr. pick. We've got the Bears on the clock and the pick is in for us. We've got the spoilers here. So they are taking Washington wide receiver Rome Odunze at number 9, adding him with DJ Moore, adding him with Keenan Allen. So the pick is in there. Dwain, I'm going to go to you for wide receivers specifically, especially with Rome Odunze because of the wide receiver rookie supermodel. But if there's an early winners of night 1 of the draft, it has to be the Bears with how this has started for them.
Yeah, and Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Now you're absolutely loaded. Adding Rome Odunze to what you already had going here. So Odunze goes a little bit later. I had him at pick 6, based on all the mock drafts. So that's going to move him down just a little bit, in the supermodel, but he's still going to grade it out really good. And the bottom line is, like, as a player, Kendall, he's a guy that he graded out a tier below Malik Nabers and Marvin Harrison Jr. for a few reasons. Number one, he didn't break out as early, and age does matter in the model, and he never reached their same heights. Now, he was playing with Jalen Polk. He was playing, with an offense that's going to have multiple guys go in the first 2-3 days, of the draft. We have McMillan as well playing the slot. So he had a lot of competition, but the model does already adjust for that. So he comes in just below those guys, but he is a complete receiver, Kendall. If you look at what he can do, you heard Freeman earlier, actually, throwing out the hypothetical, would Rome Odunze potentially be a better fit for the Giants? And the reasons, right, for that, like, they hold true, like, for what you're talking about with the Bears. This is a guy that from day one, he can line up on the outside, Kendall. He's a guy that's shown to be able to beat man and zone coverage. 29% targets per route run. It's not Marvin Harrison at 39%, but that's why he grades out a little bit lower. That's still a really good mark. The average wide receiver in college gets a target 22% of the time that they face man coverage. And Odunze was well over that at 29%. He was also better against zone coverage at 25%. And then if you look at his ability to really attack all areas of the field, I think you could argue, like, he is actually one of the more balanced receivers, Kendall. He showed to be able to attack, he used a ton around the line of scrimmage, but short, intermediate, deep, like, he did all of it. And he did it lining up on the outside, having to play often against the other team's best corner, often facing 2 people in coverage. So those are really positive things. The only thing that keeps him a little bit lower in the model is his biggest season wasn't as big as the other two guys, and he did it at a little bit later in his career, at Washington. And obviously, did it all with, Freedman's favorite, Michael Penix. So I think when you look at Rome Odunze, he's a ready-made wide receiver 1 in your rookie drafts. Will he be a wide receiver 1 this year in fantasy? I think that's tough. You're going to have a lot of target competition, but I think Rome Odunze within the next 3 years will give you a wide receiver 1 upside. Probably right now, more of a wide receiver 3, you're hoping. We went through this last year. He's a better prospect than JSN, but you guys saw what happens. When you land on a team that's already got DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, we've got Keenan Allen, we've got DJ Moore, it's going to be hard for Rome Odunze. I think he's going to move down in ADP from where he's been because it's going to be hard to earn targets in year 1.
Waldron's out, Dwayne. Waldron's gone, so now it's JSN season. That's what we're.
But now Waldron has to be with Odunze.
Oh,
so,
gosh, you're right. We've I'm going to come back to talk with the rest of us about Rome Odunze in this landing spot. I want to hit on a trade that just happened. So we've got a trade with the Vikings getting number 10 overall and 203. They traded with the Jets, so the Jets get number 11, 129, and 157. So Freedman, I guess throw it to you and say the Vikings are more than likely going up to get their quarterback one pick.
Yeah,
Maybe?
I mean, one would assume that is what is happening. It's interesting. There was a lot of kind of noise that the Jets were going to make a move up to try to get Odunze because there was the idea that the Bears at 9 would be taking him. That obviously didn't happen here. Maybe, they couldn't get up to the Falcons because the Falcons were just so hot for Michael Penix, just absolutely had to have him that they weren't going to trade the number 8 pick. But you have here the Jets trading down, the Vikings trading up, and presumably it's for JJ McCarthy here.
And you are absolutely 100% correct. We've got a pick is in, again, the Vikings traded up with the Jets. They went from 11 to 10. And so now they are drafting officially JJ McCarthy with this pick. I'm still thinking about Michael Penix Jr. I'm sorry, Freeman.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm so sorry. I just can't even get that out of my head. Ian, let me go to you because, again, you went through all these quarterbacks. This was probably, again, one of the worst kept secrets in the NFL, like how many teams wanted JJ McCarthy here. So now you've got the Vikings with their new quarterback and how that affects the team.
Yeah, I guess they, really thought the Broncos could move up because remember, they were just about to pick at 11. And certainly I don't think they were expecting the Jets to go ahead and do this. But no, as we said, before the show, this was the best case for JJ McCarthy. Now, whether he is asked to go out there from day one and be the guy for the Vikings, we shall see. But honestly, if you do just look at him from high school to now, this was someone who I understand, guys, didn't have to throw a ton of passes at Michigan, just like every other quarterback to play under Jim Harbaugh, CC Andrew freaking Luck of all people. This is still a former 5-star recruit who finished his high school career winning a national championship at powerhouse IMG Academy. Then he goes to Michigan. And why didn't he throw the football more? Probably because they went 27-1 and didn't need him to regularly. So the one game that his defense did give up more than 28 points, he ends up, accounting for nearly 400 total yards of offense in an absolute shootout against TCU. So not a perfect prospect. I think you'd like to see him build up that arm strength a little more, which he probably can. This dude couldn't legally drink yet when Michigan won the national championship this year. So his, big time calling card is his performance on 3rd and long and 4th downs. EPA per drop back just absolutely, trouncing these other quarterbacks in that area of the game. So there's always a lot to like there in terms of, the real life NFL football guy. He's a winner. He works out of, more of a pro style offense than what some of those Pac-12 guys are. So again, I think the upside for McCarthy is, quite a bit higher than maybe he's getting credit for. Freedman, I know earlier I threw out kind of that Gen Z Alex Smith comp. There's a year or two, at least when Alex Smith was surrounded by big time playmakers, that he ended up being, worth quite a bit here in Fantasyland.
Yeah, I like JJ McCarthy as I said earlier, like kind of like an Uber version of Brock Purdy, which I kind of don't mean that as like an insult. I feel like Brock Purdy is actually better than people think. Like he's someone who doesn't make mistakes. like takes what the defense gives him, plays within the structure of the offense, and facilitates, I think, at a pretty high level. And I think we saw that out of JJ McCarthy. The question will be like, is he going to be something better than Kirk Cousins within that offense? And like, Kirk Cousins was good for Justin Jefferson. He was good for the pass catchers in that offense. Like, he was good for the offense as a whole, but from a fantasy perspective, he wasn't very exciting. I think that is going to be like maybe the best case scenario for JJ McCarthy, except like McCarthy is more athletic. He does have the potential to run more than we saw out of Kirk Cousins. But I think there's going to be the question of like fantasy. Is he ever going to be a better fantasy asset than he is a real life quarterback? Like, I think he could be a really good real life quarterback and still never be someone that you're that excited to have on your fantasy roster.
Dwain, I'm curious because we talked about it at the beginning of the show, and we talked about potentially JJ McCarthy going to the Vikings. Now it is officially official. You said, hey, Justin Jefferson, quarterback proof. You still have him as your wide receiver 4. And Ian was talking about maybe you push him 5-6, but that even seems a little bit like too much because it is the Justin Jefferson. But what about, the other fantasy assets? I use assets maybe in air quotes for this team and what JJ McCarthy is coming into this year.
Well, real quick on Jefferson, I think wide receiver 7 to 8 is actually where he's going to end up settling in. I think this is going to be a team that throws for 225, 235 yards per game. If you go back in history and look at teams that went from throwing around 275 per game or in that range, I didn't want to make it exact because you get such a small sample, but basically taking a step down of 50 yards passing per game. And I went back to 2011, Kendall. 88% of those wide receivers, and I looked at wide receiver 4, 3s, 2s, and 1s. So you at least had to have been good enough to qualify. 88% of those wide receivers saw a drop off in production. And on average, high-end players like wide receiver 1s, wide receiver 2s, they saw 2.5 to 3 points. And right now we have Justin Jefferson projected for 2.7 points less per game than last year. He's still a late round 1 pick. Right. So he's still a late round 1 pick, but he's not the guy that you want to take at the top of round 1. Now, as far as the rest of the guys, yeah, Kendall, I think when you look at, Jordan Addison, because he's already got to deal with Justin Jefferson being the alpha on the team early in the season, you won't have TJ Hawkinson coming off the ACL. He could miss up to half the season. He could get a slow ramp up. So that could help Jordan Addison, just a little bit, but at the same time, like, it's going to be tough when you're only throwing for 200 to 225 yards per game. It's going to make it rough for Jordan Addison to really be a huge fantasy asset. So I'm looking at him now, Kendall, as really more of a wide receiver 4. Last year, he's a guy we liked as a wide receiver 3.
All right. That was that was a long sequence of just like random stuff going on, you guys. Freedman left because of Penix. He's not here with us anymore. No, I'm totally kidding. He's coming right back. But that was absolutely nuts. So again, JJ McCarthy, we had Michael Penix Jr. going to the Atlanta Falcons. And so now we've got the Jets on the clock. I don't know. Ian, have you seen any spoilers? Do you know anything before me?
Not yet, but I think what we're all wondering is, could this be the Brock Bowers pick?
Right?
Again, there's still some tackles on the board. Maybe they decide that they already have enough firepower, in their wide receiver room. Tyler Conklin, Jeremy Ruckert aren't exactly needle movers, but they're passable enough. Adding Bowers, though, Dwain, I don't doubt how good he can be down the line, but let's face it, even the best, tight ends generally don't achieve that much as a rookie. And I just wonder if Bowers, being more of a slot receiver, like, do you really think the Jets are one of the better offenses for him? I would almost prefer if he winds up on a Chargers or maybe a Broncos where, maybe we're not getting quite as high-end quarterback play, but I feel like there's a lot less target competition there.
I think he's probably fine with the Jets. You just need Aaron Rodgers to stay healthy. I think Garrett Wilson obviously is an absolute beast, but Tyler Conklin, like, he's not an every down tight end that blocks. So I think Brock Bowers immediately takes like all of that role. I mean, so I think you're immediately looking at 65 to 70% route participation. It's just a matter of, like, does Ruckert come on and be a guy that they want to keep on the field to help block? Like, they don't really have a proven tight end room. Like, if CJ Uzomah was still there, I'd be a little more worried because he is proven as a blocker and he gives you a different element in an offense that we know is going to want to run a fullback out there. They're going to want to have a blocking tight end at times, but I don't know that they really have that on their roster right now. I will say Conklin is good enough to make you think about it a little bit. You know, it's not the situation where Sam Laporta walks into a room last year and says, oh, this guy named Brock Wright, he must really block really, really right, you know. And then you got James Mitchell. And then you look at the time before that was Kyle Pitts. He walked into a pretty barren tight end room. And before that, Evan Ingram, you know, was a top 10 fantasy tight end as a rookie. And he came into a depth chart that had absolutely nothing. So I think it's a little tougher than that. But I think if Bowers does, you know, if he lands with the Jets, I think that it can still be really good. And I think we would probably start off projecting him for like a 70% route participation, which is going to put him in the top 12 conversation. It's just a matter of what you always say, hate the player, not the ADP. How high do people stay on him? Because right now, Brock Bowers, you know, I mean, if you're taking him and you got to take him as like a tight end 6 or 7, that can be tougher. If suddenly you're going to take him as tight end 10 or 11, I like the argument a lot more because you start looking at the names below him, Ian, and you're like, okay, well, I can see, though, if he hits his upside, it's probably better than these guys and the upside they're going to give us. But the challenge is if you're having to take him in a spot where you're looking at other guys where Evan Ingram and people like that are still on the board.
Well,
I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know because it's not Brock Bowers.
Oh, just kept going on with Here we go.
Because it's not, but that was good hypotheticals. We've got.
Tell me to shut up next time, Kendall.
No, it sounded good. It sounded good. Ian was listening.
It just happened. You're good.
It just happened. It just happened. So that's why it was funny. But we've got the Jets, I guess, making the smart move. Friedman, we're gonna hear from you on this one. They take the Penn State offensive tackle Olu Fashanu with pick 11. Protect Aaron Rodgers at all costs and hope Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. Anything on Fashanu?
Well, just quickly to say, sorry, I had to drop off. I couldn't grade all of the losses on my my betting card.
Couldn't pay your electric bill.
Yeah, with all of the background I was going, so I had to drop off to grade my L's. But this has kind of been an amazing transformation of the offensive line for the Jets this offseason. I mean, last year, obviously, Aaron Rodgers injured on the 4th play of the game, and you had an offensive line that has been in shambles for much of the past 2 seasons. This offseason, they brought in left tackle Tyron Smith, brought in left guard John Simpson, traded for right tackle Morgan Moses, and now they have added in the draft Olu Fashanu. And, of course, they drafted Joe Tippmann recently and Elijah Vera Tucker coming back from injuries. Like, this could actually be a pretty good offensive line if people stay healthy. If they don't stay healthy, then you have Olu Fashanu being able to come in and be your kind of super swing tackle. I don't think he really has the flexibility to kick inside and play at guard. So maybe one of the other offensive linemen would have made a little more sense in the short term, but in the long term, he certainly has the upside to be a franchise blindside protector for your quarterback. So it's a pick that I think makes sense. And, you know, maybe at some point he actually enters the starting lineup sooner rather than later. And maybe he kicks Morgan Moses into guard or, you know, to the bench and whatever it is. But it's a weird situation where you want to maximize this potential championship window that you have right now with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And you're not doing that with an offensive lineman who, in a best case scenario, doesn't see the field because everyone in front of him stays healthy. But long term, I do think it makes sense.
Ian or Dwain, let's go to you then with Breece Hall, because I want to ask all of you what the thoughts are with just this offense. I know we're going to talk about Aaron Rodgers a little bit later because this is a team where we still have these questions and people are commenting on the YouTube channel. So make sure you guys leave comments, questions, anything that you want us to talk about after this show is done. But Dwain, Breece Hall, what are you thinking about him with this
Breece
pick
Hall,
in just 2024?
This is great for him. Like,
Okay.
The better your offensive line is, obviously that's good. We also want to keep Aaron Rodgers healthy so we don't lose the whole season before it begins. Shout out to Elliot Chris. I had a call with him today. He said, you know, Dwayne, I don't need a Super Bowl from the Jets. I just need the season to still be alive, like after a quarter. So I think Elliott's going to be in good shape. They can keep Aaron Rodgers upright. I know he had some hopes for Brock Bowers or Odunze here, but I think it's still a good pick, you know, for the overall offense. And if you look at Breece Hall, he's the closest thing on planet Earth to Christian McCaffrey. We're talking about a guy with a targets per route run over his first 3 seasons of 27 freaking %. This guy is so used in the passing game. He's an elite running back that can give you big plays. He's also shown an ability late last season to carry a heavy workload, even though he was coming off of the knee injury. He's now going to be a full season removed from that. Right now, people are taking Bijan Robinson over him in drafts. I don't like, I want exposure to both players. So if I have to, I will. But I really think that Breece Hall should be ahead of Bijan in rankings. And I love Bijan Robinson. But I think that Breece Hall is the closest thing we have to CMC. You could even make an argument for him all the way up to number 2 if you wanted. I think he's easily a top 4 guy. Just really checks all of the boxes. So I'm all in on Breece Hall this season. I think it's a tough year to take quarterback in the first round because people are to take running back in the first round of fantasy drafts because people are letting them fall so far. I talked with Ian today. Freedman and I have chatted. It's amazing how far some of these running backs, people are willing to let them fall around 5, 6, 7. So strategy wise, it's going to be tough, but I think you could go anchor running back with a guy like Breece and still feel really good about your team. But Ian, really curious on your thoughts on the whole Bijan Robinson versus Breece Hall thing. And obviously this pick helping out Hall a little bit.
Ian, I want to come
top
back
3
to
running backs, but go ahead, Kendall.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've written it down. I promise that we're going to come back to you on this one because the Jets are just an interesting conversation to have in general. But we've got the Broncos and another quarterback being taken off the board. The Broncos are going. I said it would be madness if they didn't go get a quarterback. I don't know if they didn't have to. They could have maybe waited to go and get Bo Nix, but the pick is in. They are taking Bo Nix with their pick in the first round here. And again, Ian, I'll go to you on Bo Nix and what you saw from breaking him down this offseason and what he adds to Jarrett Stidham and then Zach Wilson. So maybe the starter this year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Zach Wilson, Broncos QB1 job, a little bit longer than Amon-Ra's, crown as the highest paid wide receiver, but not by much. Look, with Bo Nix, it's a similar argument, and just question as, Jaden Daniels and Michael Penix. Like, if we saw Bo Nix coming out after Auburn, like, I don't think he would have even been a day 2 pick, so to see him go 12th overall after getting to play a lot of college football against guys 5 years younger than him, you have to question how much of what we were seeing was him being a very good quarterback, scoring 94 touchdowns over the past 2 seasons, most, among any Power 5 QB. That's pretty great. But looking at the offensive environment, lowest pressure rate in college football. Troy Franklin and those wide receivers are running wide open all game long. Life was pretty easy for him. So there were some good things. I mean, we're talking about a guy that really does minimize mistakes, just 6 total sacks taken in 2023. So if you believe that's more of a quarterback stat, that's working out for you. As much as we can look at, his low average target depth, kind of lack of deep balls. We have seen him have that ability, particularly at Auburn, to extend the play and use his legs a little bit. So I don't hate it. Some of my comps for him, Baker Mayfield with a little less arm talent, a homeless man's Tony Romo, post 2017 Carson Wentz. So yeah, not great, but I think there could be a top 20 NFL QB in there. And maybe if Sean Payton's got a little bit of that, QB whisperer magic left, he can get the most out of him. So I will say that, shout out Joel Klatt, the voice of college football over there at Fox. And, he's been all over this from the beginning. And in his OG mock draft, he had Nix going at 12, basically stating that, hey, he is a sort of point guard quarterback that Sean Payton wants to distribute the football. I guess my only problem, Dwain, would be like, it'd be a lot cooler if there were some actual, high-end NFL receivers to get the football to in Denver, because right now it's pretty much Cortland Sutton and everyone else, with all due respect to our guy Marvin Mims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's going to make it tough. I will say, reading Matt Waldman's RSP, the comp that he gave, again, like on the high end range and that whole point guard thing that you mentioned, one of the names he mentioned was Drew Brees. So obviously Drew Brees was a more prolific passer in college, and I think obviously came with more pedigree, even though he ended up being a 2nd round pick for the Chargers that year. But to even hear it in the same breath, and so we know that Sean Payton, Ian, I was doing the projections this week, and I couldn't get over. I'm like, really? Like, I got to give 27% targets per route run to Javonte Williams. Oh, I got to give 25% to Samaje Perine. And then Jaleel McLaughlin gets 28% because they throw the ball. They check the ball down to the running back all the time. They do a lot of design scheme stuff. They do a lot of stuff around the line of scrimmage. with the wide receivers as well. And even, you know, like in these players that have been big hits in the Sean Payton offense, Marquise Colston back in the day, Michael Thomas, really more of these underneath and intermediate guys that are almost like big slots. They still line up on the outside, but they're not playing like a true X. They're almost running more of a Z's route tree. So it'll be interesting to see, can Cortland Sutton like take that step? Like, because like we didn't see it last year.
No.
But to be fair to him, Russ Wilson's not good at the intermediate and short game, right? He's really good at hitting the deep ball, you know, and hitting some of the layered stuff, deeper crossers down the middle of the field. So I think it'll be interesting to see what it looks like. I feel like my gut says this is a reach to take Bo Nix here, but stylistically, like I get the idea of why Sean Payton likes this type of quarterback.
I will say it's Sean Payton's never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds heading into tonight. So there's that. And now you've got 6 of the first 12 picks in the NFL draft being quarterbacks. So I'm sorry, Freedman. I just keep bringing up stuff that's not very fun. But I will say some of the rumors that we heard too was Cortland Sutton being traded tonight. I don't know. I mean, we're looking still, though, at a depth chart. If Cortland Sutton was traded, that you have Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims, and Ian, for you, I have to mention Tim Patrick because he will come back and be better. But this is still one of these teams where we like Javonte Williams. Samaje Perine is still there. But with Bo Nix coming in and potentially being a starter and maybe Adam Troutman as their tight end, there's just talk about a team with a lot of holes. And it feels like there's not enough draft picks for them to kind of get over that hump. But Freedman, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this team going into this season or what you think they could do for the rest of the couple days in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, so just before we get to that, a couple of side notes. One, we are now, is it 12 picks into this draft?
Yep.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but not one defensive player has been
Correct.
selected.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, that's definitely a record, kind of unbelievable. And Kendall, as you mentioned, 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks, not even like the most optimistic of mock drafters would have had that. They would have had like 6 in the first 13, but this is absolutely unreal. It ties 6 round 1 quarterbacks. That ties the NFL record that was first set by the all-time great 1983 class. Like,
wow.
You are starting to say like, hey, this is like one of the best quarterback prospect classes of all time. Or like it's a quarterback strong class that meets a period in time where a lot of teams just absolutely need quarterbacks and they are reaching. It's maybe a combination of all of those things, but I think it is unreal the run that we have seen on quarterbacks here. And there are still a lot of really great offensive linemen on the board. I would expect that we start to see some of them go, and like, who knows when we finally see this this first defensive player off the board. It might still be a while, which is just kind of unthinkable to think that we're getting near the midway point of this draft and all of the defensive players are still available.
We've got pick is in. Ian has his hands covering his face because we've got the Las Vegas Raiders. We've got the Las Vegas Raiders going with Brock Bowers, tight end. Yeah, there's a lot, Ian, to break down on this one. Mostly like Michael Mayer. No more Michael Mayer season. They go ahead and get a tight end with this pick.
I mean, look, seemingly they're drafting Brock Bowers to be a true slot receiver. I'm not sure why Brock Bowers doesn't identify as a wide receiver. He could probably make some more money on his second contract. So the offense, yeah, the skill position talent is great, but now it's really crowded with a quarterback, whether it's going to be Gardner Minshew or Aiden freaking O'Connell, that we're probably not going to project to throw for more than 3,500 yards. So yeah, with Bowers, like, okay, talent's there, dynasty, top 5 tight end. I would like to think he can get there eventually, but man, this complicates things with Mayer because we see teams really go out there, try to do 2 tight end stuff, and it usually ends up resulting in both guys not playing quite enough to be super high-end fantasy performers. And that's usually not in offenses that also have Devontae freaking Adams and Jacoby Myers on the outside, presumably earning the most targets. So there's a low yardage ceiling for everyone involved. It's now crowded. This was also an offense that really liked to run the ball a lot, once Antonio Pierce ended up taking that job. So yeah, I would say this is, Dwain, like a bottom 5 landing spot for Bowers. This could have been the worst one. How did this just happen?
This is the worst. We don't have a quarterback, like you just said. You've got veteran presence there with Adams. And Michael Mayer was one of the stronger prospects in the rookie supermodel. So, I mean, yes, Brock Bowers is ahead of him. He's the number 2 all-time tight end in the supermodel because he can do a lot of great things. But now you also, I mean, this is terrible. Like, because it's what you said. Every once in a while, like, people like to point back to, yes, in New England, at one point a long time ago, we had Gronk and Aaron Hernandez. But, like, name another time where that's worked out. It's not been a good recipe, especially when you don't have this guy named Tom Brady under center or on shotgun, like back there slinging the ball. So, here are the positives. Brock Bowers is an amazing player. I mean, so I want to at least give him his due. This is a guy that's a complete mismatch against linebackers, against safeties. He's a mismatch against many corners out of the slot. This is a guy that went to a huge program. He didn't score quite as high as he could have in the supermodel because he didn't run. And it does matter. Your speed score matters in the supermodel. But had he run and had like a 4.5 40, which is what he had back at his Nike Spark workout. And most players get faster from there. I'm not saying all players do. And then I know sometimes people say, oh, those times aren't reliable. Overall, like, they've seemed pretty good to me. But had he run that, like, he had a chance to be better than Kyle Pitts in the model, but he also would have needed to go earlier than this draft pick. So Kyle Pitts still reigns as the number 1 tight end all time in the model. But you're talking about a tight end that is very special. And man, I hate this. I really do.
Yeah.
Like, I hate this landing. I'm not crazy about Odunze, honestly. I know Matt Swing producing. I love you. I know you love getting Odunze. Not necessarily great for fantasy. We're going to have to wait. And then right now with Brock Bowers, he can't go anywhere near where he's been going in fantasy drafts. Like, I mean, you're probably looking at moving him down to tight end 16, 15, somewhere in there. Unless we just truly think he's going to keep Michael Mayer off the field completely. And again, Michael Mayer was a good prospect in the model, was a guy that started earning targets at a very early age, like as a freshman at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And he holds tons of records at Notre Dame, one of the best tight end programs that we've ever seen. And Michael Mayer owns a lot of records there. Is Brock Bowers better? Yeah, but Michael Mayer is still good enough to force his way onto the field. So this is one of those deals where I was really looking forward to drafting both Brock Bowers and Michael Mayer. And now I don't know, Ian, that I'm going to be drafting either one of them.
Tough. I was going to say, how have the landing spots, because we've got the Saints on the clock right now. I do have a tweet saying that they are listening to trade offers. So if anyone sees if they are going to trade or whatever, let us know. But landing spot wise, this one was weird because you've got Brock Bowers to the Raiders. And then we had the absolute chaos of Michael Penix Jr. going to the Falcons, Rome Odunze going to the Bears. And we also talked about maybe Malik Nabers to the Giants wasn't as great as we thought it could be. So just going into this one, we're already we're at pick 14 right now. I mean, Freedman, I don't even want to ask how you're doing yet, but how are we doing? Just fantasy landing spot wise, what do you think about this draft so far?
This feels like it could be the worst night of my life. Just in terms of the way that I am.
I'm going to stop asking you how you're doing that.
Tell us how you really feel.
The way that I am pacing with my bets, and then all of these landing spots. It's like, if I'm going to lose money, at least make me excited about what's happening with these guys from a fantasy perspective. I mean, you guys touched on it. This is the stone cold worst spot that he could have landed in. The Raiders, I would say, are comfortably a bottom 3 offense in the league, maybe the worst offense in the league. We don't really know about their quarterback situation. Maybe it's Gardner Minshew, which is not good, right? And if it were Gardner Minshew, at least be like, hey, let's throw the ball a lot. You have a bad quarterback in a run-heavy offense that's going to be slow with a new play caller on the team. And then you also have to compete for targets. There aren't going to be many of them, but you have to compete for targets with Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, and Michael Mayer. This is the absolute worst situation that could have happened to Brock Bowers. Like, from a fantasy / personal professional perspective. Like, I don't want to say like a dude's career is over before it even starts, but this is like one of the worst. This is one of the worst ways, that he could begin his career. Like, a tight end it takes, Sam Laporta aside, normally it takes these guys a couple of years to get going. And sometimes these guys don't get going until their second contract. It feels like, at least from the dynasty perspective, I'll be curious to see how far Bowers falls down the board. Like, people might just be assuming automatically that he's going to be a best case scenario second contract type of tight end. Like, there might be serious disinterest in Bowers as we head into rookie drafts this upcoming week. I will be very curious to see where his market settles, but this is an absolute stone cold disaster for Bowers.
I love us being very positive there, but it's true because there's nothing. I mean, there was no good. Ian, I was even trying to go to you and be like, maybe there's some good out of this, but all the quarterbacks going in front of the Raiders didn't help them. And then I don't know what they do from here, but then they just go ahead and just run with what they've got, I guess, and just say, Antonio Pierce, new head coach. This can't be the way though that they wanted to start that whole new thing. It can't be.
Minshew's not terrible. He's a passable, below average starter. And as a day 3 quarterback, he's achieved a lot. Okay. But last year, there were 32 quarterbacks with at least 300 dropbacks, and the bottom 2 in completion percentage over expected were Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. So you can, rest on Gardner Minshew's fraudulent Pro Bowl appearance. Shout out to him and Tyler Huntley, over the years. But man, this is just brutal. So, hey, maybe they're just going to win by culture. Antonio Pierce said his guys plan to beat the Chiefs. They just need to score, multiple defensive touchdowns every single time they play Patrick Mahomes, I guess. So, hey, I'll say this. If we can fix the quarterback problem, which as we know is the biggest problem in sports generally to try to figure out, it's one heck of a situation to walk into. But I mean, Dwain, I know on the podcast recently, we were trying to go through what these teams might be doing if they don't end up landing Penix or Bo Nix. And the Raiders haven't. The only guy that I can think that is reasonably available that could maybe somewhat salvage this is Geno Smith, but I'm not even sure how available he is. Spencer Rattler in round 2 or 3. Is that what we're hoping for now?
Yeah, I think it is. And that's not good.
That's horrible.
I mean, that's probably, honestly, you're going to look at probably it's going to be Gardner Minshew, or Aiden O'Connell on the field. I know Spencer Rattler's picked up some steam, here recently. He was a highly thought of prospect at one time. And then, things kind of took a turn for the worse for him as far as the way NFL teams were viewing him. But I mean, yeah, I can't think of another guy. Freedman might have somebody in mind that they could take a stab on. But typically, once you get past the quarterbacks that are gone now, the percentage of the hit rates get really bad. So it does feel like a situation where if they were to try to make a move, it would be more for someone like Geno. But I don't know if they'll even do that, Ian. They've already gone out and signed Gardner Minshew. So I don't see the quarterback situation improving for the Raiders this season. I think we're probably stuck with what we have.
We've got a pick is in here, so we can stop just totally crapping on Brock Bowers for a second and just kind of move forward. But we are going to go back to him in a little bit. The Saints, 14 picks so far tonight, guys, in the NFL draft. 14 picks, all on offense. I no defense at all. I don't know what the record is for that, but it's got to be close there. The Saints are taking Oregon State offensive tackle Taliese Fuaga at 14. They had a needed tackle, I think is a nice way of saying it. So this makes sense for them to go out and do that. I don't know if anyone I don't necessarily want to go into Fuaga too much, but if anyone has thoughts on just the New Orleans Saints 2024 and how you view this offense, we've had some questions about that before with Kamara, with Chris Olave, who we know and love. Rashid Shaheed is still out there. Shout out to Amanda Cooterdoodle, who has, I think, 3 jerseys now of Rashid Shaheed, which is absolutely incredible. But I mean, Ian, what are we looking at with this offense and Derek Carr? And we love Chris Olave. We want to love them, but what are we looking at for fantasy purposes?
Rashid Shaheed, number 1 in yards per target, minimum 100 targets over the past 2 seasons, guys. And I thought they maybe could be looking at a Brian Thomas Jr. here. So as someone that has already been drafting a lot of Rashid Shaheed, I am happy for it. But no, this was the right move. I mean, you said it, Kendall. PFF's 23rd ranked offensive line by the end of last season. And sadly, this is an organization that is trusting their current, present, and at least near future in Derek Carr. And, throughout Carr's career, he really has been one of these quarterbacks who, again, when they're kept clean, can look good. I mean, like if we were just playing 7-on-7 out here, I think Derek Carr would actually surprise a lot of people. It's a lot more muddy when he's under pressure. And now at least they have a chance to keep him a bit more upright. So good news for all the skill position guys, because again, we're not adding high-end first-round competition and we're making the O-line better. Great day to be great as far as I see it. I know, Freeman's still a little bit in his feelings right now, but, once we can get past the money there, Freeman, I think this is a good move.
No, this move I think makes sense. I like it from the perspective of Fuaga has versatility on the offensive line. Obviously, they needed some help. Right tackle Ryan Ramczyk might not be available with the knee issues that he's had. So, Fuaga might slot in right away at right tackle. That makes sense. That's where he played in college. But I think he also has the potential to play left tackle. Trevor Penning has been a disappointment at that spot. So this should help the offensive line. That's good because the offensive line needs a lot of help. But from the big, picture perspective with this offense, I'm still, kind of skeptical. You've got a new offensive coordinator coming in. That's probably a good thing with Clint Kubiak. But this is Derek Carr's fourth play caller in 4 years. And even with Fuaga, it is probably still going to be a vulnerable offensive line. I mean, they've got some players. They've got Kamara. They've got Olave. Shaheed is awesome. Taysom Hill, whatever. But like last year, the team's best play was let's give Taysom Hill the ball and see what happens. I think it's going to take more than adding a new coordinator and a new offensive lineman for this team really to turn around on offense. It feels like it's going to be a middle of the road offense that has some downside with Derek Carr. And like, it would not be a surprise if at some point, like Derek Carr ends up getting benched because the offense is just stagnating and we see things spiral out of control.
I've got a notification on Twitter. This is random, and now we're going off track here. That Kirk Cousins was not given the heads up that the Atlanta Falcons would be taking Michael Penix Jr. Like he didn't know.
I wonder why Belichick didn't want to go there.
Man,
wonder why.
That is, that's crazy. There's no way they can trade him, right, Ian? When you looked at that contract, like there's no way that he's a.
Trade him back to, I guess Minnesota's got McCarthy now.
They've got him now. I don't know if he goes. There's no way that the Raiders can trade for him, right?
Oh, here we go. This is fresh from Diana Rossini. The Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I am told he's a bit stunned.
Ooh, drama. I love it. All right. Well, we'll look into his contract because I really am curious, like what that all looks like and stuff. But we've got the Indianapolis Colts on the board right now, just a little under 4 minutes to go to make their pick. Dwain, I want to throw this one to you and see just what the Colts have been linked a little bit to some trade rumors about potentially going and getting the Brandon Ayuk, the T. Higgins, which it looks kind of obvious now that they're not going to do that. And we'll see who they end up actually taking with this pick. I think we're at 15 overall. So with Anthony Richardson coming back from injury, you've got Jonathan Taylor, you've got Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Kylan Granson as their tight end. What does this team look like to you for 2024 fantasy purposes? And where are you slotting in Anthony Richardson for this year?
Yeah, Richardson's a guy that, I mean, he just has to stay healthy. But when he's healthy, we saw in that brief stint last year in those games, this is a guy that could put up 22, 23 plus fantasy points per week for you at that position. And that makes him one of the guys that could end up finishing in the top 3. But the key is staying healthy. And they also need to think about, trying to do some more for him. Like Alec Pierce is really, just out there getting his steps in, running deep routes. He's got the cardio counter going, not really, doing a lot. Now, Josh Downs did do some nice things last year playing out of the slot. He did some things vertically down the field. So I think between him and Pittman, it's nice. You would like to see another weapon there for Richardson. But the fact of the matter is, like, he's so good on the ground that whenever he's healthy, it's just hard to not have him like in your top 8 as far as the rankings go. So we'll see what they do here with this pick, but I'm very high on Anthony Richardson this season. Michael Pittman's going to do his Michael Pittman thing. You know, he's not an explosive playmaker, Kendall, but he earns a lot of targets, and he's the undisputed number one in the offense. Freedman and I were talking about this one offline the other day. It is a team that we think is at a little bit of risk to potentially run the ball a little bit more this year, because last year, remember, Gardner Minshew came in and took over, and they were still pretty run heavy. But when you have a guy like Anthony Richardson, it can induce you to want to even do a little bit more, because you want to scheme up design looks for your quarterback to be giving you some of those plus yardage gains on the ground as well. So it's a little bit of an offense that could, might not pass the ball quite as much as we want for the receivers, but right now it's still a pretty condensed attack. It's not like we have a bunch of guys that you have to feed the ball to.
And we've got the pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts here at 15. Defense, guys, we're done. The streak is over. They have gone and picked up the UCLA pass rusher and Latu at number 15 overall. Looks like, when doing some reading, the most natural pass rusher in this class, there were some question marks, I believe, Freedman, about his neck, if I'm correct there. But the streak is over. No more offensive players. And the Colts go and probably make a pretty good pick, and they end the streak.
Yeah, I mean, he was incredibly productive his final 2 years of college at UCLA. Probably the best, I don't want to say probably, the best pass rusher in the class, especially the most NFL-ready pass rusher in the class. The only downside was that he had medically retired when he was at Washington. He had a neck fusion surgery. There were concerns about whether he would be able to return. He did return, had 2 great seasons, and a number of teams medically cleared him when he was going through the process with all the medical checks. So, I think it makes a ton of sense. There was a world, not the world I'm living in, unfortunately, but there was a world where he could have been the number 8 pick as the first defender in the class going to the Falcons. That's what I mocked. It's what a number of people mocked. I think getting him at number 15 for the Colts is pretty outstanding value.
Freeman, can I just can we break down what we've seen tonight? Because it has been unprecedented with all of the offensive players coming off the board. What has that been to you? I mean, because defensive player, we just got our first defensive player off the board at pick 15, which again, the record, they doubled the record in offensive players taken. So it just feels like something that we kind of just need to touch on briefly, besides you being in pain for the rest of the night since Michael Penix Jr. was randomly selected by the Falcons. But it has been crazy to kind of watch all this unfold and all these mock drafts kind of just explode right in front of our face.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly momentous. And I think it's a sign of, think about, I don't want to say how boring the league was last year, but scoring was down last year. Scoring has been down recently. And so maybe you have a situation where the league is looking for offense, in a situation where this is a class that is stacked offensively and not quite as good on the defensive side. But, 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. Even though I didn't think those guys should go in the first round, I thought they belonged near the top in round 2 and would probably become NFL starters one day. So, having 6, potential starters in one class, that is a really big thing. Having all of these offensive linemen is a really big thing. And that's not even getting to the point of the strength of this class, which is the wide receivers. Yeah. And we've seen only 3 go off the board so far. And it's, I mean, despite the fact that my mock is destroyed and I'm losing money hand over fist, this is kind of playing out in a manner that is similar to what I thought we would see, where wide receivers fall down the board a little bit because that position is so deep, and we see more quarterbacks and offensive linemen go in round 1. So, I think we're going to see more offensive players coming up, and maybe, at the end of round 1, we see some wide receivers. And then certainly on day 2, we see a lot of wide receivers come off the board, but this is just an offensively stacked class, meeting a league that is looking for offense.
I mean, Ian, there's like Freedman just said, Brock Bowers already went, but you still have the Brian Thomas Jr.'s available, Xavier Worthy, Troy Franklin. These are all guys that I'm looking at Dwain's rookie rankings, and those are all guys inside the top 10 that are still available out there. Jonathan Brooks at running back. He's Dwain. He's at number 9 overall for rookies coming in. It's crazy.
And to see 14 picks go off the board first, all offense. I mean, the previous NFL record was 7, I believe. So we doubled that and only 3 wide receivers are gone. So, I guess so much for those Rams moving up into the top 10 rumors, to go ahead and get them a wide receiver. So we'll see. There were, I believe it was Dane Brugler who noted that some teams had a little bit of concern with some Brian Thomas Jr. medicals. So maybe he can last the Steelers at pick 20. I know they're a popular suitor. I know in the Bills' dream world that, he'd be there around pick 28, but between Xavier Worthy and Brian Thomas Jr., I know we haven't gotten all the trades we wanted so far. There's been a couple, but obviously not, the moves into the top 5 or top 6 like we thought were on the table. But maybe now is when we see a team come up and get one of these wide receivers, because Dwain, as much as this is a deep class, I think between Brian Thomas Jr. and Xavier Worthy, they seem to be a step ahead of the rest of the group.
Yeah, they are the next 2 guys. There are guys below that. Troy Franklin, some people will argue belongs in that same tier. And I could see that as well. Then you got Adonai Mitchell, who is he's more of a boom bust kind of guy. He's got the raw things people like to see on film, but he's never been consistent, right? He doesn't have a great analytical profile. He was never able to really keep things going. Wasn't able to do as much early in his career, but there are different things you can like about all these guys. But yeah, I do think Xavier Worthy and Brian Thomas Jr. are the next 2 most complete guys. Now, both of them have some smaller holes in their game that we can talk about. Like once they're taken, they're not quite on that level, like as Odunze and these other guys, but they can do most things. And I think they're also guys that can continue to grow and continue to develop. Even though Xavier Worthy's a little bit smaller, some people get worried about, his weight. Now, less people are worried about it because like Devonta Smith has come out and done his thing. Tank Dell had his success last year. Obviously he got hurt, but how about not have him out there blocking on a goal line play? So when you look at the size, it isn't as big of a worry. And I will say with Xavier Worthy, one of the things I loved about his profile, Ian, is you can attack. You can go at the line of scrimmage and he can just quickly create a play for you that way, but he can also beat you over the top. And even though he's a smaller guy, like he hung tough, and he can really play in that intermediate area of the field. He took a lot of big hits in his college career and he continued to get up. Obviously you want to cut down on some of those if you can, but he's brave enough to really attack all areas of the field. And he had success doing that in college. When you look at Thomas, he's the bigger guy, right? He's taller. He's thicker. He's a guy you're probably immediately line up outside and not have to maybe worry about can he beat press coverage quite as much as Worthy. You might want to get a little bit more creative. So I do think scheme matters once you get into this range. But if you can land on the right team with an innovative coach that knows how to play your strengths right away, and if you've got a good quarterback, yeah, these are guys that can still make noise immediately in year 1 as fantasy players.
Dwain, if I'm looking down, the picks left, right? Because we're at pick 16 right now with the Seattle Seahawks on the board. Where are some potential landing spots that you're looking at? Like maybe a best case scenario. I know we did that before the show, but like Jaguars kind of screamed to me a little bit at pick 17, maybe for the Brian Thomas Jr.'s that we've talked about. Maybe the Rams looking to add some wide receivers and they look at it as Xavier Worthy. The Bills we've seen mocked with A.D. Mitchell. Are there some that you're looking at right now that you say, okay, because of this slide, with the wide receivers, all the offensive guys being taken, but wide receivers sliding, do you have any that you're looking at that could be pretty nice?
Well, I think the Bengals could do something because T. Higgins is demanding a trade, so I don't know what's going to happen, what his contract situation looks like. And they're about to have to pay Jamar Chase. Yeah. So they might be interested in bringing in someone, and Brian Thomas could potentially fit that role that T. Higgins has been playing. Not quite as good at the contested catch, but he can get vertical. He can still hit the underneath routes. He would need work in the intermediate range of his game to really become a T. Higgins type player, but I could see that being a potential fit. I think if you look a little bit further, down the list, Kendall, the Dallas Cowboys, you've got CeeDee Lamb. Like, I get it. They want a running back, but you don't need to spend your first round pick on Jonathan Brooks as much as we like him. If you've got a wide receiver there that you like, because CeeDee Lamb is mostly going to play in the slot. Brandon Cooks is getting older. Jalen Tolbert is a late round pick that hasn't shown us that much. They moved on from Michael Gallup. Jake Ferguson, nice player at tight end, but I can see the Cowboys looking for a boundary player. Of course, it's a jinx on me, and it'll be Adonai Mitchell, and that'll be who they take. And then he'll go on to be a superstar, and I'll be fine and say, yeah, the supermodel never doubted A.D. Mitchell. Like, it knew all along he was going to be amazing. So that would be one. And then going just a little bit further, down the line, obviously we still have the Bills. The
exactly.
Bills, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if they see one of these guys like Brian Thomas, if they really like one of these guys, and Freedman mentioned it, in kind of our, preamble, our hour we were talking before the draft started. But if it gets to a spot where they've got a wide receiver falling down the board where they don't have to make a big move up, but they definitely have a guy that they like, that's their favorite, I think we can see the Bills make a move. So I would say the Bills, the Cowboys, the Bengals, those are all definite spots. Obviously, you got the Chiefs still sitting there at the end, and you've got the Rashee Rice situation. We're probably looking at a suspension 4 to 6 games based on what Drew Davenport, the best guy out there on Twitter. If you guys aren't following Drew, you got to go find him for all the legal stuff. So that could be just enough to maybe make them want to go receiver, but I feel like every year it's the hot thing to say, oh, the Chiefs are going to draft a receiver, and then they don't at the end
every year. I like the breakdown though. So here's hoping more fantasy relevant picks that we can talk about. We've got the Seahawks pick is in. They are taking Byron Murphy. Love that.
Defensive avalanche.
I know. It's now it's going to start. Teams loved him though, Freedman. I mean, they were kind of coveting him. He's a good player, I think, for the Seahawks specifically, an instant impact kind of guy, because they needed a lot of work. So we've got the new no more Pete Carroll era coming. I have not super high expectations because it's a little bit of a rebuild, but I like it. I like it for McDonald.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good situation where you have a defensive head coach who is getting a guy who hopefully can be the anchor for his defense for, a decade or more. And we saw recently this offseason how much money these, elite defensive tackles were getting paid. And you think, all right, if we can get one on a rookie deal and he actually can be a difference maker, then, it's a good opportunity and we shouldn't pass him up. And again, in a different world, not the world I'm living in, but in a different world, Byron Murphy could have been a top 10 pick, like he could have gone 8 or 9, and so getting him at number 16, I think it's pretty good value. And I think it's, I don't want to read too much into it because it's just 2 players, but the 2 defenders that we have seen go off the board, they're in the trenches. They're defensive linemen. Yeah. We still have all of the defensive backs available in this class. And, I'm wondering if that's a sign that, maybe it's just not that good of a class in the secondary, or maybe these are just 2 really special players at the defensive position. And it makes sense that they're the first 2 off of the board, but it'll be curious to see when we start to see some of these defensive backs go.
Yeah, and we're gonna get. It looks like I've got just a little bit of news. It looks like, but I'll let our producer Matt Swing kind of get ready for it. But it looks like there's a trade. The Jaguars are trading down out of 17, and the Vikings are coming back to number 23. Anyone have
a corner?
I was gonna say, anyone have an idea of what that could be? You think corner?
I'm guessing Terry and Arnold. Heard it here first.
Do you know?
I don't know.
That's okay. I thought it's like, wait, do we know?
From the agent.
Yeah. A corner? Cooper DeJean? No?
Ooh, the Great White Hope.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I mean, I think cornerback makes sense. Certainly it feels like something on the defensive side of the ball makes sense here. They have so many holes. It wouldn't be surprising if they went with the defensive lineman, but yeah, grabbing the first cornerback off of the board, that also would address a need.
I like the call out there. So, like I said, Vikings trading up to number 17 from 23 with the Jaguars. Once we get info on what the rest of that looks like, we're probably going to expect them to go ahead and get a defensive. What did you call him, Ian? Cooper DeJean?
The Great White Hope.
Oh, I don't know why I heard something else, but Dwain, let's go to you first right now before we get this pick in. You have some projections for some of the rookies that have been taken right now. So again, that's going to be live at fantasylife.com, but you're getting this a little bit early. So what are you looking at?
Yeah, so Marvin Harrison Jr. right now coming in at wide receiver 15. He's obviously the guy I was the most prepared for because I pretty much knew where he was going to go. So we already had this ready. The other guys I've been really working on it, fitting them into the team. I've been working on these for the last week and a half. So Malik Nabers coming in, and this is just projections, guys. This won't be ultimately where we rank them, but this is just, if you're looking at pure fantasy points, this is where these guys end up falling out. Malik Nabers coming in at wide receiver 28. So he's definitely being drafted well ahead of that right now in fantasy. So it's going to be interesting to see, does he come down a little bit, knowing that the ceiling for the Giants offense, even though we were worried about the Chargers being a run-heavy team, you still had Justin Herbert. With Daniel Jones, I think there's a definite cap. So I'll be interested to see how the market responds on that one. Odunze. I mean, I'm trying here. Like I just spent several minutes on this one, but like there's just nothing I can do, to be honest. Like if you look at this team and and Freeman, I want your thoughts here because I know you've been thinking about these teams, but say we even assume that they're going to want to run 3 wide receivers most of the time. Okay. Now we had to make the same assumption last year with JSN, if you remember. And this is a team that also signed Gerald Everett with Cole Kmet, who they've invested in. So I think making an assumption that we're going to have a wide receiver 3, which would be Odunze out of the gate. I think we probably all agree on that. That's going to be on the field for 70% plus of the receiving plays, of the dropbacks. Like that's the assumption I'm making here. And I don't feel great about it. Like, I don't know that that'll happen. I could easily see Odunze being in the 60-65% route participation range. But just as a, kind of looking back at last year, we had consistently JSN in that 70 to 75. So let's say we take that. Shane Waldron kind of goes with the same thing here. And I'm going with 70%, Kendall. But now where are all the targets going to come from?
Yeah.
DJ Moore. I mean, this is a guy that has 22% target share each of the last several years. You've got Keenan Allen, who last year had a 30% freaking target share for the Chargers. Over the last 3 years, he's at 25%. So I've got Keenan Allen now bumped down to 22%. I've got DJ Moore still sitting at 22%, and there's not a lot left to give. So I've given 19% targets per route run to Rome Odunze. That brings him to a 15% target share. That's wide receiver 65. Now, look, again, that's not where we're going to rank him. He's obviously got upside. Something happens to Keenan Allen, and he's the wide receiver 2. DJ Moore goes down. Rome Odunze has a lot of ways he can become super valuable. But, man, where he's going right now in fantasy drafts is squarely in the wide receiver 3 conversation. Ian Freedman, don't know your thoughts, but I think like the highest I could even consider drafting Rome Odunze would be as an upside swing wide receiver 4. And I really don't know how he's getting there. I just need to get lucky.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's right. And by I like that, I mean, I think that's accurate, not as in I like that, because it's terrible for Odunze, terrible for people who have been investing to him at this point, terrible for people who are probably going to invest in him in the future, but absolutely great for Bears fans and for Caleb Williams.
Yep.
Yeah, like this is a great scenario for Caleb Williams, bad for everyone else in that offense. Like not good for Keenan Allen and DJ Moore also. Like they are guys who will also pay the price for Odunze being on this team, but absolutely fantastic for Caleb Williams.
Yeah, those guys are coming down. I had to take away from them to give some to Odunze. Obviously, I still kept them, in a good range, but I'm just looking right now for DJ Moore, like to see how much did he just fall, by making this adjustment. So yeah, he was sitting in the 30s. He's now in the 40s, like overall, not wide receiver, just like in the overall range. He's my wide receiver 23 now. He was my wide receiver 17 before this. So it definitely impacted him. Keenan Allen even gets a little bit more of a hit than that. Like Keenan's now down in that mid to low end wide receiver 3 range, which if they want to get Odunze on the field, it's going to impact these other guys. Like they can't have 95% route participations like some guys that are just the main 2 guys and they're all you have. Getting Odunze on the field won't just mean 3 wide receiver sets. It will mean taking some routes from those players as well.
Yeah.
And you guys don't want to hear the Bowers projection.
We will later when we're in this.
Let's stay positive. We've already been depressed enough.
Look.
Oh my gosh. Well, let me talk about this. The Vikings, they traded, like we said, with the Jaguars. The Jaguars got number 23, number 167 this year, and then a 2025 third and fourth to let the Vikings get back up to number 17. Ian, we were both wrong. They took Dallas Turner, edge. Which is I love that because you threw in some of their pressure rates last season, and so this is probably a good move for them.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote team needs for every team back in February after the Super Bowl, and edge and cornerback were 2 of the top 3 for the Vikings. So wrong Alabama player. We will watch the film and get better. But you know what? Like this does make sense for them. Probably, had Dallas Turner as their number 1 defensive player on the board. I know he was the favorite in the betting markets to be that guy for quite a while, commonly mocked all the way up to the Falcons at 8. I think Falcons fans might have been a bit happier with that selection, honestly. But adding Turner to this defense is huge because they were somehow last season #1 in blitzing. Like, no defense blitzed on a higher percentage of their team's dropbacks, and yet they were 28th in pressure rate. So again, I think sometimes when we're evaluating, a pass rush versus coverage, it's a bit of like a chicken and the egg type of deal. And I do think, PFF specifically has shown that actually coverage is what kind of ends up holding up more as quarterbacks get better and better at just getting the ball out quickly, to the point that the pass rush can't get there. But yeah, no, I think this is good with the Vikings. If we had to actually look at their entire roster and say, what are the two biggest holes? It was quarterback, check, and it was adding at least, a decent high-end playmaker to the defense, and they got that too.
There we go. And the Bengals, we're just going to continue to knock off with these picks. We've got the Bengals at number 18. They are selecting Georgia offensive tackle Amarius Mims with the number 18 overall pick. I read a little bit, Freedman, about the experience maybe lacking there just a little bit, but could potentially have long-term, starter talent. And now he goes into a spot with Joe Burrow and this team looking to kind of have a little revenge tour for 2024.
Yeah, I like the pick a lot because Mims is raw, didn't play much in college, but just has tremendous upside. And, maybe he can play right away, but in a worst case scenario, he, plays, behind right tackle Trent Brown for his first year, basically redshirts, but Trent Brown is only on a 1-year deal, which means, Mims can come in, learn a little bit, and then in his second year, really take off. I think it's a pretty good pick for an offensive line that still needed some muscle. And, maybe he ends up being a starter right away.
Dwain, the Bengals, anything good? No, I'm just kidding. They've got Jamar Chase, so we're all okay.
It's like the guy said, they needed this, and you want to keep Joe Burrow healthy, which has not been an easy thing to do, And when you don't have Joe Burrow as well as Jake Browning played, if you are someone that plays fantasy and you're drafting Jamar Chase, at the top of the first round, you want Joe Burrow under center. So I'm all on board. He kind of sounds like he might be the A.D. Mitchell of tackles, though. Freedman, so I don't know that I like that, but hey, we're gonna they took a shot on adding someone to help protect Burrow. I'm never gonna complain about that.
You can't get Freedman tilting any more than he already is.
What I'll say quickly about Mims is that when he played, he was pretty dominant. And he's still young. And so it's I think it's pretty different than A.D. Mitchell, who, was on the field, but wasn't really as productive. When Mims was on the field, he looked like a boss.
All right, Dwain, I kind of want to go back to some of these projections because we're going to be able to go back to them all night. And again, we still need to figure out how we're going to fix the New England Patriots. We still need to figure out Rome Odunze. Ian, I want to talk to you about Breece Hall a little bit. But again, the projections are going to be live. Dwain, I don't want to get this wrong. When? Tomorrow?
No, we're putting the projection. Once we get through the draft and everything, I'll be getting them over to the tech team. It's on their schedule, but it won't be until Thursday.
All right. So next week,
they'll be there. Yeah.
But you're getting a little inside sneak peek right now. So those are going to be live at fantasylife.com for you guys to all go and check out. Just a reminder while you're there, though, make sure you go and subscribe to that Fantasy Life newsletter. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe to the Betting Life newsletter as well. And Freedman may be sad right now, but he still has some incredible bets in that bet tracker. So make sure you go over there. You're going to see a drop down that says free picks. Go ahead and pick NFL. We also have great analysts doing NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. So they're all right there, 100% free. But Dwain, let's go back and I'll let you pick who you want here because you said you have Malik Nabers projections done. You've got Brock Bowers and you've got Jaden Daniels. So kind of choose your own adventure wherever you want to go.
Where do you guys want to start? Do you want to start with positive, or we should probably start negative and end on
negative and get it out of the way? Go ahead and talk about Brock Bowers.
Yeah. Plus, then if Swing gets in my ear and cuts me off, we'll just come back to the positive thing, and I won't feel bad about getting cut off on the negative. So, yeah. So Brock Bowers, again, so you look at this, and I even went in here and I assume that he's going to be the tight end 1 on the Raiders this year. But what you can't do, when you're projecting this, is be like, he's going to be out there 80% of the time. Again, Michael Mayer is a quality tight end. Unless they move him, maybe they'll trade him. I would love to see Michael Mayer get traded to another team. But unless that happens, I still have to give routes to Michael Mayer. And so the problem for Bowers right now is the best tight ends in the league typically get around 80% route participation, Kendall. Ian, you've heard me talk about this number for years. If you can get to that number and then you happen to be good, really good things are going to happen for you in fantasy. I don't see a way that Brock Bowers gets to that number this year. So I'm projecting him at 55%. The average rookie first round tight end has been at 70% going back over the last 5 years. But with Michael Mayer being there, I don't see how you get there. So I've got Mayer at 40%, Bowers at 55%. Drum roll, or I don't know. It's definitely not worth a drum roll. Don't do a drum roll. Tight end 24 for Brock Bowers. And again, this is just projection once we end up doing the ranks, but still, like, Ian, what's the highest you can put Brock Bowers in your ranks now? Like, I think even rose-colored glasses has to be, hey, taking him as one of the early upside tight end 2s, but knowing that you could get absolutely nothing from him. Even then, it's like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, I understand we're going to get to a range where the names we're peeling off and calling it tight end we know don't have upside, and Brock Bowers, technically, if like Michael Mayer were to get hurt, could still be a top 12 tight end. But that's kind of the only narrative I can find myself, really telling myself. So I feel like it's going to be hard to get him higher than like the mid tight end 2s.
Tight end 15, some of this early ADP right now is Pat Freiermuth. We got Cole Kmet going in front of him. Luke Musgrave after. Michael Mayer's right around that area. I think that's probably it. Like, that's Dalton Schultz right now. CJ Stroud's number 1 tight end. I think I'm taking Schultz. Dallas Goedert, Jalen Hurts, undisputed number 1 tight end. Probably taking Goddard too. Like, we have guys in definitely better passing games that are also talented, not just Jags, that are being set up for far more volume. So again, it's one of those things where, as Raiders fans, like, they shouldn't be that devastated about this. Brock Bowers is a fantastic football player, and they got, pretty good value on it. But I do think, this is one of those moves that, again, just biggest differences between being a nice plus in real life versus fantasy land. Hey, we can keep going back to the one time basically ever that 2 tight ends balled out in the same offense with Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez. But you know what, guys? I think the quarterback maybe had a little bit to do with that, successful equation as well. And again, the Raiders don't have it. So I'm just, rooting for Spencer Rattler at this point, which again is so sad to be at that point. But we're there, Kendall.
Is that where we're at in this day? Is we're hoping for Spencer Rattler to go to
Gino?
Ian's tweeting it. It's out there.
Oh, if Ian's tweeting it, then he's very serious about it. Or Gino.
He's all about, hey, let's put Spencer Rattler on this Raiders offense and see what happens.
Can we not send Gino over there? Because I don't know with Sam Howell. I don't think I like that.
So
would I like that? No.
The reason why I am throwing out Gino, Dwain and I were talking with Chris Allen on the pod. And by the way, if you guys do want some immediate fantasy impact, Chris and Jonathan are doing a great job with a live tracker on fantasylife.com. So shout out to those guys. But, if you do go ahead and just look at, again, trying to read between the lines, when Schefter originally announced that Geno Smith, not even extension, but they kept him on the roster basically, over a certain date where they were going to owe him some guaranteed money. And he even said, like, it's a value for the Seahawks or anyone that they might want to trade him to. And then furthermore, when they do end up trading for Sam Howell, we get the lingo that, okay, he's actually now going to be competing for the QB1 job. So, Kendall, I do think the Seahawks are better off with Geno as their quarterback. But, hey, the guy is 33 years old. God forbid you can't find a desperate organization like the Raiders. Look, I feel a lot better about the Raiders fantasy players if they had Geno. And honestly, like, he's probably not leading your Seahawks to the Super Bowl. Not saying Howell should be the long-term answer in Seattle either. But again, if you just go across every depth chart in the NFL and you try to find the best quarterback that could be traded, I think it might be Geno.
The Rams, before we continue talking about projections, I don't know if there's any, big fantasy takeaways with this one, but the Rams have selected Jared Verse. Sorry, I totally lost it there. With their first round pick in what seems like forever. What was it? 2016? The last time the Rams made a first round pick. So they're going out there. No Cooper Kupp trades. No, nothing. That was one of the rumors that we had heard for them, but they're going out and getting Jared Verse. So there's that. Anyone? Bueller? No. Okay, let's move on. Congratulations to the Rams, though, for making a first-round selection. What?
Kendall, this was good, though. We were saying before the show, like, why would they add an offensive player? This defense has $10 million fewer dollars behind like the next lowest spending team right now going into 2024. So no, I don't think he's going to be Aaron Donald. But guess what? If you don't have Aaron Donald, you might as well try to get a lot of other really good football players, and they at least got one.
There we go. So congratulations to the Rams on picking in the first round. Let's go back, Dwayne. If you're good, let's go back to projections, because I feel like this is going to be the lull that we kind of talked about before, where we might not see some fantasy relevant players go off the board for a little bit. So the Rams again taking Jared Verse. We've got the Steelers on the clock now, but let's go back to Malik Nabers and some of the projections that you have for him based on his landing spot. And again, this is going to be live, fantasylife.com, maybe around next Thursday. So a little sneak peek for everyone on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, and again, this is first pass at it, doing it live while we're all sitting here talking. Obviously, I'll work through these again in the morning.
What the hell?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
kidding.
Sorry,
I thought there was
sorry,
a
Hartitz.
Damn.
Yeah. But looking at Nabers, he's going to be the main guy on the offense. It's just a matter of what's the ceiling of the Giants offense. So like, let's kind of start there right now. When you look at the Giants offense, I've given them a little bit of bump, but not much for picking up Malik Nabers, because you still have a quarterback limitation. So we've got him projected for 3,500 passing yards. So that's the limiting factor on Nabers, but he is by far the lead guy in the offense. I've got him right now at 123 targets, Kendall. So that's 23%. That's actually giving him a 24% target share. You look at back over the last 5 years, rookie first round picks, that have found themselves immediately in a starting role have been right around that number. So I feel good projecting that for Nabers. And then if you look at his ability after the catch, even though he doesn't get with a great quarterback that has a high yards per attempt, he is a guy that can still create on his own. We talked about Brian Daboll being a creative play caller that is pretty good about getting his players into the best position. So I think all those things work out in Nabers' favor. He's still, though, and again, this is just projections, not the rankings, coming in a half PPR as my wide receiver 30 projections overall, wide receiver 28 and a full PPR, and standard leagues wide receiver 32. So he's going to end up going, he's going ahead of that right now in ADP. Like, he climbed all the way up close to Marvin Harrison. So I'm going to be really interested, guys, to see what happens with the thoughts around Nabers, his ADP over this next week, 2 weeks. Where does it settle in as people readjust for the limitations of Daniel Jones in this offense? So Freedman, I don't know what your thoughts are on Nabers, but does like mid-range wide receiver 3 feel about right for you, or is that too low, too high?
No, that feels about right. And I totally agree with you on the limiting factor idea, that it's primarily the offense. It doesn't really have anything to do with Nabers or the role that he will play in the offense. It's just that Daniel Jones is your quarterback, and there's really not much to be excited about. Like, they still have an offensive line that is a massive liability. And at some point, hopefully they can address that, maybe get someone on day 2 to help there. But as long as Daniel Jones is your quarterback and you have an offensive line that can't really pass protect, I think it doesn't matter.
I will say, his path to blowing this out of the water and being like, oh no, you should bet more on Nabers, is the fact that his target competition is so bad. Like, Darius Slayton is not even a wide receiver 3 on most teams, and he's been their top guy. Wan'Dale Robinson he's the slot underneath player. He's the next best target earner on the team. Jalen Hyatt showed nothing as a rookie. Maybe he can come on. He's a deep field guy. Isaiah Hodgins, also not a target earner. So you could say if Nabers is as good as like what the Supermodel thinks, being the 3rd best guy in it since 2018, his path would just be putting up, Freedman, an astronomical target share. And the one thing I will say about his profile, he is the kind of guy you could pad with 3 to 5% of his targets could just come on stuff you're designing for him around the line of scrimmage and just letting him go. And then on top of that, if he is, accountable for earning 22% of the targets or so on his own, that would be the path. So like if I plug in 28% targets per route run instead of the 23 that I had in, he suddenly jumps to number 11 overall in half PPR. But that's asking a lot of a rookie. Not many rookies can come in and put up a targets per route run that high. So I think there is a way, like rose-colored glasses, he could get there. It's not like something you should be betting on, though.
Ian, can we stick with the Giants right now and just talk, because you had that piece come out for 32 questions for all NFL teams before the draft started. And your one question for the Giants specifically was if Daniel Jones is still going to be the team's undisputed QB1 this time next week. But I'm just curious of opening it up for just what you think about Daniel Jones, and if there is a way that we can see him from 2 years ago and not necessarily last year. He's coming off an injury. I think that they've reported that he's good to go for training camp, but that's always, something that we have to watch out for and monitor, because he may be not good to go because he had that injury, not in a great place in the season. It wasn't early enough for us to be comfortable saying that he's going to be able to start.
And this isn't, shout out like Phillip Rivers playing an actual game on a torn ACL. Like, this isn't a pocket passer who we can say, okay, maybe he'll be a little more limited mobility wise, but that's okay. He doesn't win that way. Look, the guy's nicknamed Vanilla Vic for a reason. Saquon Barkley dubbed that. Like, the best parts of Daniel Jones' career have been as a rusher. So even if we are going to, be close back to 100%, but not all the way there, I do think that ACL is very concerning. So it does kill me, guys. Like, you would think when it's like, oh, let's get back to 2022. And hey, respect. He played very well and getting that upset win over the Vikings. That was cool. He threw 15 touchdowns in 16 starts. This Giants offense ranked, 15th in scoring at 21 points per game. So, they haven't had a true number one receiver like this. They tried. They gave Kenny Galladay $72 million. That did not work out. They used a first-round pick on Kadarius Toney. So, with respect to the Giants and to Daniel Jones, I guess, some of the things I mentioned before about, Justin Fields never getting a fair chance in Chicago. Look at the Bears, giving him all these great wide receivers. The Giants are trying to make that work. So again, I think we've seen more than enough football on Daniel Jones to kind of make the call at this point. You guys know where I stand on Drew Lock, but hey, if this is your last make or break year, I'd say Malik Nabers is a pretty good guy to add the offense to try to find out once and for all what you have with Daniel Jones.
Let's go to the Steelers pick right now. It looks like we are getting ready to announce that their pick is in, first of all. So let me just say that they're picking right now at number 20, and they're going to go and get Freedman Fontenot. Yeah. Am I saying that right? Okay, perfect. From UW. So this was another team. I was talking to Corey before the show started, and shout out to him and Matt Swing for doing incredible things on this show. And I was like, he's a Steelers fan, and he go, what do you want in this draft? And it's like, we need a lot, but maybe a wide receiver, but they end up going with Fontenot. So Freedman, do you have any thoughts on him from UW?
Yeah, I mean, he was the lead dog on a offensive line that was the best in the nation. Like, they won the Joe Moore award, which is given each year to the top offensive line in college football. Multiple year starter, played on the left side. But that was not the blind side for your left-handed quarterback. There's the idea that maybe he's more of a right tackle in the NFL, or maybe more of a guard. But he has positional versatility. It was widely expected that the Steelers would select an offensive lineman. There was more of an idea that it might be a center or an interior lineman. But with Fautanu being a guy who can play center, potentially, maybe he ends up starting there right away. There were some rumors that the Steelers actually were thinking of him more as a center versus a guard or a tackle. So, I think it's a pick that makes sense. They lost their center in free agency. Maybe they just picked one up here.
All right, Dwain, I want to talk to you just about the Steelers overall, because we've got quotes going out. I think it was either you or Ian, I can't remember who it was, saying Justin Fields is going to be the starter by midseason. But let's talk about the wide receiver room and what that's looking like right now. You've got George Pickens, you've got Van Jefferson, you've got Calvin Austin, and then tight end Pat Freiermuth still there, Najee Harris, Jaylen Warren. What are you looking at specifically with George Pickens? Who do you want? Denzel Mims? Des Fitzpatrick?
Oh my God.
What?
Cordell Patterson, baby.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Cordell Patterson.
That's
sorry.
okay.
He's so far down the depth chart that I didn't even see his name.
Don't trigger Ian. We've already got Freeman triggered, and now you're going to trigger Ian too.
KR1 all time sit down Devin Hester stands. But look, it's an Arthur Smith, wet dream. I think we can, say that's going on there. Like, they never need to pass the football ever again. So what this pick is curious though for me is like, Brian Thomas Jr. continues to slide, guys. Like, we were talking about teams trading up into the middle, parts of this first round and go ahead and get him. The Colts seem like a potential candidate. Nope. The Steelers seem like a potential candidate. I mean, this is breaking fantastic for the Bills and Chiefs right now. Are we really about about to let already two of the most lethal offenses in the NFL wind up with the wide receiver 4 and wide receiver 5 in the draft. So yeah, in Pittsburgh, hey, this fortifies a run game that was already pretty good last year. And honestly, it's going to be probably a similar situation to Bijan Tyler Algier last year, just now with Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. God forbid one of those guys misses a little bit of time. I think either could be an RB1 for that offense, even if they're not exactly, lighting up the scoreboard week after week.
Yeah, and I would just say on Pickens, them not taking a wide receiver is obviously good for him. Like Ian said, it's still Arthur Smith. Do we ever trust Arthur Smith? As Ian would say, not even if there's a fire. So that could be a problem. He could rotate. Arthur Smith is the kind of guy that would literally rotate a guy like George Pickens off the field to give snaps to a player named Quez Watkins, even though you should never do that. Ever, ever, ever. You should never do that. But with Pickens, I just want to say he grew a lot last year. In the games without Deontay Johnson, he ran a much more full route tree. He was getting, imagine in-breaking routes to the middle of the field, not just running go balls. And so with Deontay gone, the wild card is still Arthur Smith. But, man, 26% target share on plays without Deontay Johnson on the field last year for George Pickens. 2.94 yards per route run. I know that Ian likes that number. So when you look at Pickens, he's a guy right now that I'm 20 spots ahead of consensus on. And last year Pickens was a guy I was lower than consensus on. And it just shows you things can change. He's a player that improved. And with Deontay Johnson gone, even though the quarterback situations, it's a bit tricky, but they at least have two guys that we know are capable of being starters in the league. But this is even with me having them projected to have the least passing yards in the league, running the ball all the time. Pickens still coming out about 20 spots ahead of where he's going in draft. So that's a name to remember, especially now that they passed on wide receiver in round 1.
What are you?
And
what
real
are
quick,
you,
Kendall, I know I talked about, I think Justin Fields takes over eventually.
Yeah.
I know we probably don't have the highest opinions of Russ or Fields as passers at this point, but hey, the one thing Russ proved still to be adept at last year, throwing 50-50 balls to Cortland Sutton and getting him over 10 touchdowns. And Justin Fields, as much as you still might not believe him as a passer, he freed DJ Moore better than any number of quarterbacks, were able to do in Carolina over the years. So couldn't agree more with Dwain in terms of, Pickens being a big time riser. Don't underestimate this dude making a legit year 3 boom. Again, not going to be on 150 targets, unfortunately, but the talent is all there. And hey, shout out Next Gen Stats. The fastest wide receivers with the football in their hands last year. Number 1, DK Metcalf. Number 2, Tyreek Hill. And tied for 3rd place, Jamar Chase and George Pickens.
I was going to ask with the Steelers. I think it was you, Ian, that we have the graphic going around. People loved it. People hated it, saying that Justin Fields would be the starter by midseason. What are you guys doing with them? And I've seen the questions come up again for best ball purposes. I think I want to stick with best ball and just what people should be looking at. I'm looking at our ADP tool on fantasylife.com. If you're believing that Justin Fields is going to be the starter by midseason, you're not probably drafting. I mean, what are you looking at? Are you drafting Russ?
The only pick you can make is Fields.
Yeah,
he's the only one with the upside to make it worth it. Even if Russell Wilson manages to be the starter all year, you're not going to want to start him most likely in fantasy. No. But if Fields becomes the starter at any point, you'll be plugging him into your lineup over a lot of guys because he can run. So I feel like it's pretty straightforward. If you're going to take a swing on one of those guys late in your draft, it's just Justin Fields or bust if you're going in on the Steelers.
Yeah, from a best ball scenario, it's really tough because you don't want to draft a quarterback that is going to be taking a 0 for an unknown period of time in the season. Yeah. In a worst case scenario, potentially the entire season if somehow Russell Wilson keeps that job. But if you're going to take a contrarian approach in best ball, he's not likely to have a lot of exposure because he is the backup quarterback right now. And he certainly has a ton of upside. Maybe he's one of those contrarian guys that you get. He's the starter in the middle of the season and he just goes off in the second half and, he carries you to a best ball championship. That is possible. For the tournament style, where what happens at the end of the season matters much more than what happens weeks 1 through 14. So it's possible, but you'd have to do it strategically. You definitely don't want to be over invested in him because there's the possibility that a whole bunch of Justin Fields teams in best ball just end up dead.
All right. All right. Well, we'll keep coming back to the Steelers, and we've got a lot of things that we want to come back to and discuss going into the last few picks of the draft. We've got the Dolphins pick in, though, and they have selected Penn State defensive end Chop Robinson with pick number 21. Probably one of the cooler names in the draft, right? Chop Robinson. That's a great name.
Chop block.
Kool-Aid
A+
McKinstry.
name.
It's a great name.
44940. Mike McDaniel is
damn.
no longer content with just adding speed to the offense. He's doing it with the entire team right now. So this is fun. This is a fun pick, though. It kind of gives them this higher upside pass rusher. Obviously, losing Chubb the way they did down the stretch, just absolutely brutal. So adds some depth to a defense that, let's face it, wasn't exactly, blowing us away to begin with. And I mean, truly, like, if he can get things together, nobody has that faster one step. If you guys watched that Penn State Michigan game last year, my God, Chop beat that right tackle so badly the first couple series that ended up causing Michigan to not throw a single pass during the second half. So again, maybe not the most fancy relevant pick out there, but for the Dolphins, another team that people wanted them to add like a third wide receiver and all this nonsense. Yeah. Good sound pick in my humble opinion.
All right, there you go. Dwain Freedman, anything on Chop?
Yeah,
Good?
I mean, one thing that's notable is that we are now on, I wouldn't say like it's a streak, but like there is still not a single secondary player, like not one defensive back that has been taken. It is all the trenches, like all defensive linemen who have gone off the board here, starting from like pick 15. Like we've had a couple of offensive linemen, but it's like literally all trench players from pick 14 to now. Like that, I think is like really a sign of like where the NFL is investing right now. Like obviously you had like the sexy quarterbacks, the skill position players going off the board before that, but now it's just like meat and potatoes type of players.
But isn't that surprising to you? Because isn't this, especially when you look at the cornerback class with Terrion Arnold and Quinion Mitchell and some of these guys, wasn't that supposed to be a pretty deep class there too?
No? I mean, not really, actually. Like Terrion Arnold, he had the accolades, All-American, but he was kind of slow at the combine. Like not like massively slow, but like slow and not big. And then Quinion Mitchell, like fantastic athlete, but concerns about the level of competition because he wasn't playing in a Power 5 conference.
Mm-hmm.
Like each of the cornerbacks that were projected to go in round one, like you could poke holes in them. It's not that like they were bad, but it's just like there wasn't anything special about this cornerback class relative to other cornerback classes. So yeah, I mean, they're falling down the board here.
Yeah, they're just there. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Another great name. I'm just going to throw that one out
Fantastic
there.
Name.
Fantastic name. Dwain, are you good? You want to go back to projections here? You good with that?
Yeah, we can.
All right, let's
we've got we hit Nabers last.
Jaden Daniels. Nice. We're done with Brock Bowers. We're done. It's just
Jaden
over.
Daniels would be the one.
Yeah, let's go to Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, so I've got Daniels. I put him in. We talked about him earlier. Like it's not the greatest offense, but he's got some weapons. He's got Terry McLaurin. But the big thing again is really his ability as a rusher, Kendall. So he's coming out at 18.5 fantasy points per game. What did I say earlier? I said it's going to make it hard for him to not be a top 10 quarterback. He's QB 10. Nice. He's coming out as QB 10. So I've got him as, it's his scramble rate and then his work in the design run game that's getting him there. Like I don't have him at the level of Lamar and of Anthony Richardson. So I've got him below those guys as far as the amount of work he's getting, but he's getting enough that, and Ian mentioned it again earlier, like it's the best quote. Taysom Hill is a QB1 pretty much every time he's under center. Why? Because he can run the ball. This is a guy that can make more big plays than Taysom. Might not be the threat down inside the 5-yard line that Taysom is, because Taysom's really good at that. But this is a guy that can run for 650, 750 yards. I don't know that he can ever get to the Lamar level, but I think he's a guy that could get to that 600 to 700 range. And if you get into that range, and Ian's done some really cool studies on this, like it's almost impossible for you to not finish in the top 10 to 8 quarterbacks. And that's what the projections are telling us.
All right. That's all. I wanted to. I thought you were just gonna keep going there. Sorry, but I really like you.
I can if I just need to keep
I
going.
figured you. I figured you could. I was like, no one's in your ear. I can't hear it if they are. But I just loved that pick with the Commanders. And I know Ian, you've talked a lot about and tweeted a lot about Terry McLaurin and potentially Jahan Dotson. There was a question about Jahan Dotson and the potential for him this season, because it feels, what's a word to describe him like last year? Like I don't even want to say undervalued, but maybe underutilized in that offense last year.
Yeah, I would say disappointing, honestly. He had plenty of chances in terms of a route standpoint. It wasn't like Curtis Samuel beat him out and like reduced him to the bench or anything like that. I mean, it was one of those things where Dwain and I do our recap pods every Sunday night. And I almost wanted Dwain just at one point to be like, yeah, Dotson got benched so we could quit worrying about it. But lo and behold, the dude kept going out there and running, 90% plus routes. So I'm keeping a candle on for him, because that first year, like, yes, it was only 523 yards, 7 touchdowns, but it wasn't 12 games. He was injured throughout. And just when you did grind the film, like his ability to separate against man coverage, it was nice. And again, just maybe I'm a little too intrigued in some of these sick wide receiver cornerback, ISO cam footage you get, because Dotson really did have one of the better mixtapes I remember seeing after his rookie year. But hey, I will say that Jaden Daniels from Sam Howell is an upgrade. And Dwain, I guess the one issue we did have in Washington was we got the pass happy attack, but it was just Sam Howell taking so many sacks week after week that they didn't always turn into targets. So again, it looks like that Dotson is going to be their clear-cut number 2. He's certainly going to be a lot cheaper than he was last year. Will he ultimately work out? I think we would have seen a little bit more from him again at this point, but at a minimum, I think he could maybe creep back into that wide receiver 4 discussion.
Yeah, the profile that he has typically doesn't work out at this point, even though he's got some draft capital. Like when they play, players have played like he has. Occasionally, again, they're always outliers. We're playing percentages. The large percentage of time when a player has a start to their career that's like Jahan Dotson for the first 2 years, it's not good. But remember, there are always outliers. Devontae Adams is a great example of this. Everybody had finally given up on Devontae Adams, and he goes nuclear, and he becomes one of the best wide receivers in the league. So there's always a chance, and I think, as long as he's got a path to routes in, it makes him someone that if you're taking him late in drafts, whether it's redraft, if it's in redraft, you can just let him sit at the end of your bench, for a couple of weeks, nothing happens, boom, move on, right? If it's in best ball, he's still out on the field enough that he can come up with some big games for you. You can just get some spike weeks out of him, so he's probably fine. And he is, if he does end up like proving us wrong, well, then you just got a player that was basically nothing, on your roster. So a lot of that will come down to how you're trying to stack your quarterbacks, right? How you're trying to stack some of your week 16, 17 kind of stuff, the games and things like that. Once we have the schedule, that'll probably be some of the things that drive you more to a pick like Dotson and help you get some natural exposure to him versus just thinking, oh, I think he's going to suddenly break the mold. But there's still a chance, So Ian, I'm saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. That's perfect. I want to go through in a little bit and talk to you guys about your favorite picks so far in this draft. But we've got the Eagles on the clock right now at 22. There were some rumors going around that they would maybe want to trade up with the Seahawks. Obviously, it didn't happen. Freedman, I want to go to you on this just because for people that weren't here with us when the news of the new contract extension for A.J. Brown was announced, I kind of want to go back to that. He got the new 3-year extension, $96 million, highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. Under contract through 2029, total guarantees is $84 million, which is also the highest. So it's a great deal for him. They just got done with Devontae Smith as well. So when we talk about this team for 2024 fantasy purposes, like where are the holes? What are you expecting from them and Jalen Hurts this year?
I mean, I don't think they're really significant holes. I think it's kind of a version of the 49ers offense where you look at all of the players they have, and it's hard for any one of those guys to dominate in a way that you would want, except for maybe the running back. Like Christian McCaffrey with the 49ers, he's going to get his. I think Saquon Barkley this year is going to get his, except like one issue is that he might not get nearly as many goal line opportunities as you would want because those presumably still belong to Jalen Hurts. And so like Hurts clearly with the goal line opportunities, with the rushing opportunities, and then with the pass catching weapons that he has around him, I mean, he's locked in as a high end quarterback, assuming that the play caller doesn't like sabotage things, but assuming that things are just kind of normal from the play calling coaching standpoint, I think Jalen Hurts should be awesome. All of the other guys, I think you could point to questions about, like, are they going to have like enough opportunities for this guy to be a league winner? I don't think any of them are going to like disappoint, but they just might like all slightly underperform expectations.
What about Ian, Dwayne? What are you thinking here? Because I'll say the pick is in for the Eagles. Let me get that out of the way. Kind of forgot to do that, but they're taking Quinion Mitchell with this pick, 22 overall. So again, we've talked about the AJ Brown extension that came just a few minutes before the NFL draft started. I'm looking at, because I didn't know if you guys had a little bit of a difference in some of your rankings, but you guys, between the three of you, you're all right there with at least Saquon Barkley, Dwayne RB8, Freedman RB8, and Ian, you got him RB9. So it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fine. I just still, with the Saquon deal, I feel like if 31 other teams make it, we're saying, like, what are you doing paying a guy who has been a very mediocre running back over the last 3 years? Yeah. I'll put 2018 and the early parts of 2019 Saquon up against almost any running back that I have seen with my own two eyes, but hasn't been the guy. And when you go to the Eagles offense, like, was there a point over the last couple seasons where you were just like, man, if they only had a better running back? I mean, the whole point of having Hurts, the short yardage cheat code, and having this big, awesome offensive line is the luxury of not having to pay that running back in the first place. So I thought they needed more help on defense. And hey, they accordingly used their first round pick on Quinion Mitchell. So Howie certainly has earned the benefit of the doubt. You know, I've had a bunch of Eagles fans yelling at me, explaining that the Saquon deal isn't that big of a deal and more of a 2-year thing. But man, Dwayne, like, it kind of, we got to go back and do our DeAndre Swift, battle again, I guess, but this year with Saquon, because it's an offense that regularly ranks near the bottom of the league in terms of carries by running backs from the 1-yard line. And sadly, even though they had a legit pass catcher in DeAndre Swift, they still rarely threw him the ball. So Saquon, again, hard to drop too far down the ranks, but don't think I'm going to be, chasing him up in the top 5 or anything.
Yeah, I mean, he goes in round 2 of drafts, and I'm just not really that interested. We looked at it last year, and DeAndre Swift, I was willing to get in on because, like, you got him in round 7. Now Saquon's better than DeAndre Swift, but DeAndre Swift in round 7 on the Eagles, I like better than Saquon in round 2. And you mentioned it. This is a guy that's not really been that explosive here recently, Ian. You do wonder with Saquon, have the injuries caught up, right? Has the workload caught up? I think if you're telling yourself that Saquon could suddenly win you your league by being your 2nd round pick, his path to doing that is breaking long runs with a better offensive line on an offense that's going to have plenty of chances to score. But again, the challenge is, like, once you get inside the 5, I think Jason Kelce already told him, he goes, dude, punch it in on the first try, because if not, you're coming off. It doesn't even matter if you're at the 2 or the 3-yard line. Now, maybe the other thing that's a bail-out clause for Saquon is, what if the Eagles aren't quite as effective without Kelce under center? I mean, that's a potential thing. So, I mean, I think there's a few outs there for Saquon, but I'm with you. He's not going to get a ton in the passing game. And not just because Jalen Hurts doesn't want to check down. Like, Jalen Hurts actually throws the running backs more than people think, like, if you look at it versus expected based on down and distance and stuff. But you have AJ Brown, man. You got Devonta Smith. You got Dallas Goedert. There's just one of those guys is open. One of those guys is open before you check the ball down to a running back on a swing pass. And, oh, yeah, the other option is Jalen could just take off if he likes his odds better. So I'm with you, Ian. I really think Saquon grades out more as a round 3 kind of volume-induced kind of back, but I don't see the upside allure to be wanting to take him in round 2, especially with some of the opportunity cost guys going in that range.
And you've got new offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, over there, who I think, Dwayne, when we were on Sirius XM, we were excited about that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Kellen Moore does, the upside is, if he does influence the team to throw the ball more, that's good for AJ Brown and Devonta Smith. And it makes sense because they have really good receivers. But Nick Sirianni, is still going to probably want to be more balanced. Jalen Hurts, I think, is a really good quarterback. I don't know that he's elite, though. Do they really want to just drop back and throw the ball all the time? This is another one that Freedman and I that we were just spitballing on the other day, just talking through this offense. So interested in getting his thoughts. But like, when you look overall at the rate, the passing rates for teams that have guys that like to scramble or take off, that also holds it down, right? So it's really hard for a team like Baltimore, even though their drop back rate could be decent. a good percentage of those dropbacks, 8 to 10% turn into scrambles where you're getting the same thing with Jalen Hurts. So ultimately what we care about the most for fantasy is the number of attempts when we're thinking of the receivers. So I think Jalen Hurts is scrambling. I think Sirianni wanting to stay involved and know that they've had success being balanced. I think they might pass a little bit more, Kendall. But there is the upside. Like, at least we do know Kellen Moore in the past has said, hey, I don't care. I just want to throw the ball all the time. So he's going to try to have his say. But I gave them a little bit of a bump in the passing game and not a ton.
All right. Well, we've got our next big pick that is actually truly fantasy relevant. So that's actually really exciting. We've got Brian Thomas Jr. going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They traded this pick with the Minnesota Vikings. So now they're back. They've got another weapon. They were linked, guys, to some trade rumors earlier in the week, in the last couple weeks, I should say, to maybe a Brandon Ayuk, to maybe a T. Higgins. So now they go out and they go get their next another wide receiver there. So Dwain, I'm going to throw this to you just with the rookie supermodel. This is someone that we talked about. Hey, what's a good landing spot? How do you like this for Brian Thomas Jr.?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty crowded offense, but like, let's talk about Brian Thomas Jr. like the player first. He's a guy that he didn't quite grade out in the Odunze level, right? Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Nabers were above him. And the biggest reason why, so Kendall, he's really good vertical, runs all the vertical routes really well. He earns targets at a higher rate than really his peers. He comes through with really big plays down the field. He's also good underneath. So he runs a lot of short routes as well. So he uses that speed and that respect that he demands from those corners to really create that cushion to where then he can just run these little hitch routes and stuff like that all day long. And he's sneaky good after the catch too. I would say for a bigger guy, he's better than Marvin Harrison Jr., just strictly talking about a guy after the catch. But where he's lacking is in that intermediate range of his game. He is not developed yet at a point where that he can consistently attack that 10 to 15 yards down the field inside the hash marks, where, again, quarterbacks love to make their money there with play action, with the way defenses are playing today in the league. You get the safeties deep, the two high looks, the soft spot where you can really attack that kind of defense is in the middle of the field. And like, if you look at some of these heat maps and stuff that, a lot of the analytics guys out there put out, you'll see it's blue in that area of the field because that's the area that you can attack right now. So that's the thing Brian Thomas is going to have to work on. Now, it's not to say he can't do it. Once I saw that showed me what I wanted to go watch around his film, because I don't have thousands of hours to watch every guy, in every game. So I try to let the data lead me. Yeah, I know. Not with that attitude. Hey, I think I'm working smarter, not harder, Ian. So I went and I just looked at what were all the intermediate targets for Brian Thomas. And I looked at how did he look on those? And then I just started watching the film to say, okay, was he at least getting open on those sort of routes, even when he wasn't targeted? And I'm not a film expert, but what I saw is I think there's room to grow into that, so, and just the fact that he does have the speed to set defenders up to want to really respect him, that can also open up things in the intermediate game. But that will be the area that he has to work on. If he can't overcome that, is this really a league where you just want to be a deep threat? I mean, they're trying to take that away. Defenses don't want to give up chunk plays down the field, 20 plus yards. So that's why that intermediate range is so important. So, but if he can develop that, man, like, he is a guy that could be talked about like in the top 3 or 4 of this class, but he does have that question, which is why he fell down. Landing spot, man, you have Calvin Ridley leave.
Yeah.
This makes you wonder why you signed Gabe Davis. There's no point in Gabe Davis now. You overpaid Gabe Davis, A, for not really being someone that earns a lot of targets. But B, now this is probably going to be a little bit of a limitation because they're going to want to get some money out of Gabe. They're going to want to get like a little bit out of the Gabe Davis contract they just gave away. Christian Kirk's playing inside in the slot. I mean, unless you guys think Marvin Jones has been pretty good.
He has been.
I mean, sorry, not Marvin Jones. Zay Jones. Zay Jones. Marvin Jones was there too, but Zay Jones is the guy I was talking about. Like, he's had a 20% targets per route run like 3 years in a row. Like, and he was playing hurt last year, so it's kind of crowded. Once again, Trevor Lawrence, you have no excuses, bro. Like, can you put together more than like 4 or 5 games? I know last year there was some injury stuff, so a little bit crowded for my taste, Kendall. But Brian Thomas is a profile I like, and I think they'll quickly. I think Gabe Davis probably finds his way to the bench, after 5 or 6 games.
Damn, he's always someone that I just like. I don't know why I just have to always go back to him, and I just draft him. It's kind of it's horrible. I'm done with it. It's him. It's not me. That's for sure. But Ian, I think I remember you writing about Brian Thomas. What was the stat that he scored a touchdown every 4 catches in college, or it was some crazy stat like that.
You nailed it. Good pull, Kendall.
Yes.
Yeah, every 4 catches, had 17 touchdowns last season, most in college football, most by any college wide receiver since Devonta Smith had 23 back in 2020, which is just an absolutely ridiculous number. But yeah, no, I think kind of what Dwain was talking about makes a lot of sense in terms of, can Thomas actually be more than just a field stretching threat? But to be fair, like we've seen guys kind of like Gabe Davis, and on the low end of things, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, no, not go out there and just become this, game-breaking receiver. But when you are 6'3 plus and you can run a 4.3 40, kind of tough to completely leave you alone.
Ian, do you want any of those guys you just named on your fantasy team? The answer is no.
No, but I think it's a decent floor, and I do think Thomas can be more than that. So some of the comps I had for him after, grinding the old film, I think he could be like a Gen Z Braylon Edwards, upper middle class man's DJ Chark, who once upon a time had 1,000+ yards and 8 touchdowns. But I think the closest comp when you watch him play is Martavis Bryant in the nicest way possible. So I think there's an extra layer to his game that he didn't need to necessarily show off at LSU. And at the end of the day, again, they don't make too many athletes quite like this guy. I mean, look, the 4.33 40 is fast enough, but when you look at it, his 10-yard split of 1.5 seconds was only 0.01 seconds slower than what Xavier Worthy did at like 50 freaking pounds less. So really, really, enticing athlete. Again, was concerned that Dane Brugler brought up the potential for some medical red flags, but I don't think the Jaguars would have spent the pick if they were too concerned. So yeah, I am a little worried that it overlaps a tad with what they want from Gabe Davis. That contract looks worse and worse. I'm with Dwain. I'd rather have Zay Jones in 3 wide receiver sets over Gabe Davis, but at a minimum, we got Trevor Lawrence, another weapon. Hopefully he doesn't lead the league in, touchdowns that would have been 6 points had his receiver gotten 2 feet down in bounds.
Friedman, what are you thinking about this one and Trevor Lawrence and this Jacksonville Jaguars team in general?
Yeah, I like the pick. Echoing what Dwain and Ian said, there's sort of the question as to like exactly where he fits, how he fits, and like what that means for Gabe Davis and Zay Jones, like which one of those guys is out. Like in a worst case scenario, this turns into something like a 4-man rotation, which I mean, like we would hate that because that hurts all of the receivers. But Brian Thomas as a prospect, I think is really intriguing. I think he's kind of like in his own tier within his class. He's not quite there with the top 3, but I think he's above all of the other wide receivers. And it's not a great comp. Like I will say, like, if I could, like compliment a wide receiver, like I would say he's like peak Josh Gordon. Like Josh Gordon is like, for me, like the epitome of like someone who out of nowhere,
that's
like
actually
just
huge
dominated for a random season and then evaporated. But like the promise of like what Josh Gordon could have been, a guy who just like catches a slant and takes it like 90 yards to the house. Like Brian Thomas, like his playing style is kind of like Josh Gordon-esque in terms of like, he's not super polished as a route runner. He doesn't do like a lot of sophisticated things, but he's just physically so dominant. And like, I think if you compare him to the 3 wide receivers who are ahead of him, like he's bigger than Nabers. He's just as fast as Malik Nabers, but he's bigger.
DK Metcalf is he's not as strong as Metcalf, but a very similar route tree, right? Can run the comebacks and things like that. Hasn't shown he can work all the middle of the field besides like a slant, but he's good enough down the field in contested situations. Like, I feel like that's the upside case for him. He could be a DK. Some other guys that came up in the comps that haven't fared as well, Jamison Williams and Terrace Marshall Jr., but I like the DK one. But I like the Josh Gordon. You're going to get me excited about this guy, Friedman, if you're throwing out Josh Gordon.
I mean, look, like that's the best case scenario. But stylistically, and I feel like DK Metcalf is in that like Josh Gordon type of tree in terms of like the type of player that he is. But he's just as fast as Malik Nabers, but he's bigger than him. He's the same size as Marvin Harrison, but he has much more yak potential, in my opinion. You compare him to Rome Odunze, like they're similarly sized. Odunze is much more of a technician, but Brian Thomas has like way more like physical upside than Odunze.
Pure athletic traits. Yeah.
So like, I feel like he's not going to be probably as good as any of the 3 guys ahead of them, but like you can kind of see the case for like how it could happen and like how he has something that all of the other 3 guys ahead of him don't have, and like his combination of some of their traits. So Brian Thomas is really exciting. Unfortunately, he's in a situation that I don't think is going to be super conducive to a lot of fantasy success, because he's going to be competing for snaps and routes with these other guys. And like, that doesn't even take into account like the offense, which I feel like is kind of a low upside offense. Like the shift in play calling duties from Doug Peterson to Press Taylor last year, like, I don't want to say that's like all of what was wrong with this offense, but like that is part of what was wrong with that offense. And I don't know if that's going to be solved.
Let's put a pin in this one and come back to it, because I'm still interested on like what Brian Thomas Jr. brings to this team. But I'm sorry guys, we had a trade with the Cowboys. The Cowboys are trading down from number 24. So I wanted to have the camera on you and just ready to see what they did, but they are trading down. You've got the Lions up, and they have actually already made their selection. They're taking Alabama cornerback, Terrion Arnold with this pick. So sorry. No
Freeman,
Cowboys
like,
pick.
wasn't this guy like in your top 15? Like wasn't he consistently like going way higher than this?
Yeah, I mean, some people thought he might go as high as 13 to the Raiders.
Wow.
A pretty common landing spot. With the Colts there. Him falling down the board to this spot, yeah, like good value. I mean, these cornerbacks are falling from where people thought they would go. But yeah, Terrion Arnold, coming off the board here. This is a really nice pick.
I like the trade though. Cowboys picked up a 2024 third-round pick to move down 5 spots. The Lions get a 2025 7th-round pick. I mean, people are already posting the all-in, Skip Bayless meme, making fun of it. But, hey, this was a situation where the Cowboys, like, they now get to add another day 2 player, move down 5 picks. Hopefully, they're, not going to get sniped on whoever they think is still going to be there at 29. But
move up tomorrow for Jonathan Brooks, Ian.
Ooh.
Okay, well, let me be happy for this brief, fleeting moment. Dwain,
wow, that's not bad. That won't be bad.
Yeah. This is good. There are still lots of offensive linemen on the board that the Cowboys could take, and the difference between taking one at 24 and one at 29 is insignificant. And offensive line is where they have invested a lot of the top 30 visits and a lot of the research that they've done on this class. So I like this move a lot.
Nice.
All right, there we go. So we'll wait to get your guys' reaction to the Cowboys pick. I was looking forward to that, but that's fine. The world doesn't care about what we want. We've got the Packers on the clock right now. Dwain, can I just ask you really quick about just the Packers and everyone really, what you think of their 2024 season coming up? Because I mean, last season when we talked about Jordan Love, I remember a lot at the beginning of the season, it was conversations about if Jordan Love can keep this up. And it honestly felt like every single game, he just got a bit better and a bit better. And we saw how far they were able to go. Unfortunately, it wasn't a lot to do with Christian Watson, although Dwain, I will still hold out hope if you tell me to hold out hope for Christian Watson. But what are we looking at here with just this team from what we saw last season? And if you believe that they can kind of recreate that same magic for 2024?
I mean, obviously it all starts with Jordan Love. While he was performing early last season and we weren't buying in, it was due to like the underlying data, like really just suggesting like you can't keep this up with the low completion percentages and things like that. But to Jordan Love's credit, he fixed all that. And over the second half of the season, he was very consistent in all those areas. He really did a great job. I got to sit firsthand and watch him destroy the Cowboys, buy extra time in the pocket, and just literally just put a knife in their heart right away in the first half of that playoff game. So obviously I walked away with a lot of respect for Jordan Love. So I tend to lean towards him being the real deal. And I feel like there's a lot of upside with him, Kendall. If you look at their overall offense, they're one of these teams that don't have like a true, like this is the alpha wide receiver, but they have a lot of good ones. You got Christian Watson, which if he could ever stay healthy, he can give you the big plays down the field, even though he was playing through, 27 different hamstring injuries, in the last 2 seasons. Like he's still got a 22% targets per route run over his first 2 years of his career. That's good. That's better than just a deep threat. That's not Gabe Davis, like some people say he is. That's plus Gabe Davis, right? It's not elite, but it's still really good. Then you got a guy in Romeo Doubs, one of Ian's favorites. He found him a couple of years ago. Ian's been pretty good. I got to say on some of the names he's hit on here over the last couple of years. Again, more of like a lunch pail kind of guy, but he's a great contested catch artist, and he's open when he's not open. Like he's not the greatest route runner ever. He's pretty good, but man, this guy will like scrap. He's good at contested catches. And then you add Jaden Reed, who's doing big things out of the slot, hitting big plays for you. You can get him involved out of the backfield as well. Dontavian Wicks, who came in, Kendall, and spelled, these guys. And he honestly, like on the small sample, he looked like he might be one of the better receivers on the team. So we haven't even talked about Bo Melton, who came out of nowhere, a former Seattle Seahawks 7th rounder. He played great at the end of the year. Small samples, so it's hard to get
2 young tight ends too.
Yes, and you got Musgrave plus Tucker Kraft. You add Josh Jacobs to the backfield. I would argue Aaron Jones is the more explosive player. I like him over Josh Jacobs, but I understand your concerns with Aaron Jones and his ability to stay healthy. And Josh Jacobs is younger than Aaron Jones. So, yeah, I think this is a very balanced offense. I'll say right now, Josh Jacobs, people are kind of hating on him in drafts. Like, I've got him in my top 6 running backs, and as far as like where he's going overall in drafts, I'm not going to force myself to take him there, like, because you're just going to take the value when he falls. But I mean, people are letting him fall like 20, 25 spots past where I've got him projected right now. So I think Josh Jacobs is a guy that, if people are going to really let us, have Josh Jacobs later in drafts, like that's something. When I say later in drafts, you're looking at, late round 3. I could see taking him as your only running back in like the first 4 or 5 rounds, and then come back to running back, and you have a lot of wide receivers and tight ends. So yeah, it's a robust offense. Like, again, no superstars, but a lot of really good players. And with Jordan Love, they're hoping is the superstar.
I will say we've got their pick is in. It is offensive tackle Jordan Morgan to the Packers. So that's their pick. I don't think we were expecting them to do anything crazy here. But I'm curious, Dwayne, did Christian Watson get the tightrope ankle surgery? Was that the one that kind of took him out, or has his only been hamstrings?
Because
I remember you were going to look
tightrope. I don't know.
Because I remember you were going to look into the tightrope. Maybe.
Yeah, I looked into it, but it wasn't for him. It was for Tony Pollard.
Oh, got it.
And it was for Brock Bowers.
Yes,
because he had it in college. But no, I don't see anything on Christian Watson.
I couldn't remember.
If somebody in chat knows and they can tell us, I missed that if that occurred. But no, he didn't.
Okay.
To my knowledge,
I think it's just hamstrings.
Just hamstrings.
He had a knee bruise he dealt with, but I'm pretty sure they were talking about like if they could do like a surgery to like hopefully help this dude's hamstrings out a little bit. It's funny. One of my comps for Brian Thomas Jr. was Christian Watson with functioning hamstrings. So hopefully they can get that figured out.
Didn't he tweet like I'm going to spend time this offseason and go to a ton of specialists because he said something weird. Like it's just not, he still doesn't feel right.
I heard there's going to be a masseuse actually follow him onto the field, like so just in between plays, rubbing him down.
Dwayne's like, I need
if I invest in Christian Watson like last year, it will be me. It will be like Freedman and Michael Penix. So.
Did you go heavy on Christian Watson again last year too? I thought that was 2 years ago.
No, 2 years ago he was cheap, but last year we were taking him in round 4. And it did not work out, Kendall.
No, it was not good. It's not good. Are you going to go all in again this year or no?
Well, now he's cheaper. Yes, I think there's a chance he's the best receiver on the Packers. Yeah. Like he can win from anywhere. You can throw him the ball at the line of scrimmage. He can go 70. You can hit him on a slant. He can go 70, or you can just tell him go deep and he can go for 70. So you just got to stay healthy, And I'm not saying he's a complete receiver. He still has things he needs to work on his game. Like when you watch him, it's kind of funny. Like his body parts are flying everywhere. Like it's like he's, Matt Waldman calls him the wild child, and I know why. Like when you go watch him, it's just like his hair's on fire, and it looks like, man, you could probably be like way more efficient with your movements, but it doesn't matter. He's still super fast. So I think he does things that really only he can do on the team. Like he can do multiple things really well. I think when you look at the other guys, they are all good like at their roles, but I don't know that they have the potential to truly still unlock superstar potential. Again, like the hamstring stuff concerns me, but where you get Christian Watson now in drafts, I like it.
I can't tell if Freedman is laughing at your jokes or if he's looking at, I don't know.
I think he's just laughing because he thinks I'm going to invest in Christian Watson again and lose my money.
Maybe
that's all of it. That's part of it. But yeah, Dwayne waxing poetic about quote Christian Watson's body parts. It's too much.
They're flying everywhere, Freedman. You can take that for how you want it. I mean,
this is when it's like it's getting late. We're at pick 26, and we're it's getting punchy. And the Cowboys
me on a Thursday with Kendall on Sirius XM.
That's true. You guys should all tune into that. But and the Cowboys haven't picked yet, so there's it's time to go nuts. It feels like the conversation though, like. I don't know why I'm going here with you guys on this yet, and I'm curious where you guys have Kyle Pitts ranked, but that feels like the same conversation as Christian Watson. Are we going to do this to ourselves again?
Absolutely.
Or, yes, I know that's what you were going to say. Ian, are you going to let this happen again? Are we going all in on it? Has to be Kyle Pitts season at one point, right?
Let me see. I'm going to our old trusty fantasy life ranks.
Ian is a reflex person, and he's actually going to take a sober approach to something for like maybe the first time I've ever seen.
I have him tight end 8. Freeman has him tight end 9. Dwain has him tight end 7. So I think the ADP is right around there. I will say, after the Jaguars got Brian Thomas Jr., maybe I can move Pitts ahead of Evan Ingram. David Njoku's sitting there. So I don't think you can get Pitts into the top 5 like Kelsey, Laporta, Andrews, McBride, and probably Kincaid. Man, Kincaid versus Pitts. That's a pretty good question, I think. So look, it's like, oh my gosh, are we going to get hurt again? The dude's still 24 years old. So still only one of, had the second 1,000-yard rookie season by a tight end ever. I know he had 17 games, but, we sadly didn't know the full extent of the injury that he was dealing with last year. Otherwise, I think we would have been a lot more, just cautious with drafting him. So extra year removed from that. He's in an offense that did not add that, top 10 wide receiver, should very much still be projected to be one of the better tight end, just target earners in the league. No more Jonnu Smith. You added Kirk Cousins. I believe all the stars are finally, guys, aligning for Kyle Pitts. Yeah, no Arthur Smith. It's
I'm
great.
putting it on a graphic and then
Pick
tweeting
64 right now in best ball draft, so people have already warmed up. Remember when this thing first started, it was like pick 100, and then Kirk Cousins signed. That was it. Like everybody's like, okay, we're back in.
Friedman, you all in on? I know you're all in on Kyle Pitts. You're just the most optimistic person I know. He's gonna have a great season.
I honestly don't have much of an opinion on Kyle Pitts.
That's not bad.
It can't be worse than it was, but like, yeah, I mean, we're like all in the, like tight end 7 to 9 range. I feel like that's probably where he belongs. He certainly has the upside for more. And I will say, at least like with this offense, there's obviously no Arthur Smith. That's great. And then there's like the upside of uncertainty, which, like makes Kyle Pitts kind of intriguing in that, like, if things go really well with this offense, like for instance, if Michael Penix takes over and becomes the starter,
on it. I was going to go there for you, but you did it on your own.
Then things could really take off. And like Zach Robinson coming from the McVay tree, like there's potential here. So like Pitts, he had 1,000 yards receiving as a rookie. Like he could hit that threshold again. There's potential here.
22% targets per route run over his first 3 seasons, Kendall. That is still elite for a tight end. That grades out in the tight end 1 range. So he can earn targets. Now he's got an accurate quarterback. I won't repeat it all, but it's like Ian and Friedman said, it couldn't have gone better for Kyle Pitts in in this offseason. Like so I think literally he checked every box.
So we're still, we're still taking him. We're still drafting him, and we're still going to be sad about it probably at the end of the year. But that's okay because we're doing it all together. Let's go. Let's see. We've got another pick it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick 26. They went and took Graham Barton. So Ian, is this a Graham Barton or is this you saw something else?
Well, I just know the Cowboys traded back and they need an offensive lineman, and 2 offensive linemen just went right off the board. So
yeah.
We'll see what happens.
It's doing great.
It's fine. This is Graham Barton makes a lot of sense for the Buccaneers. Versatile offensive lineman. He'll probably play at center for them, but he can also play at guard and kick out to tackle in a worst case scenario. Makes sense for them. Thinking about the Cowboys, Jackson Powers Johnson, who plays center, still on the board, and Kingsley Suamatia out of BYU, still on the board. I think the Cowboys will end up getting an offensive lineman.
Is Tyler Guyton still there? Didn't you have him mocked?
Yeah, Guyton
is still there.
Guyton is still on the board.
Just think of Tyler Durden in Fight Club. I don't know why, but Tyler Guyton, I feel like he's a cool dude.
Guyton has a lot of upside too. Like I think the Cowboys are still in a pretty good position no matter which one of those guys they end up with.
I like that you guys are telling yourself like we're still okay. It's all right. Everything's gonna be fine with the Cowboys. But
I'm reading about Friedman's borderline prospects at the bottom of his mock draft. We've got Bo Nix, Michael Penix. Oh shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stop.
It's pain.
I'm sorry.
Can we let
pain.
Ian, you want to stick with the Bucks here? Just of what you think of their offense. Again, Dave Canales is out. I shouldn't say out. He got a promotion and is now with the Carolina Panthers there. Did a lot. I still stand by did a lot with Geno and then did a lot with Baker. Baker had a great season last year, but do you actually think, like, what are we doing? Do we believe in him again and Mike Evans? Because I felt like a fool not looking at Mike Evans and saying, it's Mike Evans, he's going to be fine. And I didn't draft enough of him. So are we doing it again this year?
It feels like the classic, boom or bust quarterback has a boom year and he'll probably fall back to earth a little bit. So the crazy thing about this offense, is everything went great. They had the real nice success in the playoffs, even played the Lions competitively. I mean, Baker Mayfield, I believe, is only trailing Mahomes and Josh Allen when it comes to playoff games with 300 plus yards and 3 touchdowns, since he's entered the league. So kudos to him. Great story, got paid. Was still the 20th ranked scoring offense last year, as well as things, went. So you can find some stats, EPA per dropback, where Baker was indeed top 10, but, CPOE, he was 22nd, yards per attempt. He's, fallen down to 12th. So we'll see what happens with it. I don't think that, this is a terrible pick by any stretch, because the one thing that has been a problem has been that run game, just getting anything going. So, yards before contact per carry regularly down the bottom of the league. And as much as I don't think Rachaad White is necessarily the biggest game changer as a rusher, I also don't think he's as bad as, that yards per carry number of like 3.7 necessarily says he is. So we'll see what they do the rest of the way around. But this is an offense where if they do keep things the way they are, I think it's kind of centralized enough around Evans, Godwin, and Rachaad White to still feel good about them. Where I would start to get concerned is if they add one of these running backs on day 2 to really start making it more of a committee, or dip their toes into the wide receiver waters. So right now, I think actually a better fantasy offense than real life. So I don't hate it.
Don't you have Rachaad White ranked really high, right? I think I also put that on a graphic and people had some thoughts about it.
He's right around the top 12 for me.
You have him RB6.
Oh, wow.
You're like, wait, I need to change that.
Day, I guess. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. I will say, Dwain and I were talking offline the other day, and, he just got his projections done, and like just looking at projections versus underdog ADP, like Rachaad White and Joe Mixon, there are some middle round running backs who I think have the exact same, 300 plus touch upside as guys like Saquon Barkley that are going in rounds 1 and 2. They're just, it's almost like their inefficiency is being held against them more so than guys like Saquon, like Josh Jacobs. So, Mixon and Rachaad White are 2 guys I've been drafting a ton in these early drafts, because you can kind of get that guy who, if you squint hard enough, could give you that anchor RB, RB1 production, but you can get him around 4.
Yeah, I think right now, like the way drafts are going, things are going to change. And I think we're going to get a lot of day 2, day 3 running backs that could potentially blow up some of these more inefficient backfields. Like, if the Bucks take a running back tomorrow, it'll definitely have our attention, because Rachaad White has been inefficient. And that historically has been a recipe for, man, you better be careful about projecting too much volume. But I'm with Ian right now. First pass of my projections, Kendall, this guy ranks 26 spots ahead of where he's going in ADP.
Ooh, okay.
Joe Mixon ranks 35 spots ahead of where he's going in ADP. Now, that doesn't mean we need to go draft them early, but what it tells me is just draft wide receivers like crazy early, because guess what? They're all gone. That's why these guys are falling down. You're not going to be able to make it up at wide receiver later in these underdog drafts. Mm-hmm. So go ahead, take the wide receivers early. Fine, you want to mix in a Breece Hall? I'm gonna, because he's a stud. You're going to want to mix in a little Bijan, a little CMC. But overall, like, I'm probably going to take wide receivers at those picks because of the current marketplace. If I can turn around, if I can build 3, 4, 5 wide receiver starts, even mixing in an elite tight end with 4 wide receivers, and feel really good about that, and then come down and be able to still grab running backs in rounds like 6 through 9. And to Ian's point, land guys that we still have a chance to have as many touches as Saquon Barkley. Like, again, some of these guys are going to get blown up by the draft over the next 2 days, and we're not going to feel as confident, but some of them are going to make it through the minefield. And like Ian mentioned earlier, not all these guys that are going to go on day 2, day 3 have a complete profile, but they could be enough, like, to come in and steal some early down touches from a guy like Rachaad White.
See, Ian, you weren't drinking too early. RB6, RB9. We're good. Friedman, no, Dwayne, you have him RB12. It's Freedman with RB9. So that's fine. It
was one of those things where with him and James Conner, like, as much as, and we'll get the ranks ironed out more in the summer, because like there is a point where with someone like Rachaad White, like once the ADP stabilizes, I would move him down just so people don't draft him in round 2 when you can get him in round 4. But yeah, again, it's one of these things where guys like James Conner, Joe Mixon, Rachaad White, like, don't put too much emphasis behind, just a pure stat like yards per carry, especially if we're in an offense like these guys where I actually think we have some semblance of scoring upside. I mean, I'm not saying the Buccaneers are going to be this juggernaut or anything, but again, league average offense for a running back that cleared 300 touches last year. Even if they do add someone else, they'll still think Rachaad White could be the pass down back. So, if they add someone, he'll drop a little bit from RB6, but I'm feeling better about it now that we're talking through it. I appreciate you guys.
There we go. That's what we're here for. The Cardinals pick is in at number 27. They're selecting Missouri pass rusher Darius Robinson with the 27th overall pick. Add some defense for Jonathan Gannon. He's there at the draft tonight. I think this is a perfect time to use this to kind of go back to the Marvin Harrison Jr. conversations with Kyler Murray. I don't know if anyone, it's been a while since we talked about them in that pick and what it means for fantasy football. Dwayne, I think we talked about those projections, but I might be wrong there with what you had for him. But if anyone wants to take the floor of what they think this team could look like now with Kyler Murray back for hopefully now a full season, we're not going to have the same thing as last season where we hope he comes in and maybe helps us with our fantasy pushes into the playoffs. He obviously didn't do enough for us for that, but now you've got, I don't know. I still think, and I know Freedman laughed a little bit, I still think they have good pieces where I'm more excited to draft them this season than maybe previous seasons.
I think they could be okay for fantasy.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know how big of a step they're going to take forward as far as like an NFL team. You've got the 49ers in your division. You've got the Rams, as long as Stafford's healthy, and you got McVay as the coach. I think there's some tough things there. But look, you've got Kyler Murray. He's shown that he can support, weapons in an offense. James Conner's now shown for multiple years that he can come out and do this. Yeah, he's going to miss 3 or 4 games in the season, and you're going to have to deal with that. But when he's out there, he's doing his thing. He's another guy, Kendall. He's great. This is projection. Again, this is not where I'll rank him, but it's 45 spots ahead of where his underdog ADP is. Now, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going right now, pick 15 in best ball drafts. 15. He grades out at pick 28 in the pure projections. So he's a guy I want exposure to, but I'm not going to go crazy to get it. I'm hoping that price comes down a little bit. So the other guy, though, is Kyler Murray. I mean, how many guys in the league right now can throw for over 4,000 yards and if they're healthy, run for 750 plus? It's on one hand, and Kyler Murray's one of them. So, and we saw Kyler have that kind of season, like I can't remember if it was 3 or 4 years ago. We've seen him have it. So it's in there. He just has to stay on the field for the full season. And Trey McBride, he was a beast last year. Now, we don't have a huge sample on Trey McBride, but he was well thought of coming into the league. He's a guy that's one of these athletic tight ends. And once they moved on from Zach Ertz, like Trey McBride went absolutely bonkers. Like when he took over that starting role, he was really the best tight end in fantasy, down the stretch, if you're just looking like over the last 8 to 10 games of the season. So I think that there's enough there, Kendall, to your point, for them to be competitive. I think like they would be feeling pretty good about themselves if they got to 8 or 9 wins. But I think for fantasy, Kyler Murray's enough to support James Conner in the running game and to support, Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride. Problem with Harrison right now is just the price tag's really high.
Looks like we've got a little bit of news here. So the Bills were on the clock at 28. Looks like the Chiefs are now on the clock in a trade with the Bills. I'm going to wait until we see, what that trade looks like. Friedman, what do you think here? What do you think they're going up to get?
Yeah, I mean, they need a wide receiver. They also need an offensive lineman. I think they're probably going more wide receiver in this spot. Adonai Mitchell is available.
Ooh.
Xavier Worthy is available. Either one of those two feel like they would be great additions to this offense. And then, of course, if they go offensive tackle, kind of who cares from the fantasy perspective? Give me a wide receiver. I kind of hope it's Adonai Mitchell. As exciting as Xavier Worthy would be within that offense, I hope it's Adonai Mitchell because he's big and he's fast. And although I know the supermodel isn't going to like him, I feel like within that offense, with the way that they could use him and scheme him, he could be productive.
So just by having a Bill logo on his head, it's suddenly going to make him a good player?
A Chiefs logo.
Chiefs logo.
Oh, Chiefs logo. That's also
Chiefs
not
traded.
work.
No.
We've seen that.
Underdog
like with
ADP,
MVS, like
89.
the goalie's going to have to play outside. Yeah. But I am with Freedman. Like Adonai Mitchell is honestly like one of the wildest things I've ever seen. Like for how much the film people love him, And like the data is just not there for him. Like now Ian will tell you, like he's done some things, like he scored some touchdowns. He's made some big plays. He's had stretches in his career that have been great, but like he didn't break out early, like compared to the way his peers did, even if you adjust for his teammates and all those other things. So there's things that the model doesn't like about him, but I do get it. I understand like the athletic profile that this guy has and the size he has. I understand, like, if you get it right and he does turn into something, like, you feel like the ceiling is really high. But I also just feel like he's one of these guys where it could be nothing. You could be getting something great, but you could also be getting someone you wish you never drafted.
Dwayne, what if I told you that it was Xavier Worthy to the Kansas City Chiefs?
Then
Does
I would
that
tell you
change
that's
your
a better
mind?
pick.
Is that a better,
It's a better
pick?
pick? Yes.
There you
Xavier
go.
Worthy.
Officially
Yes.
official. There we go. Xavier
Yeah,
Worthy.
Xavier Worthy,
The
man,
Chiefs.
like blew up early as a freshman, went bananas at Texas. And people will tell you, well, he never did better than that. Well, it's kind of hard to do better than what he did as a true freshman. This guy went nuts. He was a highly recruited player. He can win at the line of scrimmage, give you immediate, yards and like schemed up plays, but he's not just reliant on that. He can beat you down the field above the average marks for all the college receivers as far as winning downfield and 20+ yard throws. And he can work that intermediate area, even though he's smaller. Like, he showed up really well there. He's shown that he can take these contested catch hits, even though he has that smaller frame. So I think this is a guy that you can deploy all over the field. And I know a lot of people get worried about Xavier Worthy because they're like, well, he's too small. What if he starts playing, against press man coverage? Well, I'm glad you asked about that. This guy, whenever he saw man coverage, Kendall, he was an absolute beast in college. Like, he was 32% targets per route run. That's the next best in this class behind Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, you want to run zone coverage against Xavier Worthy? 28% targets per route run, the number one mark of all of these wide receivers in this class. So this is a guy that the main concern is going to be his size. Can he stay healthy in this league? I think landing with the Chiefs and the creativity, man, this could hurt, right? This really could. This could hurt Rice. Like, this could hurt Rashee Rice, because this is a guy that can play from the slot. He can play from the outside. You've already got Hollywood Brown, who they're going to play outside. Like, this is not really good news for Rashee Rice, and I love Xavier Worthy.
Rashee Rice, I will say, we don't know yet, like, what his suspension is going to look like. I think you said Davenport has reported maybe 4 to 5 games, Dwayne, if that's correct.
Yeah, he originally was looking at 1 to 2, but based on the latest statement from Schefter, he did adjust that to say it's probably going to be in that 4 to 6 range, just because of the specific language that Schefter used, which was basically, there's no way it's a one game. It's going to be a multi-game for sure. And, when you start piecing it together, yeah, Davenport was looking at that 4 to 6 range. So I took 5 off the projections for now.
Okay. Ian, what do you think about this one? Xavier Worthy to the Kansas City Chiefs.
And the Bills are the ones that traded the pick.
I know. That's what I was thinking. What's going on? Bills, do you not know what you need?
Gosh. So, yeah, this is terrifying. I mean, like, Mecole Hardman, if he actually knew how to track a ball downfield, like, there is a ton of great potential here. Worthy, yeah, there we go. That's the Kadarius Toney comp if we want to go down that route. But look, Worthy, great punt returner too. It's not like this dude just showed up at the combine and all of a sudden everyone was like, oh, okay, he can play a little football. 981 yards, 12 touchdowns, 760-9, 1,005. Like, he has had 3 really productive years at Texas, outproduced A.D. Mitchell. The only knock on him is that, like, statistically, he was one of the worst, downfield receivers in college football. But hey, guess who else didn't exactly do great? A.D. Mitchell. And you start watching these guys on film, and I'm sorry, Quinn Ewers, but I don't think you were exactly cutting it in that offense last year. So love the pick. He can do it all. I mean, if you look at him in 2022, his average target depth was 17.8 yards downfield, but last year it shrunk all the way down to 10.3. So he really isn't just this one-trick pony, deep threat. I mean, heck, he started off the Red River shootout with a freaking screen, taking it 75 yards to the house a couple of years ago. So really exciting player from both a yak and a deep speed standpoint. I don't know if I quite see, the Deshaun Jackson comp that people were trying to throw out there. Would have liked to see, again, a bit more success downfield to go that far. But at a minimum, this is another guy that defenses absolutely cannot ignore on the field, which is a problem when you got maybe the best quarterback ever under center. So I remember, like, Freedman, do you remember one mock draft with Worthy actually falling not even to the Chiefs at 32, but even to 28? Like, this is amazing.
Freedman had it mocked.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like this ended up becoming a pretty common thing. By the way, this is a real sign of how my day is going, that I got the pick right, Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs, but I still ended up losing the bet because I had over 29.5. And this lands at 28. This
Freeman.
is a sign. But in terms of the fit, absolutely love it. You know, like give Andy Reid another speedster. And as you guys say, like a guy who can actually play football, unlike some of the other smaller speedsters that they've had on this team. Like I mean, no one is Tyreek Hill, but there's a hope that with the addition of Xavier Worthy and then adding him with Hollywood Brown, who they also acquired this offseason, maybe they can, find again some of that downfield explosiveness that they used to have when they had Tyreek Hill. Like this could open up the offense again. This is really exciting.
Yeah, I'm glad that this happened for us because we've been waiting just a little while. But I think, we've talked about the size of Xavier Worthy and like what that looks like. But I think this is the perfect landing spot for the Chiefs. Feels like since Tyreek Hill left, we've said add another weapon, like just keep going. And now they're doing it. And we'll see what the Rashee Rice suspension looks like and how much time is going to miss there. But Xavier Worthy, Dwain, just to end the Xavier Worthy talk until we figure out what the Cowboys are doing here, you have him before the draft. You had him as your rookie rankings number 9. Does he move up for you a lot, or probably stay in that range with him going to the Chiefs at this spot?
I think landing spot is enough that if you want to take him over Brian Thomas Jr., you can, because it's a tad more crowded there, and we just know Patrick Mahomes is elite. Trevor Lawrence still just hasn't shown us that he's got a gear to get to that next level. Honestly, Trevor Lawrence has been average. So they're in the same tier in the supermodel. Brian Thomas Jr. was ahead. So yeah, I do think that I'll probably lean more to Worthy as the guy. And I think, most likely now what will happen is the Chiefs, they did Marquise Brown is on a 1-year deal. If he doesn't like absolutely go nuclear, like he probably moves on. Right. Okay. And next year is Xavier Worthy plus Rashee Rice, and then eventually Travis Kelce's going to retire. So there's a lot of opportunity for the future, to be really bright for Xavier Worthy over the next 3 to 5 years for fantasy football.
And the Cowboys pick is in. Are you guys excited? Are you ready? They've got.
I like the pick.
All right, offensive tackle Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma. I will say, Freedman, you also in your latest mock draft came out today. You had him going to the Cowboys. Just a different pick number, but I hope that's fine for you. What do you guys think?
No, of course it's not fine for me. I nailed the pick and lost the bet, but it doesn't matter. We move into the future. I love the pick. Absolutely great pick. I think they got the guy that they wanted and added some draft capital while doing that. Guyton has some versatility to him. Like he can play left tackle if they need him to, which means they could keep left guard Tyler Smith on the inside. If they want Guyton to play guard, he can probably do that too. He can play right tackle and upgrade that position. Like it was just clear throughout the process, the Cowboys were going with offensive line. It was just a question of, like where they would try to address. And I think they got a guy who has a ton of upside who can play across the formation. So absolutely do love this pick here.
Yeah, and losing Tyron Smith, they obviously needed to do something, with the tackle position. They landed a really good pick a few years ago in Terrence Steele. I believe he was a 4th rounder, if I remember correct, Freedman, out of Texas Tech, and he's been really good. Obviously, they invested the 1st rounder two seasons ago. So yeah, I like this. You're protecting Dak. Obviously, they still need some weapons to go along with CeeDee Lamb. But yeah, Kendall, I feel way better. This is way better than the Mozzie Smith pick last year.
Redemption, Ian. There you go.
Yeah, and again, adding that extra 3rd rounder is huge. This is a team that, they had originally the 24th pick and the 56th and the 87th pick. Then they weren't going to pick again until 174. So again, being able to get that additional 3rd round pick gives them an opportunity to, again, I guess, mess it all up by trading up to go ahead and get Jonathan Brooks or someone. But so far, so good. I'm sure we'll hear this was the guy they wanted all along, even if it wasn't. Seemingly got, a pretty consensus top 5, top 6 tackle. Good on you, Jerry. I guess, the Johnny Walker hasn't been hitting too hard just yet.
Would you hate, what was the rumor that Ezekiel Elliott, they went and had talks with him about potentially coming back? How much would you hate that, or would you not? Would
No,
that be
Zeke's
okay?
fine, just when you're
Okay.
not paying him $90 million, that's and keeping a good Tony Pollard on the bench. Like Zeke was still good and still can be good as a short yardage specialist and particularly in pass protection. So if he comes back to be that role, already boys with Dak and everything, I don't see a problem with it.
All right, there we go. Happy Cowboys fans. It never happens. Dwayne, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah,
Friedman?
I'm happy.
I'm not going to ask Friedman.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't
look,
reach for a player that played for 8 years in college and never had any snaps. So like we avoided that scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've got let's just say we've got just a few more picks here. We've got the Ravens on the clock at pick 30. This is the time that we can, I guess, just talk about Lamar Jackson and just how good this team could potentially be with Derrick Henry on it. I'm just curious what you guys think, because I know it feels like it's one side or the other, that you either love Derrick Henry and you're ready to draft him on this team, or you say, hey, he's old, the age cliff is coming for him and it's just not going to work out. So I'm curious where you guys are at with this Ravens team, specifically Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, looking at the Titans, they, again, fell off badly on the offensive line. This was a group that was 13th and 18th in rushing yards before contact per carry in 2020 and 2021. Last 2 years, they dipped down to 30th. So, yes, Derrick Henry's yards per carry has been dipping, but his yards after contact and even some of his explosive plays have not. He had a top speed this last season that was actually faster than what he was able to generate back in 2019 and 2020. So, hey, guess what? Do older running backs usually not work out eventually? Yes, that's a fact. Father Time is undefeated, but are we positive Derrick Henry just isn't an alien who's going to keep playing football until he's 90 years old, running through anyone that gets in his way? Haven't been proven wrong just yet with that one either. So look, this is not an offense like the Bills or like the Eagles where we have to worry about the quarterback taking away carries on the goal line. Lamar's, not going to be throwing a lot of passes to Henry, but guess what? Hasn't been catching much his entire career to begin with. I think he's going to open up these rushing lanes. The big, awesome offensive line should help. They got to retool a few things there, but number one team in yards before contact per carry over the last 5 years are your Baltimore Ravens. So consider, last year it was Jalen Hurts, number one in the NFL, 16 carries inside the 5-yard line. Josh Allen was number two at 14. Lamar was all the way down there, still tied for third, but just 5. So again, Henry, I think, does have a chance to have that kind of 2019 Mark Ingram-esque season of making the absolute most out of 250, 300 carries, probably walking to the end zone, a good 12 to 15 times. So not the cheapest guy in fantasy, but I'm in on the big dog this year.
We've got the Ravens pick is in. They're adding to their secondary. They're going with Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins with the 30th overall pick. Kind of a sneak into round one there. But Dwayne, Friedman, anything on this Ravens squad before we continue?
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Ian said about Derrick Henry. One thing that's really fascinating about Lamar Jackson is that, unlike Jalen Hurts, unlike Josh Allen, he doesn't have the number of rushing touchdowns that you would expect given the total number of carries and the total rushing yards that he has. And it's because they just don't give him the ball all that much near the goal line. They just choose to give it to the running backs. And so it's a situation where for a lot of runners, when they are paired with a running quarterback, that can end up hurting them some near the goal line. I don't think that's actually going to be the case for Derrick Henry. So he's going to be in a running offense. He's still going to get a lot of goal line carries. Yeah, Ian touched on it. He's old, but Derrick Henry is like such a Terminator type of freak that I just don't know if that's going to matter this year.
Dwayne, anything on them before we keep going?
No, I'm with the guys on this one. And when you look at like the research around like what happens to these running backs as they age, yeah, we want to be careful. You could hit the cliff here, but the data does tell us that a lot of these guys that when they manage to hang around this long, they're typically still pretty good. Obviously every year you go further, you're getting closer to that edge. But where these guys are going in drafts, I feel like a lot of that's already priced in, Kendall. So from a fantasy standpoint, I like Derrick Henry. I'm not like all in on Derrick Henry. Like there's a lot of guys that go in the range that Derrick Henry goes and drafts right now. He's going pick 32. Mm-hmm. So I think you could argue that James Conner is worth every bit as much as Derrick Henry, and you get him at pick 77. So that's the only challenge, right? Is there are guys that profile in a similar way to Derrick Henry for me, like older guys that are still in decent situations. And James Conner can catch the ball. Derrick Henry can't. So I don't know how much I'll have of him at ADP, but he's going in round 3. right now towards the end of round 3. So I'll definitely get a little bit of Derrick Henry at that. But I would like to see if he slid a little bit and he was more in the range of some of these other guys like we've been talking about. Rachaad White's going at pick 48. And the reason a lot of these ADPs work this way early on is because some people are more worried about what would happen if a rookie lands on the team with some of these guys like Rachaad White and so on. But the Ravens, they decided they wanted to go in on Derrick Henry. So I think people feel more comfortable with him. So some of these other guys are probably going to get ADPs closer, to Derrick Henry once we find out that they don't draft a rookie onto their team. So it'll be interesting to watch, but I am with the guys. I'm not too worried about the tread off the tires for Henry because of all the scheme improvements and the other positives that he gets joining the Ravens.
All right, there we go. I'm with you. You guys know that. I've been a Derrick Henry apologist for a really long time. So we're just going to continue with it. We've got the 49ers on the clock at pick 31. I'm just curious if any of you have any idea or just kind of want to look into the future a little bit on what you believe is going to happen with Brandon Ayuk, because Brandon Ayuk has been the one that's been, doing a little bit of subtweeting, posting on the Instagram story that he wants to get paid and he deserves to be paid. Like I said at the beginning of the show, their general manager has come out and said, hey, we want to have him for the rest of his career. But we all know that doesn't usually happen when they start those negotiations and those talks. So they've got Deebo Samuel, they've got Christian McCaffrey, they've got a lot of weapons. You can keep going with George Kittle. So we know that Brandon Ayuk is really good, especially for fantasy football purposes. But do you guys expect him to get a long-term contract figured out, or do you expect a trade or maybe something in the middle there?
I don't think he gets traded at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, if I feel like if the 49ers were going to make a trade, they would be looking for more, and those draft picks have already gone unless they're looking to next year. So I feel like they're going to want Ayuk on their roster for this season. And I think it's in their best interest, to still get the long-term deal done with Ayuk. I think he's the most complete wide receiver on their team. I think he can go to many teams and immediately be a wide receiver 1. I love Deebo Samuel, but if you made me pick which guy I wanted to start my team with right now as a wide receiver, I think Ayuk just has a broader application. He can just win in more ways. And Debo's an absolute dog, so I'm not trying to take away from him. I love the guy. But if I had to pick, it would be Ayuk. So I think the 49ers probably still get something done because at this point, they want to win this year. So yeah. I don't see them making a move. It's not like, all these picks have already happened. So what are they doing? They can't get one of the top receivers in the draft by trading away Ayuk or some other great prospect.
Yeah, look, Ayuk's still only 26. You guys were a 4th and 1 stop away from winning the Super Bowl last year. If it's not really broke on offense, which I don't think it is, probably don't need to overly fix it. So Ayuk, just posted one of only 8 seasons over the past decade with a yards per route run rate over 3 and a minimum of 50 targets. Hell, he just averaged 12.8 yards per target. That's the most ever since the stat began getting tracked back in 1992. It is incredible how efficient this guy is. And it's a freaking shame that we're probably not going to see him get that 150 plus target workload that we know he could do bonkers things in Fantasyland with. But again, for the 49ers real life offense, just like the Bengals are doing with T. Higgins, makes the most sense for a contender to keep your freaking awesome wide receiver and see what happens. So honestly, if they do grab a wide receiver here, maybe an AD Mitchell, that would be interesting and maybe start making us, think something else could be happening. But I want to go back to the Ravens for a second because they were a team that, a lot of people thought could add a first-round wide receiver. They did not. And we also got low-key that Rashad Bateman extension, the week before. Dwain, it's Zay Flowers, who actually had some domestic stuff going on, but that got cleared recently. So Zay Flowers seemingly good to go for 2024 and beyond. No off-the-field stuff to worry about. Nelson Aguilar seemingly stepping into a starting role, better than the public gives him credit for, but more of a complimentary guy. Rashad Bateman's been out there, man, drafting outside the top 80 wide receivers. And I've been hurt before, Dwain, but I think I'm ready to do it again, right? Come on, that target projection is going to be higher than that ADP is telling us.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to staying healthy. Rashad Bateman's just had to battle through a lot of injuries. He was healthier last year. But you still had Odell Beckham Jr. on the team, and that just created a rotation. So he never was able to get his route participation into that 85 to 95 range, which is where we really want to see high-end wide receiver 1s and wide receiver 2s for NFL teams. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a route here to, no pun intended, to more routes on the football field. Obviously, like you mentioned, Nelson Aguilar is still going to rotate in some as well. So I don't think you just immediately pencil in Bateman for this 90% plus. but he's definitely going to get more playing time than what we saw last year. I still think the clear pecking order for me is Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers battling for one, and I give the edge to Mark Andrews there. But then after that, like there's room, for a third. It's an offense that's going to be pretty balanced, not pass the ball all the time. But yeah, I think that we still have a chance. And the fact that they just gave him the vote of confidence, man, doing what they did, they obviously are saying something, that they're happy enough, with Rashad Bateman. I know he's been a disappointment so far in fantasy, but it's like you always say, Ian, it's the ADP. Hate the player, not the ADP. Where the ADP is shaking out, I definitely want some exposure to Bateman.
It looks like we've got the 49ers pick out now. I will say that it is, there we go. So it looks like the 49ers are taking wide receiver Ricky Pearsall at number.
Pearsall? They already have him. His name's Jauan Jennings. He's already on their team.
At number Pearsall at
don't
number
insult Jauan like that.
at number 31. There we go. That was surprising, actually.
Pearsall. I don't understand.
Blaine, I mean, this was one of the guys in the Supermodel you hated.
Yeah,
not you,
right.
But the Supermodel.
I didn't hate him. He never had a big season. And the seasons he did have that were even okay were late. This is another guy though that the film community loves. They swear that he's the best route runner ever. Typically, if you're the best route runner ever, though, you earn a bunch of targets. It's not like Florida was loaded, or if you go back to his time before Florida, he's played in programs where there were targets to be had, and he wasn't getting them. So I mean that doesn't historically work out well. So I mean it is what it is. The fact that he's older. I look at him and think, he's a day 2 player, a day 3 player, maybe, and he's best in a pass first offense is going to run a lot of 11 personnel. Well, now he just landed in an offense that's going to run 21 personnel with a fullback on the field and a tight end. And they're only going to use 11 personnel, maybe 55% of the time. And that's going to be depending on game script. And he's still got to deal with Jauan Jennings. Like, I don't like this. I don't see this guy being a guy that's going to win playing Z outside, even though he might get to run the underneath routes. So yeah, I don't think this is a great fit for him. I really would have liked him better if he landed somewhere like the Bengals where they want to throw the ball more, run 3 wides. He takes over Tyler Boyd's old spot. Like that would have gotten me at least excited about the landing spot for Ricky Pearsall. I love the 49ers. I'm not down on Kyle Shanahan and his scheme, but this is not a great fit for this wide receiver.
Yeah, it's weird. And I will say too, again, the you can see on the screen right now, this is the 49ers pick. And then we're working on figuring out who the Bills are trading back again. Oh, the Panthers traded up to 32 with the Bills. So it looks like they're trading out of 32. Panthers coming in at 33 to wrap up the night. Once we get info on what was traded there, we'll let you know. But what do you guys think Freedman, do you know? Who do you think this could be?
My deepest fear this would be like Xavier Legette, who mentioned, I would say erroneously, but said that the Panthers told him that if he was there at 33, they were going to draft him. And it would just be so perfect for them to trade up to 32 so that they could draft him. But Ricky Pearsall, that feels like a massively terrible pick just in terms of process. He could turn out to be a fine player for the 49ers and, eventually take over for Deebo Samuel or something like that. I don't know, but it's hard to figure out how he's going to get his opportunities. I just don't see how he gets his opportunities. And then you take into account the fact that big boards aren't everything, but by and large, they tend to be predictive. And Pearsall was in the 40s and 50s in most big boards. This was a reach, there's no, statistically, this was a reach, and historically reaches tend not to work out well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same
also
team
a reach
that
according to the Supermodel.
They used a top 100 pick on a kicker last year. It's not exactly the first skill position player either that the 49ers have drafted fairly highly and then not gone after. So, hey, you know what? Shanny, John Lynch, they made 4 of the last 5 NFC championships. So whatever they're doing, it's working. But yeah, I don't even know just the play style that we see from Ricky. I don't even think this is really a replacement for Ayuk and Deebo. It kind of gives them more of a pure slot. But to Dwayne's point, this is an offense that loves to run so much, either, 2 tight tight end or just with Kyle Juszczyk, moving around on the field. Definitely not a great fit for him in terms of fantasy.
And Jawan Jennings has been good, Ian, at the slot. Like, I mean, talk about a guy that played great in the playoffs. Like, he's good enough for how often they did not need to spend this first round pick on this player. I would argue it's already on their team, especially maybe Pearsall's better, but for how much you use the slot receiver, I just don't get it.
Friedman.
Is it Xavier Legette?
I'm so sorry.
Oh my God,
is it actually Xavier Legette?
I think it is. I'm getting it confirmed, but I think it is.
Way to go, Friedman.
Ian, have you seen it? It is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is Xavier Legette. Moved up one to get him in the first round. Pick is in, Friedman. Xavier Legette to the Panthers.
Even when I am right, I am still wrong.
Yeah, that
they only gave up, to be fair. They basically swapped a 5th round pick for a 6th round pick to get the 5th year option. So we can talk about if Legette should have been a 1st round player. I know people love looking at the size and the athleticism and saying, oh, okay, you can, squint hard enough. You can see like a DK Metcalf body frame. But Dwain, I mean, I'm afraid to ask what the comps are for a player that did as little as him before having one admittedly pretty good year that ended.
Can I just say something? Sorry, before Dwain goes.
Yes.
Okay. 6.5 was the number of wide receivers for the position total. And this was at 5. And it just hit the over with 2 receivers who should not have gone in the first round. This is ridiculous. Dwain, take it away.
I'm sorry. Friedman. It is ridiculous.
That's a fitting end for Friedman.
Oh, we should just end the stream now.
Yeah. So, this isn't going to necessarily, I'm just going to echo what Friedman just said. Like, I see what Ian's saying. Like, it does get you the 5th year option, but this is not a player that is a round 1 wide receiver in the NFL. Like, when you look at what Xavier Legette did and how long it took him to get anything going in his collegiate career, it was in his 5th season. He did nothing. So, like, all the things we do in the model to try to adjust to help these guys out, they all actually made him just look worse. They made Xavier Legette look worse. And I get like the DK Metcalf stuff. Maybe the size is there, but I don't think he has that kind of speed. Like, his yards per team passing attempt, like every year in the model was negative versus what it was supposed to be expected. And then he pops up with a 2.53 as a 23-year-old. So the history, like you said, Ian, is not good for guys like this. The hit rates on players like this is not good. So I don't get it from the Panthers. And this is nothing against Xavier Legette. I hope he ends up being a good player. I actually like this pick better than Ricky Pearsall because I think he can. Like, I think you can make the argument that, I mean, if you end up being right, and this is a guy that broke out late, and there are good reasons for it, that he can play on the outside, he can play anywhere on the field, and he can be on the field a lot. Like Ricky Pearsall in the with what the 49ers do, like, he's going to be lucky to play 30% of the snaps this year, so I'll at least give that side of it, as being positive. But whenever you look at the guys that broke out as late as Legette did, like, I can't give you one that ended up turning into a big player in the NFL. I can give you some that you're like, that was okay. He gave me a spike week one year out of like 3, one time out of 36 games, like, that kind of thing. So I'm not a big fan of the pick.
I mean, Can I just say, why would you draft Xavier Legette when you already have Jonathan Mingo on your team? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, obviously I'm being ridiculous, but the point is they are the same person. Like, they just made the same mistake, except they did it a round earlier this year. Like, the Panthers, they are putting their number 1 quarterback in a terrible position.
Are we shocked?
No.
Are we shocked though? No.
They're going to look at it and think, hey, we at least added a weapon. I think all Friedman and I are saying is it's the wrong weapon.
It's a bad weapon. It's not a good weapon.
It's the wrong price, right?
Yeah,
it's the wrong price.
I love the Deontay Johnson trade, but
me too.
Friedman's point, like, I don't think that Mingo or Legette, like, that archetype of wide receiver isn't the same in 2024 that it was maybe, in 2004. So yeah, I don't, again,
you want the
it's not just us here. I just pulled up. Hold on. I just pulled up Dame Brugler's The Beast. He had Legette ranked as his wide receiver 14. So still around 3 grade. Like, we're not saying the guy can't work out, but it's kind of like the, pre-draft A.D. Mitchell conversations, who, guess what? Not a first round pick, but, Xavier Legette as a round 2, round 3 pick, I think we're probably singing a different tune and then going at pick 32. So, hey, they're trying. I appreciate that. At least
Is Thompson a model? Van Jefferson, Miles Boykin, Velus Jones Jr. You guys can insert. You can insert whatever.
Yeah.
That was obviously a pure age one that the model came up with. Because I think Velus Jones is actually like 42 this month.
Yeah.
And now there was one, Ian. Now, again, this is stylistically not the same player, but more along the lines of how long it took him to break out. And, he ultimately ended up being a hit. Terry McLaurin. So very different player, but I am saying there's a chance. Terry McLaurin didn't do a lot in college, and he is a guy that, if you want to cling on to an outlier, he would be the outlier, if you're trying to get positive. Yeah. I gave you a mention in this, Ian. I've got Terry McLaurin was the only hit from this group and came in 90th percentile program quality index. If Legette turns into a hit, I will relabel this tier of the supermodel into the Rudy index, because Ian Hartitz loves that movie, and it would be a great comeback story.
No.
Nice.
I forgot about writing that.
Worst football movie ever.
It's going to be called the Rudy Index now if Legette's a hit.
All right, let's get into just really quick instant reactions for everyone still with us. So, Ian, I'll start with you. Just a 1 minute or less instant reaction from tonight.
Yeah, seeing kind of the chalk mostly go, what we were thinking it was going to do for at least the wide receivers involved early was fun. But then, to actually, again, get the worthy bomb the Chiefs. And then these two more, again, I'm sorry it had to, unfortunately ruin Freedman's 6.5 wide receiver bet, but got spicy there at the end. That said, there are still some major holes out there. Seeing what the Bills do at 33 is going to be really interesting now. And, don't underestimate, again, some really talented wide receivers still finding their way into some other squads. So really excited for round 2, round 3. Again, there's still a ton of really good wide receivers out there. And this is when the running backs are going to start getting into play. So you real life football folks can say whatever you want about running backs not mattering, but they do very, very much in fantasy land. Excited to see, what the Cowboys give up to go ahead and get Jonathan Brooks.
Freedman, let's go to you next. What's your instant reaction from tonight?
All right. Well, let's start with Penix and just how ridiculous that was. But here's the real tragedy with the Penix situation is that he went in the first round, and as fantasy investors, we don't even get the benefit of him being useful to us this year or next year. He's just presumably going to wallow on the bench for a couple of seasons. And maybe that's theoretically good long-term for his career. Maybe that's good for the Falcons, but it's not great for us. It would have been actually better, as fantasy players, if Penix had landed with the Raiders. We at least could have used him this year. Looking at the wide receivers, great situations for the guys who went in the top 5, but then these two guys who ruined the bet, who went at the final, not going to be that useful for us or for his offense. Xavier Legette, probably not going to be that useful for us or his offense, despite being a first-round wide receiver. And then, of course, Brock Bowers, RIP, what can we say? Going to the Raiders was the absolute stone-cold worst situation that he could have fallen into. So, it's a mixed bag for us as fantasy fans. Some good things definitely happened, but, some bad things also definitely happened to us, specifically me.
I'm with Freeman on mine, so I'll just go right after him because there was 23 offensive players selected in the first round of the NFL draft, which was a record. And we were sitting here really excited about that at some parts. You had 6 quarterbacks go, sorry, Freedman. You had 7 wide receivers go, sorry, Freedman. You had 9 offensive linemen and 1 tight end. And I think I agree with Freedman 100%. A mixed bag. The first few picks, we kind of knew. We said, all right, this is good. This is good. And then all of a sudden, you're kind of going down the line and saying, okay, wait, this isn't good for fantasy. What the hell are the Falcons doing? Why is Brock Bowers going to the Las Vegas Raiders? So I agree with Freeman, mixed bag, but but fun hanging out with you guys. So Dwayne, you got a little ending for us? Little instant reaction?
Look, the best, probably the biggest winner of the night, I think, is Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Lands on a good team that already had good wide receivers. Then they had Rome Odunze. I think second best is Marvin Harrison Jr. You know, he went where we thought he'd go, but he gets a good quarterback. He's got a clear path to playing time, earning targets. He's a great player. I would say Nabers is probably third. Yeah, there's a ceiling cap because of the Giants. I think you guys could argue. You could argue, is it Xavier Worthy or Nabers, right? Next, but Nabers is still the better player. He's got an absolute clean runway. Even though there's the Daniel Jones limiting factor. And I would say like the worst landing spot of the night is obviously Brock Bowers. And then I would say Odunze is the next one, because I mean, he's got, DJ Moore sitting in front of him. You know, maybe Keenan Allen's gone after this year, but it's going to be tough to get much out of Odunze this year. And then I'm not even going to talk about some of the bad picks at the end. But like, so from a fantasy perspective, I think those are the biggest winners and losers of the night.
And hanging out with you guys, of course. I'll say it again. Hanging out with you guys and everyone hanging out with us for the NFL draft on night one. We appreciate you all so much hanging out with us, coming in and out, whatever you were doing tonight. We appreciate you being here. fantasylife.com. I'll say it again. That is where you can go and subscribe to our newsletter. That is where you can go and subscribe to the Betting Life newsletter as well. We're not done tonight though, guys, because we've got a podcast releasing tomorrow morning with our reactions from the first round. We're going to do the same exact thing minus the YouTube live stream tomorrow. We're going to have a podcast that drops after round 2. We're also going to have a podcast that drops after round 3. So make sure you go and subscribe to those, listen wherever you get your podcasts. Make sure you go check out the wide receiver, tight end, running back, rookie supermodel from Dwain McFarland. Again, fantasylife.com, 100% free. Like this